Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, two young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Running makes me feel happy. My favorite part about cross country is like the mental part. I'm Max. When I was 11 years old, I was diagnosed with aplastic anemia, and if I didn't find a donor, I probably wouldn't be here right now.
I'm Dylan and I'm 22. 3 years ago, I joined the registry at Be The Match. It was simple, just swab your mouth and send it in.
Be The Match is a global database of donors. To save more lives, they needed to make more matches. So they consulted with technology integrator E+. The solution? Cloud-based management made possible by Cisco UCS. Now, Be The Match team members use Cisco WebEx and Contact Center to collaborate with patients, donors, and their critical courier network. And their data is secure, protected by Cisco Umbrella Security.
Knowing what Max had to go through, what I had to do was easy.
One person in the world was a match to me. It's pretty special.
The Cisco network allows Be The Match to make matches faster than ever. And that's just the start of what's possible.
I am excited to meet Max. I don't think he knows it yet, but he's always gonna have a #1 fan.
Me and Dylan are DNA twins. Dylan's like my brother.
Between a life-threatening disease and a life-altering donation, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. April 16th, 2018. This is Tokyo. This is Rakuten. These are Cisco executives invited to a meeting with Rakuten. This is Tarek Amin, CTO of Rakuten Mobile. This is Prakash Suthar, team leader from Cisco Customer Experience.
Namaskar. Good morning.
This is a story about doing something that's never been done before.
Prakash, I need someone to help me build the world's first end-to-end cloud-native network. We need a partner.
Let's do it.
In order for this to work, it has to be optimized for 5G.
We'll design it from scratch.
Fully automated.
Fully virtualized.
Cloud.
Core.
Transport.
Virtual RAN.
Everything. It will be the first of its kind.
Oh, yeah.
You can figure it out?
We can figure it out.
This is their idea. It's an ambitious idea. An unprecedented idea.
It's true.
But this is what industry executives called it.
Impossible. Impossible.
But that didn't stop them. That just made them hungry.
So Prakash, how about developers?
We'll create a platform.
Different systems.
Different partners
Working together.
What else?
This is the plane that took the Rakuten team to San Jose.
Okay, so it takes 3 weeks to implement a traditional radio site.
With automation, we can do it in 10 minutes. And more secure.
Zero touch.
Zero defect.
Ready for 5G.
Just upgrade the software.
This is Tarek's impressed face. This went on for months.
We're going to need new hardware.
Then we'll partner with your vendor.
But our design?
You got it.
Then Tarek said,
And we want you to manage the whole chain, oversee the integration of vendors and partners.
We're on it.
February 3rd, 2019. This is Rakuten and Cisco and their impossible idea making their first call.
Oh my God.
And the world just changed. Rakuten and Cisco customer experience. The right solutions, the right technology. Most importantly, the right people. Between ideas and invention, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Growing up, I always wanted to be helpful. I was inspired by my mother and how she helped my community. My mom would cook a lot of Syrian food. One day, she asked my brother and me to deliver meals to our neighbors in need. She taught me that when you help others, anything is possible. Even leaving my country to pursue a degree. When I landed, I was shocked to see the level of poverty. I thought, how could such a wealthy country waste so much food when so many people are worried about their next meal? I heard my mother in my ear, and I knew what I needed to do. I started taking surplus food that would otherwise be thrown away and giving it to those who would benefit from it. I could see the tremendous impact right away. I recruited some smart students, and with Cisco's help, we were able to build an automated platform to connect food donors to communities with food insecurity. Not only are we putting good food to use, but also can track the positive impact on the environment. With sharing Cisco's purpose to power an inclusive future, we've been able to provide over 2 million meals across the US. My mother is my real hero. She taught me that a delivery so small could one day deliver on something so much bigger.
Between a small gesture and a huge impact, there's a bridge.
My name is Uwais Iqbal. This is my 13th year working at Cisco. I have the honor of leading the systems engineering team based out of Canada, but I was born in Karachi. Then I moved to Canada in 2000. Then I started engaging myself within my own community, which is the Canadians of Pakistani origin community. This is where I met with Daniel Mark. That was very moving for me. He's the French-Canadian who moved to Pakistan about 30 years ago to serve the deaf community. These kids, even their cousins, people around them, they won't talk to them because they think that they don't understand, they cannot connect with anything. So then I started using my influence in my community to get this story out. We were able to raise 200,000 Canadian dollars to support these children. Now when the kids are going to Deaf Reach School, they're learning the sign language, they have more understanding of the world, they know how to use technology. So far we have placed 8,000 people to different workplaces. If you start doing something small within your own community, the easiest thing is look around you who is in need. Once you take the first step, believe me, you will see that one door will open another door. And then there's so much that you can do that you will never stop yourself, that you're not just living life for yourself, you gotta always think beyond yourself.
Between a life in silence and one full of opportunity, there's Uwais Iqbal.
My name is Casey Shemansky, and I am a content editor for our talent brand team. In 2004, my younger sister Kelly passed away unexpectedly. Obviously, it was a very difficult time for me and my family, but we came together, we realized we wanted to give back. I think what makes me want to take action is a big part of my upbringing. I think a lot of that comes from being a first responder family, and when others are running out to safety, my family was always running in. In 2011, St. Baldrick's found me. The St. Baldrick's Foundation started with a bunch of first responders, and it kind of became a challenge between them, and it was if You raise X amount, you'll shave your head and you'll go bald. And now they're the second largest private funder of children's cancer research in the United States. It pulls at your heartstrings and it gives us purpose. I would love Cisco employees to join me. I would love to have more bald heads on campus and on our WebEx calls. My sister, I think she's proud. I think she's up in the stars and smiling down and just proud as heck that we've all kind of come together, and this is her legacy.
Between a family's loss and the fight for a cure, there's Casey Szymanski.
If we're to build a bridge to an inclusive future, then getting healthcare to everyone, everywhere is critical. Take rural Europe, where local doctors leaving for big cities is creating a medical desert. For patients left behind, many lack the mobility or the flexibility to reach critical urban appointments. The remedy, it turns out, is as much a technological marvel as it is a medical one. Meet Medibus, a state-of-the-art clinic on 4 wheels. But designing such a wonder came with its own set of challenges, taking everything Cisco knows about mobility, connectivity, video conferencing, and security into account, and, together with partner Deutsche Bahn, dispatching it from the cloud to create a 21st century lifeline. Now, no area is too remote, no diagnosis or specialist unavailable. All because one company dared to wonder if the road to better healthcare could literally be the road that runs through town. That's the inclusive future. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome everyone to the marriage between Rebecca and Cameron. In the presence of this company, it gives me great pleasure to declare you're now legally husband and wife. Cameron, you may now kiss the bride.
Between being there and being together, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There's a world where every one of us is connected. Everyone. Everywhere. Where everyone is included. Where everyone has access to information, education, opportunity.
There's so much out there. I'm going.
There's a world where buildings are smarter, where automation fuels productivity. And our planet's health is as important as our own. There's a world where everyone is invited to participate, to contribute, to be bold. When everyone and everything is connected,
that's really beautiful.
Anything is possible.
Good morning.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Good to see you.
I know, right? Finally. Loving those shoes. Late for my meeting. Morning.
Hey, how are you? Let me show you. 2 3 numbers are suggested.
Tracer, best player.
I'm still my lunch.
Good morning.
The company we've trusted to keep us working remotely is the same company we'll trust to bring us back together. Back safely, with features like density monitoring to keep everyone properly distanced. Back securely, with more resilient, more robust protection to block threats faster.
WebEx, start the meeting.
And back responsibly, with touchless technology that connects everyone. So now, between a year of being apart and the joy of coming back together, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Okay, everyone, let's get started.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment at League of Legends Esports, MSI 2021.
Your cloud. It isn't just a cloud. It's everything flowing through it. It's alive. Connecting users, applications, data, and devices. And whether it's cloud native, hybrid, or multi-cloud, it's more distributed than ever. One company takes you inside, giving you the visibility and the insight you need to take action. One company has the vision to understand it all, the experience to securely connect it all, on any platform, in any environment. So you can work wherever work takes you. In a cloud-first world, between your cloud and being cloud smart, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hi guys, I'm Chris. How are you everybody? I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to see people.
We've managed to be in school this year, but we've worn masks. Right. But we've had 100 of our students choose to go virtually.
I mean, most of you are in what I would describe as the most difficult years of your life, as far as I can tell. Oh yeah, okay, great. How you doing, man? Do you have a question?
What age did you start doing music?
I was 11, actually. And we had a teacher at my school. He encouraged me to try and write a piece of music. In my dream planet, teachers are respected like pop stars, and no tax money is spent on arms. What do you want to do, Trennis?
I think about becoming like a country singer. That's like my main dream. Realistically, I kind of want to become something in the medical field.
That's amazing, but that's no more or less realistic than being a musician. I'm real and I'm right here. Do any of you write songs? Is this you? Yes, it is.
Yes,
That's wonderful. Well done. You don't get anywhere unless you put yourself out there, you know what I mean? Do you want me to play anything for you?
Can you do Yellow?
Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. And all the things you do. Yeah, they were all yellow. Your skin, oh yeah, your skin burns. Turn into something beautiful. And you know I love you so. This week it's been such a pleasure to be working with Cisco, talking to students and teachers from all around the world. I want to say thank you to all of you for being inspiring and wonderful. Thank you for all you do.
Where will you be in 5 years? Where will we be in 5 years? In 25? In 50? Let's be here. With her, and him, and they. Let's connect them. Let's connect everyone. Let's deliver technology that gives them access to power opportunity. Let's set a new standard for data security and personal privacy. Let's change the system. Promote equality and fairness in the workplace. Let's tear down the barriers to social justice for a more inclusive world. Let's clean house, zero carbon, zero waste. Because the health of our family is tied to the future of our home. Let's gather resources and partners, steer toward our greatest challenges and accelerate. For the benefit, for all. Cisco has made it its purpose to power an inclusive future for all. Where will we be in 50 years? Let's go see. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hey everybody, welcome to DevNet Create Day 1. Can you believe it's already here? This year feels like it has been going way too fast, But the great part is it was all leading up to this. I mean, this is really all we have to think about for the rest of the year, right? We're here, DevNet Create. I'm so happy you're all here with us. My name is Jeff Bull. I'm a developer advocacy manager for Cisco DevNet, and we've got an exciting set of content for the next 2 days here in the Americas. Before I get too far into our introduction, I just wanted to let you know sort of some logistics of how this is all going to play out. So right now you're on the main channel. You're going to be watching us live here for this pre-show. We've got the keynote in just a few minutes. But before we do that, I'm going to bring in my two co-hosts here that I get to join the day with. First off, Denise Kwan, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Denise Kwan. I'm a software engineer on the developer success team. And this is my 5th year at DevNet Create and my 2nd year hosting. So I'm really excited to be here with you guys, and I'm glad that you guys are here on the main channel with us. And, this year, like Jeff said, it's kind of special because this is our 2nd year doing it virtual. And, one of my favorite things that I see in the agenda is the Tech for Good series. This is the first year that we're doing it, but we are highlighting developers who have used their coding skills to be able to help the community. I think a lot of times we often forget that our developer skills and our coding skills can actually do a lot for other people by building applications that can do things for the community and make their lives a lot easier. And so I hope this series is going to inspire you guys to either create your own project or join a project that already exists, or if you have any ideas and you don't know where to get started, definitely reach out to us. And then speaking of the community, this is the first year that we want you to join the DevNet team and contribute to the DevNet Create Bright Funds. This Bright Fund is going to promote the diversity in STEM and fight to end racism and discrimination against our community through global education.
That's awesome. Thanks, Denise. And I'm totally with you. That's one of my favorite parts about not just DevNet Create, but I think what we all do when we do this type of work and we participate in these sorts of events is to give back to communities, to support communities in different ways. So giving a showcase to the Tech for Good concept, I think, is amazing about this year's event. All right. Our other co-host today is Eric Thiel. Eric, do you want to hop on in?
Absolutely. Thanks, Jeff. Hey, everyone. I am Eric Thiel. I lead developer experience for Cisco. And just like Denise said, this is also my 5th DevNet Create. So excited to be able to bring yet another virtual event. Last year was our first time trying this format, and it was so great to be able to do a global event. Make sure we brought you all relevant content from your respective geos. So we are in the Americas broadcast right now, but we will be followed by 2 other sets of broadcasts for different geographies as well. And we're really excited to hear all of the accomplishments from this past year. We're going to be talking to people that have built code, that have helped the community out. There's so many great things coming up in these 2 days that I'm really excited. But the other fun thing going on for these 2 days is we have a challenge. For the 2nd year in a row, we are partnered with Secure Code Warrior, and we're bringing you what we're calling Devi Defends this year, which is a code challenge to figure out how secure you can do code. And then the top finishers will move on to Devi Secures afterwards. So it's actually a little bit of a competition going on. You are free to check that out for the 2 days. You can go to cs.co/create21challenge, and you'll be able to see all the info there. Encourage you to check that out in between sessions. And then, hopefully you can all learn a little bit of secure coding in the process. They've been a great partner for us, and I love being able to bring that kind of fun hands-on experience to an otherwise virtual event. So I love that you're all here. I thank you all for signing up. This is a great opportunity for you to all be social and communicate with us, to reach out. I love bringing the community together through these events. So I'm excited. I can't wait to see the keynote coming up. Jeff, tell them what else we have coming up for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Eric. And it's a lot, so I'm not going to be able to go through all of it right now, but I'll definitely give you some highlights so that you're all kind of prepared and just ready for how these days are going to play out. So as we mentioned, for the Americas, we got all day today and all day tomorrow, which is great. We have 4 channels. You're here on the main channel with the 3 of us. We're talking about all kinds of cool content, but there's 3 others. APIs in action, creators, and start now throughout the first day. And tomorrow we'll have the main channel, creators, and APIs in action. And on all these, you'll find a lot of really cool content. So channel surf, find whatever you can. Also, make sure to follow us on social, #DevNet and #DevNet Create. Yeah, it's just a really good way to participate in the conversation and be a part of the group. We're looking forward to it. All right. Thank you all so much for joining us for DevNet Create. This is going to be a fantastic set of days. In just a moment, we're going to kick off with a keynote with several amazing speakers. So look forward to that. While you're in the broadcast, look on the right-hand side. You'll see the Q&A section. Ask your questions there. You'll get live answers. And then just below, there's a button where you can join the live WebEx conversation with all the other attendees. Okay, I hope you're all as excited as I am. I am here in my shed in the backyard of the East Bay. We look forward to seeing you here in just a little bit. Stay tuned, and the keynote's going to kick off for you in just a moment.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to DevNet Create. My name is Todd Nightingale. I look after the enterprise networking and cloud group here at Cisco, and I'm so excited to be here at DevNet Create. I love this event. It's such an incredibly important event for Cisco. It's an event purely focused on developers and truly driving an API-first strategy, driving an automation strategy, driving the entire company and the entire industry towards a really agile solution, in an agile way to react to our customers and our users' needs, an agile way to drive all of our organizations towards that cloud transformation that's so important. I want to thank everyone here for coming because you have made DevNet such an amazing organization, such a powerful force in the industry and at Cisco. I was lucky enough to be at the very first DevNet Create 5 years ago. I don't think any of us would have believed what DevNet has become, what a powerful organization, what a really sophisticated and significant force DevNet is, driving all of IT towards a more automated system, and really driving towards this cloud transformation, full stack observability, and a full API first strategy. So thank you all for everything you do. Even in the few years I've been at Cisco, I've seen this massive transformation from networks that were fully orchestrated through CLI towards a dashboard first motion, and now finally to an API first motion, a developer first motion. I believe that that transformation towards a fully automated, fully agile infrastructure is critically important. And this is the organization that's really making it happen, that's really driving that developer first strategy. And in order to do that, Cisco has brought in a true expert in developer organizations and developer communities, and that's Grace Francisco. She has a phenomenal background leading these types of developer communities from Microsoft to Roblox, and she is just a passionate leader and a passionate advocate for developers. I'm so excited to have her here at Cisco and so excited to have her leading DevNet, and it's with great honor that I introduce her here to the stage of DevNet Create for the very first time. Grace Francisco, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Todd. Hi, I'm Grace Francisco. I am originally from San Francisco, so coming to work for Cisco, it was always meant to be. It's an honor to be here hosting this event. I wish I could see all of you right now, but I can't wait to meet you all in person soon enough. As Todd said, I've been very fortunate to have a diverse and rich set of experiences in developer relations. I started as a software developer way back when at IBM. And at that time, I was actually working my way through college. It was a 10-year journey for me. And like many of you, I was actually learning various scripting and programming languages on the job. Later, I eventually landed my first developer evangelist role at Microsoft, where I spent many years learning the craft of developer relations. I took those experiences and led new developer programs and teams at a variety of companies across small business, fintech, enterprise, and even gaming. Coming to Cisco has been a great opportunity for me to bring together many of my learnings and apply them here. Because at the essence of all of my work and my passion, it's always been about the community and enabling you with the tools, platforms, and programs you need to be successful at work and beyond. And that's why I'm so excited to be here with you at DevNet Create, because I get to connect with the tech community of today and the future, bridging the world of infrastructure engineers and software developers. This is the nexus between hardware and software. It's this community that is tackling the problems encountered by IT and the application development happening across lines of businesses. It's all of us together that are supporting new innovations and creating new capabilities. It's this group that will advance what's to come in tech. You are the authors of that future. What's great about our community is that it's not homogenous. The DevNet community represents a group as diverse as the technologies we all support, with skills that range from automation to application development. And that's why I like to think of this group as a continuum of technologists. This community has range and depth. We are the builders, the innovators, the creators. We support the future of IT from the ground up, from hardware to the cloud. So whether you are working in a data center in San Jose installing new equipment, or up in the cloud building new applications, we are thrilled you are with us, and we welcome you to our community of technologists. And wow, has this group been busy in the last 12 months? We've witnessed the effects of a global pandemic in almost all aspects of life, from classrooms to grocery stores, from doctors' offices to living rooms, and running across it all, new demands on technologists. Since the last DevNet Create, it's been an unprecedented time of challenge. You saw the opportunity to save the day with technology and innovation. There was no waiting in this group for someone else to solve problems. You are a community of change agents. In the past year, you made the world a better place by helping manage the worldwide migration of people from the real world to the virtual world. You've produced and supported the solutions that made virtual learning possible, that made telemedicine scalable, and made contactless delivery of goods and services a reality. I think it's only fitting that at DevNet Create, we can highlight some of the change agents of our community that have created solutions and innovations for problems both big and small. First, glad to recognize Mark Colella, an account manager here at Cisco and a member of our community. Mark saw that people with disabilities who live on their own were having a harder time getting support during the pandemic. So Mark applied his creativity and built a new app integrated with WebEx and Meraki sensors to create a connected health solution. It allowed for individualized and inclusive care, which could detect and notify caregivers about conditions such as the faucet or the stove being left on. Alerts and communications were managed via WebEx with both family members and care providers offering care reminders and support scheduling, alerts, and emergency outreach. Amazing work here, Mark. Thank you. This is a true example of how technology can provide meaningful support and individualized care. Next up, I'm glad we can highlight Sulabh Agrawal, who helped take the stress out of finding and scheduling COVID vaccinations in India. The challenge Sulabh saw through his own personal situation was his parents struggling to schedule vaccinations. Sulabh is a network engineer at Cisco who applied skills he learned with DevNet to solve this problem. He built a new web application, COVIDNet, which incorporates bot functionality, COVID APIs provided by India, and he created a visual way for users to identify available vaccines in their area week by week. Congratulations to Sulabh for reducing the friction of scheduling COVID vaccinations. And there are even more examples of innovation this last year, some very close to home for us. Really excited to highlight Justin Linebaugh, who works with our DevNet Sandbox team. See, even DevNet was impacted with challenges associated with remote work. Some of our sandboxes required resetting physical routers manually. This, of course, was a challenge with access to data center equipment as we had limitations associated with COVID protocols. But Justin creatively solved this problem. He built and connected Raspberry Pi microcontrollers to a router with a servo motor to control the server reset buttons and power supplies, then created a script to support remote access. The best part of this creation, microcontrollers don't need to be 6 feet apart. It's a great workaround while still preserving on-site safety. Thank you, Justin. And this group of innovators includes our partner creators too. This one from Honeywell. The pandemic brought with it many changes, including adjustments associated with hybrid work and space planning for frequently changing occupancy rates. This made the need for smarter buildings only more vital. Companies need workspaces that can adjust to the needs of a team and learn about how a given space is utilized. Honeywell, working with Cisco, was able to do just that, joining together their own technology with DNA Spaces, iOS XE, Cat9K switches, and innovative room sensors. What's more, Honeywell and Cisco did this exploration in a virtual hackathon held during the pandemic. Another great example of how we all made that shift to new ways of engaging, collaborating, and building together, even when we are apart. Innovation couldn't be sidelined by COVID. And these are just some of the stories we've heard in the last year from you, your creations, your experiments. It's been amazing to witness all the great things you've been able to accomplish in a time of sudden and dramatic change. As we've been adjusting and adapting in the last year, so has the way we've used technology. This sudden groundswell of new technology and innovation has produced immense opportunities. The vastness of this is a result of the reach of technology. It spans now all aspects of our world, from our homes with smart ovens and Wi-Fi lights, to the office with smart buildings, room sensors, and connectivity, to our human bodies, the ability to track data on our own health, and to have virtual assistants supporting us day to day. And it's not just that tech is everywhere. The access here has been democratized, and all of you are enabled to customize these platforms and technologies that surround us. It seems only after the DevNet Create, we can discuss how there are so many more things we can design, build, and deploy. And with this ability to be creative, we encourage you to lean into this change, to lead it. This group is often defined by the problems we solve, by the innovations we create. Now is the time for our community to turn these new opportunities and possibilities into capabilities. Welcome, all of you technologists, innovators, and problem solvers. Welcome to DevNet Create. Over the next 2 days, you'll be learning about topics like deploying applications at the edge, using network cameras to monitor buildings for social distancing, building customer-driven SDKs and APIs, and so much more in over 100 technical and strategy sessions. But right now, I want to shift the focus from what we've done to what we'll be doing. A glimpse into 3 technologies that will define much of the work we'll do together in the years ahead. App security, infrastructure as code, and full stack observability. For each of these, we have a special guest to talk about why these areas have growing importance to you and our broader community. We start with security because it's the foundation of everything today. Our jobs depend on making networks and applications secure. In Cisco's 2020 Future of Secure Remote Work report, 85% of organizations said that cybersecurity is extremely important, or more important than before COVID-19. And 48% of survey respondents feel they are unable to effectively protect their data today. And the main reason is that they can't figure out what companies are doing with their data. As developers, that means you have to understand not only how your apps are handling and passing data, but you need to be transparent with your users about that. Above all, the future needs to be a secure one. That's why I'm so excited to bring on our first guest, Carlos Pereira, a Cisco Fellow with our Emerging Technologies and Incubation Group. Carlos, can you share with our audience today what new innovations and tools can support application developers and DevSecOps engineers?
Hey, Grace, thanks a lot for having me here. Absolutely, it's a pleasure to be again with the DevNet community and to address the question that we just asked. How is Cisco supporting application developers through DevSecOps? So there are some concepts that I want to highlight to you and to everybody in this community that's interesting for us to keep in mind before you actually go in more details on this. Many years ago, when DevOps start to become mainstream and the motions start to happen and more adoption of the DevOps and CI/CD pipelines become part of everyday companies, there was a motion that starts to happen in the industry right after that is called shift left. What is this? It's pretty much security had a lot of controls and compliance motions that sometimes went against the own motion of DevOps in order to automate through code, new builds, pipelines, Git repos, and stuff like this. So you had a motion that automates all the cloud native and microservices kind of agility for applications, while security was kind of on a different ballpark. So what shift left actually meant is actually bring security as part of the DevOps initiatives, and that's where DevSecOps started. So if you look at this, it like puts security in the middle of DevOps, as the acronym shows. Well, if you look from that angle, it pretty much brings security inside the developer environment, as I have on that slide, but it also applies to runtime. What I mean by this is when you have a microservices-based application running on a container environment, a Kubernetes, if it runs on bare metal servers or runs on public cloud instance or even inside virtual machines, there is all the security that applies to their runtime environment to check vulnerabilities for libraries. Let's say you're running on a JVM, which is inside a container. You still need to make sure that all the code and the libraries that that developer is consuming for that particular application services are not vulnerable. They're up to the latest and greatest on the security measures and code on updated against any sort of vulnerability, and all the patches are applied. So the shift left granted the runtime and developer environment of security being part of the automation that DevOps bring to companies. However, as we evolve more of this and DevOps became mainstream, there is a new aspect that is start to happen, which Cisco is bringing to the market, is the notion of security of applications from the lens of APIs. So APIs are pretty much how we communicate for any application that is built in these days, even further as they are built as cloud native. So you have internal APIs that allow the communication among multiple microservices that build a cloud native app as a construct and as a deliverable, and they are part of how you consume services from a development pipeline with tools like CI/CD and others. But also there are external APIs that are part of any applications those days. So many apps, when you build, they request login using external entities like your Gmail, Facebook account, and stuff like this. So external APIs are reality on any app today, in particular SaaS services. Internal APIs is how you consume between microservices and cloud native apps. So it's obvious to start to think that from an app security perspective, there is a motion, there is a shift left from an APIs perspective, how we can make this part of the game. Because APIs and abuse of so will be more than an infrequent kind of event to more of a frequent attack vector as cloud native becomes mainstream. And what the challenges with APIs, as you look at this, is not all of the applications have their open API specs available. If you have a legacy application that you need to communicate to, or you need an external services that you just consume, the external company that's provided the services to you, they're not going to inform you when they change something on their code that actually makes modifications on their API. They're just going to do it. And you have the notion of what is the designed APIs for consumption of your app, or what you bring for external people that is actually running your app or consuming your services, versus what is the actual runtime API landscape of your app. So there are differences over time as you actually bring new code yourself. There are concepts like zombie APIs, which are APIs that got deprecated over time, that people believe that are no longer available, no longer running, but an attacker can still access it because it's still there. There are undocumented APIs, which is called shadow APIs, which is sometimes happens because people don't have a full automated documentation on what is your application's API landscape, because they don't have an open API spec as part of the whole package. And that may generate changes as you evolve your own code, your own CI/CD pipelines, and automate that code, and it can break your application, as I mentioned before, because having an open API spec without instrumenting the code is very hard if you don't have visibility on what is happening. So Cisco is bringing API clarity to the open sources initiative that it is driving as part of the API security inside Cisco, which is pretty much based on the concept that knowing the API spec of your application is the first step to identify your API risks. I can actually secure what I cannot see. So the API Clarity.io is an open source project that we are working very close with the community, including DevNet leading the way here, When you having the visibility of your API specs across your application, then you can run fuzzing tests from the developer's perspective and match this with analysis from the security standpoint and other advantage that you have. So the architecture from a high level is very simple. You're running a Kubernetes cluster. By the time you have all your pods that comply the microservices of your applications, we, as part of the API clarity, we make, together with the Kubernetes cluster installation, we add the envoy proxies and an Istio services mesh around this. So there is no code change or no instrumentation that needs to happen at the code. We capture and mirror all the API traffic from the proxies and send to the open API spec engine within API clarity. And from there, you can see what are your internal API mapping, your external API mapping, and what's the diff between either internal and external APIs over time. So you have the full API spec being generated as people consume your app. So for that, we did an integration with GitLab, which is a very popular CI/CD framework out there. And we did that integration between the open source API Clarity and GitLab. And for that, we have a demo right there. Can you please roll the demo?
In this demonstration, we are showing how API Clarity can be automatically built and deployed in GitLab as part of a cloud-native application and allow us visibility into how individual services are interacting with each other via API. What we see here is the source repository for a demo retail application that sells socks. This application is comprised of several services such as catalog display, user and cart management, and payment processing. Just like with any CI/CD pipeline, an update to the source should trigger a phase of build, test, and deployment processes. For brevity, we will build and deploy in this instance. Let's trigger the pipeline by making a simple change to the README file. Once we commit our change in the repository, GitLab will trigger the pipeline definition and the GitLab runner will follow the instructions in the gitlab-ci.yaml file. The first step in this is to provision our Kubernetes cluster and layer on Istio service mesh and Helm package management. The former is needed for API Clarity to consume insights to the inner workings of services in the cluster, and the latter is to allow us to automatically deploy our application. Once our cluster is provisioned and Istio is installed and gateways configured, our application services can now be deployed, including API Clarity. After all services are spun up, we can navigate to our sock shop and browse our catalog. Immediately in API Clarity, we will see interactions between services being tracked and even specific endpoints that were pinged and the resulting health of those API calls.
As you saw, the demo that's just run of the integration between API Clarity and GitLab open source, that was done with our DevNet engineering working straight with their team. So Grace, hope it now clarifies your initial question. There is a lot that Cisco is doing to your first point around app security, in particular with API security in the open source. And I asked all the DevNet community to go and jump on that, contribute to that initiative in open source, and let's make the world more secure together. Thank you very much. Back to you, Grace.
Thanks, Carlos. It's great to see API Clarity in action with GitLab and how it can support the work you're all doing in securing applications, especially as we look to move to a future powered by infrastructure as code. And to discuss that subject, I'd like to welcome a special guest, Armin Dadgar, CTO and co-founder of HashiCorp. Back in March of this year, HashiCorp and Cisco announced a partnership to help support our infrastructure as code efforts. We've since released offers such as the Intersight service for HashiCorp Terraform, as well as the Intersight Kubernetes service. Armin, thanks for joining us today. It would be great to hear about the capabilities we can now provide our community, as well as where you see an expansion of capabilities in the future. What new things can our two organizations do together?
Cool. Thanks so much, Grace. Really excited to be here and chat a little bit more about infrastructure as code and sort of what all we can be doing together. Yeah, I think to give people just a sense of context, when we started on working tools like Terraform and thinking about infrastructure as code, it was originally born sort of to solve a cloud problem, right? And what I mean by that is when we think about cloud infrastructure, it really is API-driven sort of when you think about what the hallmarks of modern IaaS are. And so the challenge was, how do you take this highly API-driven type of infrastructure and make it usable, make it manageable at scale for developers? And I think that's really what infrastructure as code's sort of strong suit is, right? Is allowing us to define this declarative definition, allow Terraform to figure out what do we need to create or modify or destroy to converge the infrastructure into what we need it to be. And so it sort of started out life there based on sort of the challenges of sort of a cloud IaaS. But I think from there, we sort of saw the possibilities of how do you apply this concept? How do you apply the benefits of infrastructure as code much more broadly? And so I think for us, that partnership with Cisco is a really natural and obvious one, which is what we're starting to see is how do we bring some of these cloud native practices into our physical data centers, into our private data centers, and apply the same practices there. So I think Cisco being a logical partner and Intersight being a logical gateway in terms of how do we start to think about that hybrid cloud management, where we started maybe with a cloud approach or philosophy, but now realizing it has this broad applicability. So what I'm excited about there is through the Intersight service and the integration with Terraform, we're now bringing that sort of capability of, hey, I can define this stuff as code, integrate it in my version control system, have sort of this development life cycle around how I manage and codify my infrastructure. And that can now be applied from everything from my very low level hardware devices on-prem, through to my infrastructure as a service on-prem, through to my cloud infrastructure as service. And then I think when we start transitioning and talking about where do we go from here, right? Like what's the sort of evolution of this? Is it just infrastructure as a service, now on-prem as well as cloud? And I think, our Intersight partnership really enables some of that hybrid use case. I think what's exciting to me is looking at where we're now taking infrastructure as code and where it's being applied. And so I think particularly that starts to be upstack, whether we talk about platform as a service or you go and you talk about software as a service. And so I think what's kind of counterintuitive is people think about, hey, if I'm in a PaaS or I'm in a software as a service, there isn't infrastructure to manage. Why do I need to think about sort of an infrastructure management tool or an infrastructure as code tool? But I think what's interesting is even if you take a PaaS like Kubernetes, there's a ton of objects and resources to manage, right? For each tenant, I want to define different namespaces, different resources, different applications that are running on top of it. An app might be composed of dozens of different moving pieces. And those apps are also composed with other things, databases, caches, messaging systems that live outside of the core platform as a service. So tools like Terraform start to let you compose all of that different infrastructure together, where I might have a modern Kubernetes-based app that I'm deploying and defining on top of the platform, but it's consuming a database that from sort of an IaaS vendor. It might be supported by a hardware load balancer or firewall, so I can bring all of those configurations together. And then when we go even higher level and we think about software as a service, a great example is, the integrations with AppD, right? And so when we think about sort of the app dynamics capabilities, not only can I deploy my application, but then can I define what are the dashboards I want to use to monitor that application? What are the alerts I want to define, the thresholds upon which I get notified? And so I might define that in AppD, which is providing my sort of APM and observability, and then connect that out to PagerDuty as an example to get notified and paged in the middle of the night if something goes wrong. So it's really thinking about that full stack of what are all the supporting pieces for that application. Some of it's IaaS, some of it's platform as a service, some of it's increasingly software as a service, and bringing all those to manage in a kind of consistent way, driven as code, that the developers can kind of define and manage in a self-service way. And so I think when we think about, on the very extremes, one of my favorite providers is someone created a Domino's provider, right? So you might even say, great, I deploy my app and then I celebrate by ordering pizza through Domino's, and I can do all of that as infrastructure as code. So that to me kind of speaks to the variety and kind of the future of where we're going with this. Now, I think once we've made this transition to infrastructure as code, I think it unlocks the next level of what we can work on, which is how do we start to shift left a bunch of these controls, whether they're security controls. And now because we have this codified definition, we can look for, hey, do I have an out-of-date image? Have I misconfigured the system? Is there a vulnerability in how it's defined? All of those kind of security controls we can do through static analysis and code analysis because we have this definition. We can also bring in things like cost management and optimization as well, right? So we can look at it and say, hey, you defined these extra large VMs. You're really not using that much capacity. You could resize them to smalls and save X dollars a month, right? and not impact sort of application quality of service. And those things become possible because we have this codification, we have this sort of automation. I think that becomes kind of the future of where this stuff goes, right? After we get to the sort of the foundational automation pieces, right? So I'm super excited. I think there's a lot here in terms of, what can we start to solve right away in terms of just basic automation? How do we get to that end-to-end vision of all the different components being automated? And then how do you layer on top of that automation with sort of the future of optimization, whether it's cost, security, or other facets of it? So a lot here. Very excited about it, and excited to be here, Grace. So with that, let me hand it back over to the Cisco team. I know they've actually put together a demo so we can see what this actually looks like, in an end-to-end scenario.
Using Cisco Intersight infrastructure services, virtualization services, Cloud Orchestrator, and Kubernetes services in conjunction with Terraform Cloud for Business, your teams can configure infrastructure and deploy applications from the ground up with a few clicks across on-premises, edge, and your public clouds. With end-to-end automation, you can drive governance and consistency for self-service capabilities and reduce time to market. From physical and virtual server configurations for your data center to delivering upstream multi-cloud Kubernetes clusters and Canary environments for cloud-native applications, Cisco Intersight, integrated with Terraform Cloud for Business, provides an integrated toolbox and API to change your response time to innovation. This following demonstration shows how a self-service model would work behind the scenes, allowing a developer to request the deployment of an application that fits within the policy model of their organization. When the request is made, a triggering event allows TFCB to initiate a predefined plan that will automatically provision a Kubernetes cluster environment to deploy our application. In Intersight, with the help of Intersight Assist and the Terraform Cloud Agent, IT operations, or even the requester themselves, can monitor the successful creation of their compute environment. Once the cluster is up and running, an automated event can then trigger the deployment of a cloud-native application using the Intersight service for Terraform, or IST. TFCB will connect to IST agents deployed in the data center and then provision the application using a Kubernetes package manager like Helm. And just like that, the process generates a scalable, load-balanced instance of the application that deployed automatically and within organizational policy.
Thank you to Armand for providing us such great insights on what's available and what's to come for infrastructure as code. It was great to see it in action in that demo from Matt DiNapoli. It showed how much our partnership can simplify hybrid cloud infrastructure management, freeing up engineering resources to focus on improving the product rather than just running the product. Now to our final piece, full stack observability. For those of you who are not familiar, full stack observability is about getting the visibility and insights you need to take the right actions when they matter the most. Ultimately, you can't fix what you can't see. To provide an expert lens on FSO, we have Ty ML, the CTO of App Dynamics, to join us. Ty, it's great to have you here. Tell us more about the growing importance of FSO.
Thanks, Grace. I really appreciate you having me here. So before we get into why you should care about full stack observability, let's level set a little bit on what full stack observability really means. For me, it's all about visibility, insight, and action. That visibility piece is how are you gathering that telemetry data, metrics, events, logs, and traces to get visibility or observability into a system to understand what is happening in real time live within your system. The insight piece is all about correlating that information, taking your traditional monitoring and understanding when your SLOs are being violated, and then you can start to see what has changed and what is causing those problems, and gives you great insight into what is actually happening within your system. The last piece is being able to action on that insight, whether that's a bad configuration that you want to be able to roll back, or a changed user behavior that you need to adjust to for longer term. Like you've increased users within Europe. You need to be able to adapt to that. Once you have that visibility, insight, and action, you have what I consider full stack observability. So now that we understand really what it is, let's talk a little bit about why it matters. So the first piece is Applications are the foundation of digital business. You're not interacting with businesses like we did 5 years ago. I'm not walking up to the teller within the bank anymore. I'm interacting with the application. And so loyalty and brand loyalty is not as important as it was, or at least it doesn't exist as much as it used to. So if I'm going to order from my favorite pizza shop, I've got 5 different applications that I can use. And so I'm going to choose the application that gives me the best experience and gives me the pizza here the fastest. And so you need to have observability all the way from the end user down to the database and everything in between, whether that's networking, infrastructure, and all your different microservices. You really need to be able to observe the full system to understand what's happening for your end users. The second thing is enterprises have shifted to the cloud. During COVID, we saw an explosion of migrations to the cloud for enterprises. I understand that startups and small businesses have been there for a while, but enterprises are really buying into the cloud and shifting over. And that means they have less control over their system than they used to. And when you have less control, you need better observability. If you're not controlling the data center, if you're not controlling the network, you need better observability into that system to understand what is happening, where you have performance problems, and how it impacts your end users. So it's really important to have that observability as you move to the public cloud. The next thing that I want to talk about is the rise of microservices. That 3-tier architecture of applications is long gone, and applications are now microservices. They're a set of services that supply a functionality to an end user. And those microservices are massive. If you think about the really large enterprises, we're talking millions of containers, thousands of pods, hundreds of microservices, and it really becomes almost a living organism. So you have to have observability because that system is constantly changing. The only way for you to understand what is changing is to have observability. That traditional monitoring your known problems isn't enough anymore because that system is in constant change. It's more complex than it used to be. You control less of it. So you need that observability piece to really understand what is happening in the system in real time. The last piece that I want to talk about is security. We all know that security incidents have increased dramatically over the last few years. I feel like every time I open up a newspaper, there's another instance of security out there, and no one wants that. So how do you understand what is happening with all your microservices and your thousands of containers? What are your vulnerabilities in real time, and are they being exploited? That is a massive problem, and the traditional solution of scanning everything before you go into production isn't enough anymore. You need that real-time observability into what is your security posture in production. That has changed the game, and really why we need to be paying attention to full stack observability, and why you see monitoring and application performance monitoring and other industries shifting to full stack observability. So recently, we surveyed 1,000 IT professionals to see if they were seeing the same thing we are seeing and having the same problems. And what we found out was it is absolutely true. All large enterprises are struggling with the same problems. So 93% of the people that we interviewed are monitoring their services, trying to understand what the impact on end user experience and the business is. But 75% of them are struggling with the noise that is created by all these different microservices, all this telemetry data, and they're really struggling to understand what matters for the business. And then 85% of those are struggling to cut through that noise and get down into the details of what insight can they find within the system and what can they actually action on to help resolve the performance problem. And let's be honest, almost always it's change, whether it's a deployment, a new database query, a configuration change, or some type of change within the user behavior. That is what is going to cause a system to have problems. So you've got to have full stack observability to be able to understand what changed and how you can respond and deal with that change, whether that is rolling back a bad configuration or a new normal of user behavior and new users in Europe. You've got to have that full lens. So let's talk a little bit about how is Cisco helping with full stack observability and where are we? So again, it's all about visibility, insight, and action. And we're doing it through App Dynamics, Cisco Intersight, and Thousand Eyes. So with App Dynamics, we've always been known for our understanding of business impact, how your performance problems are impacting your business with context of the end user experience and the application. When you combine Cisco Intersight, you start to get that cloud and infrastructure telemetry data to understand what your infrastructure is doing and how that is tied to the application. Is it an application problem or do you have an infrastructure problem? And then you tie in Thousand Eyes and you can start understanding the network. Is it a network problem between the AWS region that you're in and your end users in Europe? Is it a networking problem between data centers if you still have data centers? So it gives you that full view of how the network is impacting your end users. And then last but not least, App Dynamics recently announced Cisco Secure Application, which gives you a view real time of the vulnerabilities within your applications and if you're actively being exploited against, and gives you a way of blocking that. So this is just the beginning for us as Cisco, and as we go into full stack observability, we need to build an extensible platform to be able to cover the breadth and depth that is full stack observability. And this is really where we need our partners and our developer ecosystem to come along with us on this journey. And now we'll show you a quick demo of App Dynamics, Intersights, and Thousand Eyes working together for full stack observability. Thank you.
With the combination of App Dynamics, Thousand Eyes, and Intersight, application developers, DevOps, and IT operations can take advantage of the notion of full stack observability, or FSO, to optimize and secure their application deployments and the infrastructure they run on. App Dynamics provides the ability for application developers to instrument their services to allow application performance monitoring from a logical perspective. In addition, you can inspect the interaction of those services amongst each other within the same application and their interaction with outside supporting services. Individual service issues such as latency or outages can be quickly identified and ultimately tied back to business outcomes. The next layer to full stack observability is provided by Intersight Workflow Optimizer, or IWO. This gives us a physical view into the public cloud and on-premises infrastructure supporting our application, whether it be on bare metal, VMs, or Kubernetes clusters. The final piece to this FSO puzzle is visibility into the performance of the application from the end user perspective. This is provided by Thousand Eyes. Through agents globally deployed in private and public data centers, Thousand Eyes gives application developers and IT operations insight into the paths of application consumption, data on physical location and time of usage, internal and external network concerns, and even regional and global service provider performance allows organizations to make decisions on application replication and optimization. When layered together, all of these provide a holistic solution into the performance and security of an application end-to-end, opportunities for optimization, and ultimately mitigate the impact of any issue on desired business outcomes.
Thanks, Ty. It's interesting to hear how many developers struggle to cut through the noise to identifying underlying performance issues, and how we see technology helping address those concerns. And thanks again for the great demo showing some of our observability technology in action. I hope you all enjoyed this glimpse into the road ahead. It's a vision of our future work together where we bring greater security, more flexibility, and increased observability to our networks and applications. Now, some of you might have been watching those previous presentations and demos and thought, I want to be a part of that future, but how can I get ready? What tools and training is out there to help me work in this space? Don't worry, we have you covered. For those of you just getting into APIs, applications, and automation, we have an amazing place for you to go. Developer.cisco.com/startnow. As the name suggests, It's the first port of call for people who want to start learning about Cisco platforms and taking some steps towards network automation, programmability, and coding. Within Start Now, you'll find curated lists of learning labs broken into bite-sized pieces. You can go from here and then dive in deeper with the sandbox and certifications. Start Now is a great place for anyone that's a beginner in this space. But if you happen to be an expert, we also have some special news to share. And with that, I'd like to bring on Par Marat, VP of Cisco's Learning and Certification Program. Par, as you know, we launched the DevNet certification program in February of 2020. And within the last 18 months, we've seen thousands of people from around the globe get DevNet certified at the associate and professional levels. What news can we announce today about the DevNet certification program?
Hey, thank you so much, Grace, for giving us the space to come and talk about our exciting new expert level certification, which we're actually announcing today in terms of the blueprint being ready. As you know, and you appropriately referenced, the DevNet certification suite has really only been around for a very short while. And already there are over 15,000 certifications that have been achieved. And that's because this community, you're the doers, you're the pioneers, and you have molded DevNet into an automation powerhouse. And we've been doing this together, and we're doing it together now. As many of you may recall, I'm one of the founding members of DevNet, which is why I'm so passionate about this program. But, let's first start with why should you care about certifications in general? Why get a certification? Well, according to Gartner, 87% of IT professionals have at least one active certification. Well, nearly 40% of those are already pursuing their second one. And that's because after achieving a certification, IT professionals recognize the benefits immediately. Not only do certifications advance individual careers, but employers recognize their value because they know it will help their businesses stay relevant and their workforce stay relevant on the skills needed for today's digital challenges. And there are many. And what's so amazing is that the DevNet expert ties directly to the trends that are taking place with regard to digital business acceleration and the hypergrowth that's taking place. And that is all due to this ever expanding digital fabric and all of the possibilities, as well as all of the challenges that come with it. The digital fabric has expanded well beyond data centers and central cloud solutions and extended well into hybrid cloud, edge computing, and full stack observability. I mean, think about it. Hybrid work is absolutely here to stay. And that means working from anywhere with the same outcomes and the same experience and the same expectations as working in an office. So automating and securing the network so that people can work from anywhere, from home, from their bedrooms, from their cars is absolutely where it's at. And it's probably why automation is identified as one of the top 3 skills needed in today's workforce environment. And I know that many of you listening today, you're already DevNet associates or DevNet professionals. Many of you are already part of the DevNet 500. And we know you've been waiting for this DevNet expert certification. Well, it's finally here. And the Cisco certified DevNet expert will validate all of those expert level skills required for the planning, the design, the development, and the maintenance of complex automation driven networks. And that's because the domains covered are software development, deployment, and design, infrastructure as code, containers, network programmability and automation, and of course, security. As a certified DevNet expert, you will absolutely bring tremendous value to your organization. You'll not only be able to design and deliver the necessary automation solutions to transform a traditional network into an automated one, but you'll also be leading the transformation into a new culture for your organization. But let's hear from a couple of community members as to why they're so excited about these new certifications.
Hi, my name is Nuno Marques. I'm a Portuguese double CCIE and CCDE. I believe that the greatest value from any certification comes from the journey itself. The DevNet certification will provide solid goals and a structured learning path to build the necessary skill set to overcome the challenges in our rapidly changing networking and application environment. In my opinion, the deep understanding of networking combined with these new skills will allow network engineers to move forward, pushing innovation and added value to our customers, partners, and the industry itself.
Hi, my name is Freyr Guðjónsson. I'm from Iceland, and I'm a DevNet professional with a specialization in DevOps. Currently, I'm a member of the DevNet 500. I've been in networking for 16 years. Through that time, I've been trying to automate and abstract infrastructure with Perl, C, and Python and other tools. When Cisco announced the DevNet track in 2019, I was very happy that they're finally legitimizing this practice, and I want to be on the forefront of the DevNet experience.
The DevNet Expert certification achievement will be, without any doubt, a huge standout factor for any future expert network engineer.
That's why I want to take the Cisco DevNet Expert certification and help shape the future with Cisco. Thank you.
So as you can see, the much anticipated expert level certification is drumming up a ton of excitement. And if you want to learn more, absolutely go to the DevNet website and download these blueprints. They are now available, and we are so excited about them. The one other thing that I'm super excited to talk to you about today is the open enrollment to automation boot camps. Last year at Create, we announced our automation boot camps. We've had tremendous attention brought to them and tremendous value achieved by the companies that are embracing them. But the number one request that we got from our community was that you wanted to be able to attend these as an individual. Well, we heard you, and that capability is now here. And that means anyone interested in attending a boot camp can sign up for one. And the list to see what's available is on our website. Keep in mind that you can use Cisco Learning Credits to pay for these, and they also count towards your continuing education. So we are super excited. We're super excited about the Cisco training boot camps, and we are over the moon excited about announcing our Cisco DevNet Expert certifications. Thank you for your time today. Enjoy the rest of Create, and we look forward to seeing you on May 2nd.
Thank you, Par, and to all our speakers, and to each one of you for being on this journey with us today. So we encourage you to dive on in. Let's learn from our speakers and from each other. We encourage you to ask your questions to us and our speakers in our Q&A panel, and find new ways to collaborate and create while you're here. It's an exciting road ahead, and there's so much for us to do, so much that we are now able to do, from application security, IAC, FSO, and now even the DevNet Expert certification. I am so excited to be in this community. You're a group of pioneers, inventors, artists with code, wizards of the networking world. You are agents of change creating our future. I'm inspired by all of you, the work you've done in the last year, as well as the work we're going to do together. Thank you again for being a member of this community, and enjoy DevNet Create.
Hey everyone, welcome. What an amazing start to DevNet Create 2021. I was so excited to see all of that that we just covered in the keynote. I want to just talk a little bit about some of what we saw, because I really was excited to hear some of what Grace shared with us. First, it was great to meet her. I know for a lot of you, this is your first time meeting Grace, and it was so awesome to have her as part of this community now and helping us guide where we go forward in this organization. But we also talked a lot about what was accomplished over the past year, and it was so awesome seeing all of that work you've all been doing, taking these skills we've been talking about for years and putting them into action to help change things for good. Driving tech for good is one of the common themes you're going to hear across the entire event this week. So it was great to hear some specific examples of things you did to help your communities and people around the globe. It was also great hearing some of the future technology stuff that's coming out. I'm a security geek at heart, so things like API security are really near and dear to me. It's the intersection of my career-wide focus on security and my time spent in software development. So hearing from Carlos about what we're doing in that space and some of the innovation that we're driving was really great to hear. And I'm looking forward to more sessions throughout the week that are going to cover that as well. But then also hearing about things like full stack observability, which you've probably started hearing out in the market, but put a little finer point on what exactly it means to you and why as a developer you should care about it. So it is great to have all of that content come together. And then lastly, but definitely not least, we've been working since 2019, since we launched the initial DevNet certs, and it is so excited to see all of that work come together when they announced the actual launch of the DevNet Expert certification. So I'm so excited. There is another session coming up shortly where you'll be able to hear more about it, but that is such a great recognition of all of that this community does. It's a way to now show that and formalize it in the form of a certification. So I hope you stay tuned after this session to hear more about that and hear what's in store for you if you do want to pursue that. So next up, for those of you who haven't met me, I am Eric Thiel. I lead developer experience for Cisco. And this is now my 5th DevNet Create. I've been at every single one of them now. And this is such an honor to be able to sit here and see all the progression we've made. We started out as a very small community local event, and to be able to reach the whole globe now. And last year was our first virtual event. This year we decided it was so successful, we brought it back again. And being able to follow the sun and reach you all and make sure you can all actually attend and view the content that you're interested in live, including hearing a lot of regional content that might be relevant to you and your geography. It's just so great to be able to be a part of this. And for the first time, I actually get to host my favorite section, which is the recognition and the demo jam. So in this area next, we're going to talk about some of the cool things you've all built. We're going to show you and let you show your work and what you've done. And then we're going to recognize some of the members of the community that have been out there and helping grow the community, help develop those skills in people, and help them understand how they can grow their career, grow their own personal skills, and then also turn around and give back. So we've had people that have attended, received some of that training, and then turned around and started giving it back as well to the community. So it's so awesome to be able to recognize everyone as part of both of those segments. And I'm so excited. Let's go ahead and jump straight into this year's Demo Jam. Welcome to the America's Demo Jam. It is so great to be able to go around the globe this year and show you some regional demos that were put together by people looking to innovate, looking to build cool things, and that they wanted to share with the community. There are so many awesome ideas we've seen out there, so we appreciate everyone that submitted your ideas. If you weren't highlighted as part of this event, please do keep sharing them. Post them out on Twitter, post them out on GitHub. Make sure that the community can see all these cool, innovative ideas that you have and what you're doing with technology to try and break down boundaries or test out new things. The first demo I want to actually show you today is from Eric Pilko, and he was approaching a problem at home with it when we all went to virtual work. He had to struggle with some of his environmental issues. And I know that's things that I've struggled with and we've all struggled with. How do we actually fit within our house and find the right way to be successful, have meaningful interactions via video without some of the distractions around the house? And so he was struggling with that, and he really asked himself the question, after building some automations, am I lazy or am I just smart? So let's hear from him and try and see if you can judge, is he lazy or is he just smart? Eric, let's see the video.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for watching my session today. Am I lazy or efficient? Using APIs to make your life easier. I'm Eric Pilko, the leader of systems engineering for the Upstate New York public sector team here at Cisco. I graduated from Rochester Institute of Technology with a master's degree in computer science. That degree made me realize I never wanted to write code for a living, but it has certainly come in handy lately. I wanted to do a quick session on whether I'm lazy or efficient. I like to do many different things that keep me pretty busy and occupied. One way I am able to do that is by automating simple yet repetitive tasks. Who wouldn't want to do that? This little project started at the beginning of the pandemic. The only place I could set up a home office was in my basement. Basements are great in the summer because they stay cooler than the rest of the house. The downside is that in the winter, they are also cooler than the rest of the house. I decided to reuse my noisy 31-year-old space heater to keep my home office warm. I kept it under the desk by my feet. Because the heater was so noisy, it had to be off during all my calls. The problem I had was that sometimes I forgot to turn the heater off when a call came in. I would then have to have this awkward moment where I had to disappear under my desk, turn the heater off, and I would pop back into view. Sometimes I forgot to turn the heater back on because my feet were freezing. So I automated that process. And then I orchestrated it. I think it's a great example of efficiency. The first thing I had to do was round up some hardware. I had the heater, I had a Raspberry Pi. I used that to run Nginx, Flask, and Python. I also had a WebEx endpoint. The only thing I needed was a plug that had network capabilities and an API. I selected the Casa HS105 and it has worked out great. The next thing I did was create a button on the web export with the UI extensions web interface. This is what the exported XML looks like for the toggle heater button. The important piece of information here is the panel ID, Casa. The web export passes that information to a macro that I wrote. After I created that button, the macro that I wrote for the board would send a message to the Pi when the toggle heater button was pressed. I wrote a few lines of JavaScript for that, and it looks for the Casa panel event, and then the board sends a message to the Pi. I did that through the send message function I wrote to add all the appropriate HTML headers for that message. The hard part was on the Pi. I was already using Nginx for some other web services I was hosting, so I just had to create a location to proxy requests to my Flask app. The app basically checked the power state of the plug and then flipped it. This worked out great. Just like when I forgot to manually turn the heater on and off, I also sometimes forgot to turn the heater on and off with the button. That's why I needed some orchestration. I looked at the WebEx APIs and found that I could send X feedback events for calls. I added a little code in the macro to forward those messages to the Pi. When a call was answered, the heater would turn off. When a call ended, the heater turned on. That was fantastic, unless the heater was off at the beginning of a call, or I turned it on in the middle of a call because my feet got cold. The best place to keep track of the heater state was on the Pi. I added some variables to keep track of the plug state and call status. With that little bit of extra logic, I could make sure the heater returned or stayed at the correct power state. Life was grand. I was so efficient, or lazy, that I didn't have to touch anything to control the heater when I was on a call. The last thing that happened was that I had to undo all that orchestration. With another kid off to college, I was able to move my home office to a warmer room. Also, Cisco acquired Babel Labs, and the AI in there was able to remove all the sounds from that noisy heater. I now toggle the heater whenever I want without negatively impacting the audio in any of my calls. Thank you.
All right, next up in the demo jam, we have an awesome demo from Jairo and Louise. They were looking at how can I actually change the interface to a device. So pick any device that you have that has an API. You might not actually like interacting with it in the way that it's designed. Maybe there's a custom way you want to be able to interface with it that fits your workflow better, and you don't want to have to necessarily go through the way it was designed. So they actually are going to show you how you can customize the interface into any device of your choosing and build your own front end to fit exactly your workflow and how you want to utilize it. So why don't we go ahead and show that video?
Welcome to our demo jam, building custom UIs using Django web framework. My name is Jairo Leon, customer delivery architect in Cisco Systems. I have been in Cisco for 12 years. With me is Luis Rueda today, who is going to present the demo. And having said that, Luis, please take it away and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Jairo. As you mentioned, my name is Luis Rueda. I'm a senior software architect with Cisco. I've been with Cisco for more than 14 years and for more than 20 in the industry as a solution architect. What you'll see now is a video of a Django application used for web UI. In this video, we will be demoing an application built in Django that uses a view in order to query the status of the different interfaces in a CSR1KB that we have in the backend. What we have is Python code, which uses requests in order to query via RESTconf the list of interfaces and return a dictionary that contains all the different interfaces and their statuses. If we look at the application, by going here into this web page, we'll see that this dictionary is then converted into a table, and using this UI allows us to enable or disable the different interfaces. We have this action button, but this could be for enabling interfaces, what we have created, but it could be for anything. We could change the description, we could create new interfaces. Anything is possible that is available via the RESTconf interface for the CSR1KB. The code that we use in order to create this portal is located here in this GitHub repository. You can click to check and follow it and create your own Django application. Thank you very much.
Thanks for watching this short video. We hope you enjoyed it and found it very useful for your companies or for your jobs. And we hope you enjoyed the DevNet Create event.
In this next demo, we actually will see Tareem pull together an awesome demo of what you can do with voice interactive automation these days. There are so many different technologies out there, so you can pick and choose which you are most comfortable with. In this example, though, she's using Alexa to show how you could automate some day-to-day tasks or even some infrequent tasks to make it very easy to interface with and execute at scale. And so throughout this, she's going to be interviewed by Rafat, who's going to help explain just how this impacts her day-to-day job and how she can actually leverage this skill that she built for Alexa. Why don't we go ahead and check out that demo?
Hi, everyone. My name is Rafat. I'm a systems architect here at Cisco.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tehreem Tungekar, and I'm a Solution Support Associate at Lumen Technologies. Our topic for today's demo is Alexa WebEx bot deployment.
So, Tehreem, can you tell us a little bit more about this project? What problems are we trying to solve with this?
Sure. So often developers have these exciting and amazing ideas about creating bots. But the real struggle is when they have to go through different steps in order to get their bot up and running. So what we are trying to do here is we are trying to make this process easier by automating it. So by just giving one single voice command, developers would be able to deploy their bots.
Wow, that sounds pretty exciting. Are we actually able to see this live in action today?
Sure. So here I am in the Alexa developer console, and I'm going to command Alexa by saying, Alexa, ask my Lambda to deploy the bot.
Take a look. Thanks.
So while this build is running, let's take a look under the hood and see what's really going on here. So this is a user like you and I, and it's going to command Alexa by giving a single voice command. And once Alexa is invoked using this voice command, it's going to trigger an AWS Lambda function. Now, Lambda functions are serverless, so we are going to harness that serverless capability of AWS Lambda. And that way, we don't need to pre-provision resources. They are going to be automatically created once the Lambda function is triggered. So in this case, our Lambda function is going to create a CI/CD pipeline with the help of Circle CI. Now, I have already put my WebEx bots code in a GitHub repository. So Circle CI is going to pull that code from my GitHub repository, Dockerize it using my Docker container, and then going to deploy it on Heroku. Now, once our app is up and running on Heroku, what we can do is try and test it in the WebEx Teams client.
That sounds really exciting. I can't wait to see this in action today.
Sure, but before that, let's see if our build was successful or not. So let's go to our Circle CI's dashboard and see if our build was successful. And yes, it was successful. Great. Now let's go to the Heroku app, and yeah, our bot is up, which is great.
Okay, cool. Then I guess the only step remaining is to actually verify that the bot is doing what it's supposed to be doing. So we are here in our Teams app, the WebEx app, and this is the bot that we're going to be using for our testing. I'm just going to give it a few basic commands and see if this actually works. So I'm going to ask it to tell me a joke. And yeah, looks like it works. It's responding with a joke. I'm also going to ask it to create a room and see if it's able to do that. And yep, looks like that works as well. It's able to create a new room. So we'd just like to conclude by saying that the possibilities over here are unlimited. Like you could have your bot created to do the most of the amazing tasks. But as you guys already saw, the intent of our project was using a single voice command, we were able to do all of this deployment with no user intervention whatsoever. We hope this session has been informative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up is probably my favorite part of the whole event, and that is recognizing you in the community for your efforts over the past year. This is the DevNet Creator Awards. And this is our 4th year giving these out, and it never gets old to me. Seeing all of you and what you're giving back to the community, whether it's helping host events and share your knowledge, whether it's just being supportive of people on social media, or actually going out and building code and building samples and sharing that back with people so they can actually try it out themselves and really grow themselves, grow their careers. It is just so heartwarming to see all of the efforts that you all put forward. And while I would love to recognize all of you, we did have to go through all of the nominations and find some of the ones that really stood out as being exceptional, going that extra mile for the community. And so let's dive in and give those awards out right now. The first award we get to give out this year is to John Capobianco. A lot of you will know John. He actually was part of DevNet Create last year. He participated, and he again this year is participating in the Start Now channel with Duan Lightfoot. But John has been so engaged as an advocate and a leader inside of the community. He was a former instructor. He led and taught. It's very natural for him to help the community out and to help grow that skill set within the community. And we appreciate how much he's collaborated and connected with so many other people for the greater good of the community. John is well known here and appreciated for many of his code and automation exchange submissions where he is giving that code back and helping people out to see how he's done something and try it out themselves. And his general fun and thoughtful nature, where he's always there to share an anecdote or have a good laugh. You'll find John across Twitter, posting videos, blog posts, posting sample code, and he even recently open sourced a tool that he built to help drive the community forward and help enable some technology and some capabilities that were otherwise missing in the community. John, thank you for everything that you've been doing for the community. We're really looking forward to what you have in store for us next and to your continued support of the overall community with everything that you're putting out there. Next up, I want to recognize Shala, who a lot of you might know from social media as Gifted Lane. We heard loud and clear from you inside the community that Shala's stories, her thoughtful nature, and the way she encourages others to discover and explore their own journey is inspiring. We're grateful to Shala for being such an engaged advocate and a leader in the community. She's out there all the time. I'm constantly seeing her on Twitter, sharing her thoughts, encouraging others to try new things, and helping people out when they're stuck on something. On the fun side, Shala's binged Korean dramas since 2003, and she actually decided to learn the language so she wouldn't actually need subtitles when watching them. I love seeing that level of dedication, and I think it shows in all of the work that she does, including her support of the community. So Shala, thank you for sharing so much with the community, being such a great and inspirational leader, and we look forward to so much more from you in the future as well. Next up, I want to recognize David Macias. David is such an engaged advocate and a leader inside of our community. He takes time out of his already busy schedule to provide thoughtful guidance to everyone, especially in the contact center space. David does this in addition to actively promoting technology and programmability across his blogs, social media channels, and more. He's really helping make this shift in the industry and helping highlight to people the importance and the value of integrating technology together and using programmability to really streamline how we're working with that technology. We really appreciate all that David does on behalf of the DevNet community. David loves all things contact center, and it's been his passion for his entire professional career. David lives in Charleston, South Carolina with his wife and their 5-year-old son, and he enjoys the outdoors, and you'll generally find them somewhere near water, either kayaking or playing in the sand. David, thank you for all that you've done for the community and especially for helping people find innovative ways to do new things in the contact center space and to automate their bulk tasks when they're trying to get things done with contact center work. One more time, congratulations to all of the Creator Award winners. Thank you all for your contributions. Please, everyone, reach out to them, congratulate them on social media. If you know them, thank them next time you see them. It is so wonderful to be able to recognize all of your contributions. You've all done such a great thing for the community this past year. And again, thank you to everyone that was nominated, everyone that wasn't nominated but is out there giving back to the community every day. We love seeing it. It is such an essential part of the success of this community to see people that are willing to share their knowledge, to share their ideas, to help support each other when they're struggling with something. So thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate all that you do to help keep the community thriving. And also thank you to all the demo jammers. Thank you for sharing such great bits of code. I love seeing it. I love seeing the innovation and just trying new things out. The whole idea of exploring technologies, even if it seems silly up front, it unlocks so many capabilities when you first just explore and try something out. And then you can actually leverage that for something that may be really impactful down the road. So don't shy away from just doing those fun little pet projects or those little creative things around the house, because you never know when the skills you develop might actually come in useful, or even just the code that you built might come in useful for something that you need to do at work or you need to do to help someone in need. So thank you all for that as well. I appreciate you sharing it and look forward to another year worth of innovation ahead as we head into 22 and beyond. So now what to do next? Well, I appreciate all of you that are out and active in the communities. I want to make sure you continue to engage with us throughout the year. Obviously, this event is a great opportunity to share information, but throughout the year, we're always active out on community.cisco.com, and I encourage you to all participate, come share your insights, answer questions, be part of that community. It's a great way to meet other people that are trying to do similar things to you and actually share your ideas. So great place to meet people when you're looking to just interact with peers. But then also keep tuned into our blogs. We've got a great set of developer-focused blogs on blogs.cisco.com/developer, where you can actually watch and see what the latest technologies are that the team's playing around with, the developer advocates, and especially like trying new technologies out and documenting what they've found with it. But across Cisco, there's a lot of people that are working on developer interesting topics, and they share that out on the blog. So it's a great place to stay in tune with what is on the cutting edge of things. And then lastly, keep an eye on our events. Well, this is our developer event for the year. We also do a ton of local events, regional events, virtual events, webinars, workshops, hands-on opportunities where we want you to come and get engaged and try things out and explore the technology through an interactive means. So please do keep an eye on all of those pages. Great opportunities to be part of the community, engage with us on an ongoing basis. And everyone you're going to see over the course of this event, everyone from our organization, for the most part, is fairly active on social media, so you can always track us down there too if you have questions or just want to say hi. Now, what's in store for you the rest of the event? So one cool thing I wanted to call out is our approach to content this year. So thank you everyone that submitted content. We had a ton of awesome submissions. But this year, we really wanted to rotate towards something Cisco has been doing, which is we set out and we made an innovation promise to our customers. And we outlined a number of different ways in which we are going to ensure our technology is always innovative. We're trying to push new boundaries, but we're also trying to do so in reasonable ways, in good ways. And so as part of that, we laid out this innovation promise. And I thought that was the best possible backdrop to approach this event this year with. And so when you're going through all the content, you'll see it all groups into these 5 different categories that came straight from our innovation promise and how we're trying to build better products. So we wanted to share that back with the community of how can you build better products? How can you build more innovative products? How can you build more secure products? And so when you're going through all the content, if one or more of these is of interest, you can kind of search for those topics. But the ones that we talk about are customer and user experience. Obviously, if you're building any product, any solution, you want to make sure that it's very customer friendly. It's easy to use. It is equally accessible. You want to make sure that it is very easy for all people to use, not just a set of people if it's not equally accessible. Simplicity and cloud first. Obviously, everyone is driving towards the cloud, and we are very supportive of that. We are working on that inside of our platforms as well, where we want everything to be cloud first. So you'll find lots of talks about cloud native technologies, ways of deploying things in the cloud, and things to think about when you're working in the cloud. Next up is visibility and automation. You heard in the keynote already, full stack observability. Observability is so critical right now, and it's on the top of everyone's mind because with so many businesses putting so many workloads in so many places, the information is very disjointed, and it's very important to bring all of that together into business insights and business analytics and to overlay that with actual business metrics so you understand the implication of a website running slow or of a server going down. You want to understand, is that impacting your business or your application or something else? So that category is going to have all kinds of insights about how you can build solutions that have good visibility and actually can leverage automation to do some of those tasks. Next up, security built in. So this has been key to Cisco for a very long time. We've always focused on building our solutions with security in from the ground up. But now we're sharing a lot of that ideas, and we've invited the community to do the same. Share how exactly are you building security into your applications? I saw a number of talks in the agenda that I'm really excited for, anywhere from how to protect keys when they're in memory to how to actually automate and orchestrate security insights so that you can actually bring it together and act on it very quickly. So there's a great set of information out there that hopefully you'll find useful in that space. And lastly, interoperability and quality. So obviously when you're building applications, no application works in a vacuum anymore. It's important to make sure that it's very easy to interoperate with, and it has a high quality and well-documented API so that when other people want to integrate with your applications, it makes it easy for them to consume and be a participant in that integration. All right, with that, I hope you have a great rest of your DevNet Create. I'm looking forward to a ton of great sessions ahead. We have 4 different channels that you'll hear about shortly from our hosts. And I look forward to hearing afterwards and during the event from you on social media. What are you liking? What ideas are you getting? And share with us what ideas you have going forward for what you can create and bring your APIs and apps to action.
Hey everybody, I'm really excited to be here with all of you today for DevNet Create here on day 1 on the main channel. Right now, we got the 3 other channels going too. But now that we just came off the keynote, which was a blast, so much good information, I'm going to toss it over to Denise to talk a bit about how some of that went, and then we'll get you ready for the next session.
Yeah, that was some really cool, awesome demos. You know, it's great to see what we can do with APIs. And I know Eric in the demo had asked, was his project lazy or efficient? I always think automation is efficient because why do something when the computer can do it for you? You know, and then next we had the creator awards. I would like to congratulate every single one of those creator awards. Since I'm from the contact center space, I would like to personally thank David Macias. You know, I've witnessed him giving valuable answers to the community. And since I watched those forums, that definitely made my life a lot easier. And, you know, Jeff had mentioned there are 4 channels here at DevNet Create. We're here on the main channel, which you'll see is say DevNet Create. You know, we definitely want you to stick around with us. But here in this channel, we're going to have technical sessions, the regional developer tools, and then we also have the creators, which is technical sessions from the subject matter experts. Jeff, what are the other 2?
Yeah, so our other 2 channels are APIs in Action, where you're going to get a lot of tech sessions directly from like product teams and tech teams within Cisco. And then the Start Now page, all about getting started and learning how to do these things for the first time if you're not familiar with it. Now, I know we've got some more cool content coming up here soon. Denise, what do we got next?
So what we got next is actually you. You're going to interview a roundtable of subject matter experts about the DevNet expert certification. I know that's a really, really cool thing that's coming up. So let's hear what they have to say.
Hey everybody, my name's Jeff Bull and I'm a developer advocacy manager here with Cisco DevNet. I really hope you're having a great time with DevNet Create so far. I know there's a lot of amazing workshops and breakout sections, the demo jam of all things. I mean, it's just amazing. And I'm super excited to be hosting this super special roundtable all about the new Cisco DevNet expert certification. It's fantastic. This was just announced in the last week, which is amazing. It's the first expert level cert that's been put out for the new DevNet program in the last couple of years, which is amazing. So let's dig a bit deeper into what that certification is, how it works, and how to get started on your journey. Now, for the DevNet Expert Cert, as you can imagine, there's a core exam and a practical exam. The core exam that you're going to start with is the Dev Core 350-901. Blueprints are out there now. We're going to talk a bit about that. So the core exam targets your knowledge of things like software development and design, as well as your use of APIs, Cisco platforms, application deployment, security, infrastructure. You get the idea. Similar to what you've experienced with a CCIE in the past, it's a very comprehensive exam. It also serves as the first half, like I mentioned, of the certification. Now, the second exam, which is the DevNet Expert Practical exam, is going to be an 8-hour hands-on lab that requires you to do things like plan, design, develop, test, deploy, all of these things in like an environment that is very complex based off of an automation driven network, which is key to testing your skills in software deployment and maintaining software. So the practical exam is going to be available next year. That's 2022 on May 2nd of 2022. So something to remember there. However, you can sign up to take the core exam right now, which is amazing. You can also download the blueprint for these exams at cisco.com/go/devnetexpert or at developer.cisco.com under our certifications page. And the whole blueprint's listed for you, all the details on where to focus and how to get prepared for it. All right, I know that was a lot of information. So don't worry, I'm going to talk about it a bit at the end. No worries. So now let's go ahead and meet our panel. And with, in meeting our panel, I want to start off with a question to Joe and Hank. This certification is an expert level cert in the same vein that we see the CCIE. On the traditional networking side. So what I want to ask you both is, what would you say sets this certification apart? And what's the greatest value for people who earn it?
Oh, thanks, Jeff. Hello, creators. I'm Joe. So what sets us sort of apart? We in February 2020, we did announce a new set or a new style of certifications, including relaunching a lot of the expert certs with software woven into them. This is the first expert level certification where it's software and automation first. It gets to that new network engineer that's tackling those software-driven networks. And the individual who passes this exam has asserted that they are that leader. They can build that automation first team. They can solve those challenging problems, things like future of work and secure agile networks with a software first mentality.
Adding into what Joe said, one of the things that I think that's unique about the DevNet or the Cisco Certified DevNet Expert Lab exam that came through is most of the other expert level exams from Cisco focus on particular pieces of the Cisco portfolio and technology that's there. Maybe it's enterprise networking with DNA Center and the other the switching platforms and the routing platforms, or it's collaboration and it's focused on WebEx and voice over IP and video solutions from Cisco. The DevNet Expert exam is about automating these different platforms that are out there. So the types of skills that you're being checked, the tasks you're going to be asked to do are not necessarily tied to a specific piece of Cisco tech. It's more kind of a best practices operations exam where we're saying, okay, let's take this automation stuff we've been talking about for several years and apply it to the Cisco technology, which is really quite unique. It means when we put the blueprint together, it's not just know these protocols from Cisco or know this product set or this particular API. There's a lot of open source tools and libraries and best practices and mechanisms that you have to become comfortable with and how to apply those to Cisco technology. That's really quite unique from a certification exam perspective from Cisco.
Awesome. Thank you both. Really appreciate it. And I think that really speaks to the open nature of these DevNet certs and the learning that's going to take people through as they study for them. Now, I want to go over to you, Kareem. Thinking about how this certification was created, what sort of like real world opportunities do you think will be available to people who take and passed the Cisco DevNet certified expert?
If you look at the network and the infrastructure today, it's massive. It's growing, and Cisco and Cisco products are everywhere, right? The need for automation and the need for engineers to understand, and kind of what Joe and Hank touch on, the need for the engineers to understand how to get these massive networks and massive infrastructure to talk to each other in an automated fashion is there, and you can see it out there. So if if you're saying that I'm a DevNet expert and I know exactly what I'm talking about, then you can qualify for things like network automation engineer or net DevOps engineer, which is an actual skill set that's required and that's needed out there. And we see that, we see huge companies building automation teams just for that. And we're saying, hey, with DevNet expert, you know this and you can lead a project like that.
Excellent. I think that's really helpful and puts into context not just the reason for taking a cert exam, but more specifically what you're going to learn in that journey, going through the study prior to taking the exam. Awesome. Kurt, let's move over to you. So I mentioned earlier the blueprint's now available for folks to go download and start getting their heads around how to approach this. If you could pick just one thing to highlight about that blueprint, what would it be?
Yeah, that's a good question. Now, what's very important for the candidates to know is that the format is going to be very similar to our other expert exams. So the exam topics will cover the full software development lifecycle in a highly automated network. So what that means is that we will be testing on software design, development, software testing, deployment, and maintaining the solution throughout the exam. The exam topics themselves, they consist of 5 major domains, being software development, design, and deployment, infrastructure as a code, network programmability and automation, containers, and last but not least, security. And each of these domains have a specific weight assigned to them. For more details on these domain weights and together with more information on the exam format, that can all be found on the DevNet Expert Learning pages.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Now that we know a little bit more about the blueprint, and we've talked a bit about how to, what the opportunities that might be available for anyone who gets this cert, let's take a step back and talk about how anyone looking at it would even get there. Because certifications is sort of the culmination of a study process, and that's all the learning that you do, and the certification is just kind of the capstone at the end of that project. So Stuart, Hank, and Joe, I want to ask all three of you, how would you recommend somebody kind of set their sights on achieving the certification, knowing that, you know, some of the folks listening to this might be, or watching this might be just starting out. Somebody already had this DevNet professional and they're just thinking about that next step. Some people may be CCIEs and haven't dipped their toes into the DevNet cert experience yet. So how would you recommend someone approach this process?
I think one of the things that's important for anybody sitting down to prepare themselves for the DevNet Expert certification is to recognize that a conscious effort was made related to applying the types of skills that you'll see in the blueprint to real world use cases. There's a joke that's been said kind of in the certification community, like the CCIE exam was like a science experiment exam. Like, can you engineer the worst design network ever and make it function? That's not an approach that we took with the DevNet Expert exam. We took these really important skills that organizations are demanding on how to operate and change the way that they apply their network. And we looked for use cases that we hear from customers, that we hear from engineers. And that's the type of work, those are the types of tasks you're going to be asked to do. And so as you're preparing, look at those skills that we have on the blueprint and figure out and say, okay, how would I apply this in a real world day job? And that's the type of elements to go through. Recognize that automation skills don't happen in a vacuum. We've got aspects of Python automation and Ansible automation and secret management on the blueprint. You're going to be expected to pull these things together in the tasks to go after it. And so keep that in mind. This isn't a science experiment. It's not some end of the world, like, can you do this? And you'd never really do it in the real world. Like, these are real skills. Practice them in that in mind.
That's great, Hank. And I think if you've gone through the DevNet professional exams, you'll be, already familiar with some of the things that we'll be looking for within the DevNet expert certification itself, especially if you've come from that the DevNet professional background. You've already done the core or the enterprise exam or the DevOps exam or the SP Auto exam. It's going to really set you up for a lot of the tasks that you're going to see within the DevNet certification for expert.
Wow, I think Hank and Stuart took the best answers. I should have jumped in and gone first. Hank's point about a real and more practical it cannot be underestimated. So for those of you who are setting your sights on this, I mean, the old adage is you practice, and Hank used the word practice. But it's also about looking for opportunities now. How do you put these skills to practice now? How do you make your life easier through automation? If you're already doing this, look at the blueprint or the exam topics that Kurt mentioned and find areas of maybe gap or something where you feel weak in, and look to see how you might practice that or maybe incorporate some of that into your own automation. Hank also mentioned the interconnected and interoperability of things. That's something, so in the CCIE, that inner network, that's about bringing those things together. So it really is about creating practical, interwoven capabilities of automation and making them work well for your organization. So even though everything that's in the blueprint you might not find exactly fitting, you're going to find that if you practice, if you go out and you research, if you look at the documentation and some of the learning that we've provided, you're going to find some best practices that will help you get prepared and get set up to be successful.
Right on. Thank you, all three of you. I really appreciate that. And I think that sets us up nicely for what I want to ask Stuart here next, because when you, as I mentioned before, when you get a certification or complete an exam, it's really the culmination, it's the capstone of the journey of learning and practical and hands-on, like all three of you mentioned. So Stuart, could you give us a little bit of insight on some of the resources available to prepare for the DevNet expert certification?
Yeah, absolutely, Jeff. And I think Joe touched on a little bit there when he was talking about the blueprint. With all of the DevNet exams, the blueprint really, really is your best friend. And knowing and going through the domains and the topics on there is going to really strengthen your knowledge, cover any gaps that you might have, and you'll find out where your strong areas are as well. You might surprise yourself, where you're particularly strong in an area where you might not have thought you were particularly strong. DevNet has a whole bunch of really, really great content. We've worked really hard over the years to build a lot of great free content on DevNet throughout the learning labs and also with the sandboxes. So it's kind of not like the old days, back when I was doing the CCIE RNS and I sort of filled my living room up with 25 different routers and it sounded like a jet plane sort of like taking off, or, like the Millennium Falcon on the Castle Run, for example. If you can use the sandboxes, really to really leverage those to going through the blueprint tasks and to getting that much needed hands-on experience, which is expected for any sort of DevNet or expert exam within the the Cisco portfolio of exams.
Excellent, thank you. So I know we're kind of rounding out the session right now, so I want to take a couple moments before we wrap up and say, first off, thank you all. I want to give you all an opportunity before we wind down of to kind of just throw out one last piece of advice that you would give any candidate that or any person that's looking to pursue the DevNet expert. Kareem, let's start with you.
Practice, and going in, you should not, anything that you see should not be new to you. So get familiarized with the tools, know what you're doing, and get a good night's sleep.
Kurt, how about you?
That's one of the things that I would also say to candidates that are preparing for the lab exam. Make sure that you're well prepared. Make sure that you have everything sorted. Make sure that you're ready for that day, and get a good night of sleep before you do the exam. Try to rule out all of the stress that you could have.
Joe, how about you?
Kurt had a good one there. I would say relax. If you're stepping into this, you've practiced, you've come prepared, you've got everything, you got this. Take that opportunity to breathe, set your mind to what you want to do, and do it.
Hank, how about you?
Have fun. Network automation is one of the things that got me really excited about network engineering again. The DevNet expert is all about these types of skills. Enjoy them. Have fun with your preparation and even the exam.
Stuart, how about you?
Oh yeah, I think there's some really great ones already. I think time management is key, in the expert exam. Knowing the subjects inside and out, going into the exam. It's going to be a great exam. We've heard such great feedback from all of the DevNet exams, and really hope that everybody really enjoys taking this exam and enjoys everything that we've built into it.
That's awesome, Stuart. Thanks for sharing that. I really appreciate it. So I wanted to go into something a little bit more fun, because at the end of the day, certifications shouldn't just be you go take a test, hopefully you get through it, and there's this piece of paper when you're done. This should be fun. You're learning. You're building up a new set of skills for your career, which is amazing. So why don't we do this? Everyone, let's just jump in with what is something that gets you really excited about this certification, and whoever wants to go first is welcome to.
I can't believe they actually have paper anymore. We still use that. I mean, I got my CCIE back in '98, and I remember it distinctly. I was very excited when I passed it and troubleshooting was over. This was a 2-day exam. But since then, I was more in the network management space, more in operations. I didn't do a lot of CCIE-like stuff day in and day out. I was doing more with software. I was working with our Cisco Works product, for those of you out there who may remember that. So when we started to really go full bore into automation, when we had things like the embedded event manager and Tickle, and then we started to actually get serious about APIs, I was like, this is awesome. I love this. This speaks to me. I want to be that dude. I love doing this. And so the DevNet expert is just like the culmination of all of our attention there, and it's finally something that really speaks to my soul. I can go and get this, and that's an exam that really that's what I like to do. That's what wakes me up in the morning.
Yeah, and that's what gets me really excited, that we finally have that expert exam in software development for these network engineers that all the time have already been doing software things in the network, automation and stuff like that. Now, I would really invite everyone that has completed their DevNet professional, or even network engineers that are really into software development, to start their journey and exploring the DevNet expert certification. Because together with CCIE and CCDE, I think DevNet expert is going to be one of the top certifications around.
I think for me is DevNet, like the brand DevNet. Being able to say I'm a DevNet expert is huge for me. And, I look back at the journey from back in 2014 when we were getting in front of network engineers, giving them this presentation around Python and automation with APIC-EM, and being like, well, where's the CLI? And saying, well, no, there's no CLI. Now we're talking about APIs and getting data back and forth between the two endpoints, and being able to say, I was able to be there on day one, and now finally at the end of the journey, we're giving you the DevNet expert. We're validating everything that we've been teaching you for the past, 5, 6, 7 years, and saying, you can go take that lab, get the hands-on, and show your skill set that you actually have been listening and you know what you're doing. So that to me is kind of the what gets me motivated.
The thing that I think that's for me that's most exciting about the DevNet expert is that for a couple of years now, I've been out there talking about these like corner case technologies and solutions from Cisco, things like PyATS and Cisco NSO is relevant for more than just like big service providers that are out there, or leveraging Cisco modeling labs more than just for like putting together like 2 routers to go and like learn how BGP works. These are technologies that I've loved for so long, and now they like show up as first-class citizens on an expert level exam from Cisco. I mean, that's really exciting to not just be relegated to like the also ran pile of Cisco software and solutions that are out there.
I love the also ran thing. Yes.
Yeah, it's been so you go through and be like, oh, I want to talk to you about this great technology, and it's like, wow, cool. Where's the SKU? What box does it look like, right? Where's the Cisco logo printed on the side of it? And I was like, no, this is just stuff you can download and use it, and it's there. And now we can actually test you on it, and you can earn a certification and have that proof that these are skills that are legitimately needed. That's really cool.
Sorry, I was going to say that the thing about getting excited about the exam and stuff was when we launched the DevNet exam, which came out I think February 2020. My Twitter and my social media accounts with people taking the exam and sharing their experience and whether they passed or failed, but saying how great it was no matter which DevNet exam it was they were taking, whether it was the associate or whether it was a professional. And some people were crazy enough to take 3 exams back to back on the first day of the certifications launching. My iPhone actually went flat. It was next to me on the desk and it went flat because it was just DevNet certification. People were so pumped about this, and a lot of the questions right from that day one of the DevNet certification being able to be taken were being asked of, when's the DevNet expert exam? So now, knowing that this is coming and waiting for that excitement and the launch, I just can't wait to see how people booking themselves into the exam when they're coming out and sharing their experience and talking about this is going to be crazy again. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I totally agree. And actually, Hank, you said something a minute ago that you and Joe brought something up that was interesting. I can remember earlier in my career, like early 2000s, mid 2000s, working for a company and going, oh, we don't have this thing. And then learning it in CCNP and going, wow, I can't wait till I work someplace that has that so I can play with that too. And it's super cool to know that you can just go download these things and just do them now. You don't have to wait till you get a particular job or some part of your career that maybe you get to touch those technologies. You can just do it. It's really rad.
As a content creator, one of the other things that excites me about the DevNet expert is, as much as I love putting together like an introduction to Python or an introduction to this technology, like I've got a whole suite of new advanced and expert level topics and examples and demos and classes and sessions at events that now can be written because there'll be an audience for those because there's an official path for them. Again, not that I have any problem with doing an intro to Python, but I can't wait to dive in and be like, let's actually look and dive into like the robust error checking and how to use classes appropriately and how do we actually make sure that we're following good best practices and it's not just like embedding secrets in the middle of like your code. So
awesome. Thanks everyone. I really appreciate it. I want to say that's going to do it for today. I really want to thank Joe, Stuart, Kareem, Kurt, and Hank for being here and providing all this really interesting information and helpful, hopefully, for all of you who are looking to pursue the DevNet expert certification. If you're interested, once again, you can go to our website at www.cisco.com/go/devnetexpert or developer.cisco.com and go to our certifications page for the blueprint and all kinds of information that should be helpful, etc. My name is Jeff Bull. Thanks again for joining us. Enjoy the rest of DevNet Create.
Wow, who's excited for the DevNet expert certification? it's been a journey since 2019 where we started with the associate exam. And it's nice to finally see that the expert exam is going to be no longer coming soon. And we actually have a date, and that date is May 2nd, 2022. And remember, you can schedule your exam 3 months in advance. So definitely mark your calendar so that you can be ready to take it right when it's available. Speaking of exams, we're happy to be able to give all you attendees some discounts. We have 50% off of the DevNet exams. And remember, the core exam is part of the DevNet expert certification. So you can definitely get 50% off. Then we have 45% off of the press books. More offers can be at cs.co that create 21 offers. Great session, Jeff. What do we have coming up next?
That's pretty cool. Thanks for Denise. I'm really jazzed about all these offers. That's gonna be so cool. So coming up next, got 2 sessions back to back. One with Brandon and Stuart talking about Tab9 and how developer tools can really help out developers, simplify their lives and make writing code just easy and fun. And then after that, Mandy Whaley from Microsoft is going to talk about their approach to building APIs and SDKs in a customer-centric fashion. Remember, follow us on social, join the conversation, #DevNet, #DevNet Create, and in just a minute, we'll get started with that. We'll see you back here right after that session.
Hi, everybody. My name is Stuart Clark. I'm a developer advocate here with Cisco DevNet. And this session is how Tab9 helps developers and how it can easily adopt new Cisco SDKs and APIs. I'm really grateful to be joined today by Brandon, who is from Tab9. Hey, Brandon, thanks for joining us at DevNet Create.
Likewise, Stuart, thank you so much for having me. And we'll go to the fun story how you got here, but great to be here and great to get to spend some more time with the whole Cisco world.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah,
good.
Why don't you tell us about Tab9 and what you do at Tab9?
Sure. So I am lead up dev engagement and biz dev just to help ecosystems and help developers connect what they're doing, the millions of developers using Tab9 to the platforms they love. And so being uber simple, that's obviously what we're doing. Context-wise, probably is useful if you're not a Tab9 user. Tab9 is going to feel like to developers like autocomplete in the ID of choice, whichever ID you want. The difference is that Tab9 behind the scenes is a complex machine learning model that has been trained on fully permissive open source code and then trains also on your local code. And so while Tab9 feels like autocomplete, it's going to knock out big chunks of code. It's going to be I think the best feedback we usually get is like, whoa, my goodness, Tab9's reading my mind, which is awesome. That's what we want to do. So our goal here is pretty simple, is take the same practices that we've seen in a bunch of other developers use it generally and apply it to a specific use case, which is the adoption of Cisco's SDKs and APIs. And the need is just, as Cisco moves quickly, how do you as a developer pick those best practices up? And how do you do it in code time, right? So how does it show up? Not, and I go out and look at docs, which you should, but how do I get that recommendation best practice while I'm writing the code such that it really helps you become a better programmer? And that's the vision of Tab9 that we've been doing about 5 years. And we're excited sort of on this journey then to be really specific on how we can make that feel great for Cisco. And how we got here, like, I'm going to throw it to Stuart. You can tell us how we got here because you're the one that started us off.
Yeah, thank you. It's great. And I've been a Tab9 user for nearly 2 years now. I'm writing a lot of code around Cisco's APIs. I found how Tab9 has, really helped me write a lot better code, a lot more cleaner code. And it also, as you're starting to use it every day, as you said, it becomes more intuitive and it's learning what you're, doing, the patterns that you're doing with certain APIs. So it's certainly helped write my code. If you've seen any of the demos in the past at DevNet Create, or you've seen any of the live stuff that we've done with DevNet, you'll have seen, it's seen it in action in my IDE. So I'll tell you what, why don't we jump into a demo now, and I'll start doing some coding with and show you how I'm using Tab9 in my environment.
Perfect. Nothing more fun than that.
Right, let's just bring up the terminal and then we'll jump into the demo.
Sounds great.
Thanks, Brandon. So we're going to jump into a demo side now and look at Tab9 and how I'm using it today within my environment. as you can see, I'm using VS Code as my IDE of choice, and I've just created a quick folder just called sd1_SDK, and this is a Python file in a folder. And you can see here on my screen that I've got no code at all written. The Python SDK is already installed, and I've just installed this from pip as it's available on PyPy. It's the Python_Victala SDK for SD1. And so I've already pre-installed that in the background. This is an SDK with SD1, which I've been using for quite a while now. I'd say, over a year. So tab 9 has had the ability to see how I've been writing code and some of the things that I've been doing with this, historically for the last year, in demonstrations and as part of my everyday job on DevNet, writing code and helping community with the SD1 APIs using the SDK. So what I've done is I don't actually have tab 9 installed right now. I've actually just quickly uninstalled this from the the pieces and bits that I have installed in VS Code and all the extensions, etc. So I want to show you what this looks like when I'm not actually using it. So if I just go through some of a basic example here of using the SDK just for a quick example, and this would be getting idea of getting and using the API with SD1 and via the SDK to authenticate with vManage, and then to essentially then pour some details back from the vManage fabric across all of the devices connected into this. So typically, with Python, I just want to start importing this. And as you see, we start writing the from here, and then I want to start, bringing this in here, and you'll see I'm not the fastest typewriter in the world by any such means, but then I'm starting to bring in, vManage, and you can see, here I am just, typing this away, and I know this API, fairly well. So I'm making typos as I'm actually going on. So yeah, I'm just bringing this in, and you can see I get kind of a few little hints from VS Code already, but it's nothing that's actually helping me speed up. I think I've spelled authentication on there. Authentication. Nothing that's actually helping me. A kind of a great deal. It's not making me write code any sort of quicker, that's for sure. And so I'm just going through some of the steps and things to be able to do this. And right now I'm just setting up my environment to import the necessary requirements here to actually start working with the API. Like I said, I'm getting a little bit of help here. Let's just save this as I go along, and then import. So we've done. Oops, sorry, missed a section there. Miss this off, and then we start to sort of bring in the some of the bits and pieces here, which are included within the SDK. So I'm starting to bring in the environment, that kind of stuff, into the workflow here. So let's just do this, and then what I need to do is have caps lock on, vManage, and then _host. So you can see here that I'm typing along, getting on fine, but progress is a little slow. And if I was new to using this, I'd be going back and forth into the documentation a little bit. So let's see the advantages now of moving this forward, and then if I have tab 9 in here, what's going to be the difference and how this is helping me. So I'm using a Mac, and like I said, VS Code is my choice here. So I just press Command Shift and X, I think is a shortcut, and then here we go to just install tab 9. Oops, there you go, tab 9. There we go. So simple, just install it onto here, and it comes, straight into the extension. And close my extensions off now. And then, once we've downloaded it, you get all of the information from the plugin and all the extension information here, of how you can start using tab 9, within your environment. Some great tips and tricks in here, bits and pieces and stuff. So let's just close that out. Go back to the code, and then just close that. So I've got a bit more space. You can see tab 9 is now running as well down here in the bottom space and stuff, and we'll explore that in just a second and how that's installed. But now let's carry on. So if I type in here vmanage, you can start to see that there is some, oops, helps if I type vmanage right. You can start to see some pieces here, and we can start to see, tab 9 starting to include this, and you can see here from this little the wrench sign and the icon for tab 9, and tab 9 is saying, these are the things that I think you're going to type based on, historically, what you've been writing on from what I've learned. So the next step, what we would do in the SDK is we'd specify our username. You can see tab 9 is saying, from past experience of you using this SDK with the API, these are things that you've commonly typed, and we are bang on the money here, where we start to look at adding the actual username in here, and you can see it's fully complete in this. So instead of having to type this out like I did the last line, I simply just click, and it adds the rest of the thing. We specified here on line 6 with the vmanage host, and this is going to pull this information in from a YAML file. I'm using a YAML file in the background to pass the details from this particular piece of code. But then the next thing, we've done the host, we've done the username. So what would be next? Well, then we would have the password, and hey presto, this is starting to help us out a great deal here with. This is what you've used historically in the past. Then typically I will be doing a pretty print and setting up the indentation, which will come next in here. So I can just go ahead. Tab 9 says, oh yeah, we're going to do pretty print. I'm going to do equals pprint again, and it's going to start to bring this out. And you could see that it gave me a couple of options there, because there is a couple of options that we're going to come here, and VS Code is, tab 9 is going to say, well, which one do you want to use? So I wanted actually to use this one. Now I need to set up sort of indentation. Again, tab 9 is jumping in here saying, yep, indentation, what am I going to specify that to? It's never going to say what indentation you've used to is going to happen, because at different styles of code and on different examples I might be using a different form of indentation or different length of indentation based on how much I'm going to be pushing out here. But you can see already how it's starting to bring out loads of new features here and make actually writing a lot quicker. Again, here I'm going through the authentication, and it's starting to help me out. Now this is where you start to, I need to get, I made a mistake there. It should be there you go. Authentication. Let me just go back here. Now we start to see this really starting to power up, because we've typed all of these lines here on 6, 7, 8, and 9. We're pulling all the information in from the SDK now, and past history from my previous experience of working with this, and I'm able to simply just click here, right here, and it fills out all of that information for me. So this will be the next step here in our authentication. Here we've created the shortcut here for auth. We've got now host, vmanage, username. Do have to put a little bit of extra work into here, but this then completes itself. So you can see how much quicker this was for me to write code, how much quicker this was for me to start using the SDK. But as I've been saying throughout this, a lot of this has been built up from my experience. Now I'm working with other two folks on my team. They're the two people on our team, Quinn, the awesome developer advocate on our team, and Chris, great developer advocates. they're also doing work with SD-WAN, and they haven't done as much work with SD-WAN as as I have. And they're setting up new sandboxes for things like SASE and integration of SD-WAN with ACI, which is the things that Quinn and both Chris advocate for. They want to start using this as well. So can I help them? Can Tab9 help them? Well, yeah, absolutely we can, because what I can do is I can actually, and I have done is, I've created a team and I've called it the DevNet DAs team. By creating this team, I can share all of my experience and all of what Tab9 has learned about using the SDK and the API for SD-WAN. I can share this with both Chris and Quinn, who have never used this before. So they would have a similar experience to me as what we saw when I used the code there without having Tab9 installed, going back and forth, between the documentation, writing code from, complete scratch without any assistance from Tab9. That's how they would get it. Now that they're part of this group, they would automatically almost inherit everything that Tab9 has learned about the SDK, about the API, based on my experience and the intelligence which Tab9 has. So this is how we can then start sharing this out there. So this makes really the adoption of both SDKs within our advocate team so much more quicker. And this is where we start to see the real power of, having this team within Tab9. And I'm only sharing this with the people I want to share this with. They're the only people who can get this information because they are in this team. And I can take people in and out of that team as I see fit. I can add more people to that team within our developer advocacy team. There we go. That was the demo. You've seen how I'm using Tab9 within my VS Code using the SDK for SD-WAN. It's just so impressive to use. It's so easy to use. So before you go, Brandon, I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Of course.
What is the one innovation that you've created or you wanted to create since the pandemic?
So I'm blessed to have 3 awesome children, but in the pandemic, that means they're home and we were doing a whole lot of home homework. So the part that I automated, but it was okay, not awesome, was like, hey, the copying, the uploading of all of their files into all the different programs that our teachers use. So I think I got a good appreciation of just how tech ed is still got plenty of distance to go, and just built basic workflow, because copying, uploading into all the right places with their homework was, so got that done. That was my little innovation. It still has a long way to go, and there's plenty of work in that space, but I'm sure mine is not too different from a number of other parents that are out there.
That's awesome, buddy. No, and if you're anything like me, the SLA that my wife has, and our son has to come and fix the internet when it goes down or anything that's broken, it's pretty tight, and I think I'm in for them some SLA credits right now.
You're going to go need them back and make sure that you bank a few more, so you're going to need them in the future.
It's a job that's never done. Brandon, I'd really like to thank you for joining us here at DevNet Create this year, and go and check out Tab9. It's it's really, really awesome. Thank you again, Brandon. I hope everyone can stick around for the rest of the sessions coming up now at DevNet Create. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks for having me. Look forward to it.
Take care now.
Cheers.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mandy Whaley. I'm so excited to be here with you at DevNet Create. And I'm really looking forward to sharing with you some of the things that me and my whole team have been learning about building customer-driven SDKs and APIs. So I'm part of the Azure DevTools team at Microsoft. And the team that I lead builds the Azure SDK for all the different Azure services. We work in Python and Java, JavaScript, .NET, and we also work on our tools for developers like Visual Studio and VS Code and how to make those tools work great with Azure. We also spend a lot of time on API design and work with groups across Microsoft on developer experience. I live in Austin, Texas. During the pandemic, I learned how to knit, and I've knitted 20+ hats So I'm really looking forward to fall and it cooling down a little bit in Austin. I've also got 3 amazing dogs. You might hear them during the talk, who knows. You can find me on Twitter, and I'm always excited when people reach out. So before I dive into how we're building customer-driven APIs and SDKs, I want to introduce the group that I work in a little bit. So Microsoft Developer Division we call it DevDiv, and it's responsible for most of the developer tooling that Microsoft ships. So like I said, Visual Studio Code, .NET, and Azure Developer Experience. And one of the things that I really enjoy about Developer Division is that it's an organization that has a culture that drives this learning versus knowing mindset. And that's really present across all of Microsoft. But in DevDiv, we really bring this into how we build products and how we build tools for developers. And it's such a big part of our culture that our group has actually written 2 books about this. One is around the customer-driven culture and really building this learning culture within an organization. And the other one is the customer-driven playbook. And this is a book about how you can take some techniques and apply this to really understanding customers' needs, whatever kind of tools or products you're working on. And these have been part of a really great learning journey that I've been on since I joined Microsoft. And I wanted to share some of what I had learned with you. So I encourage you to check them out, read the books, they're great. We're going to cover like this much of introing some of the ideas. So definitely go check out the full book. At the center of this is an idea that you need to create value for the customer to create value for a business. And you need to be feeding this like a feedback cycle, right? They both depend on each other. Creating value for the customer creates value for the business, creating sustainable value for the business creates value for the customer. And so really understanding the customer's needs is at the core of what we're going to look at next, which is called the hypothesis progression framework. This is a framework that we use in Developer Division and in our SDK team to really understand how developers are approaching problems, what kind of things they're trying to use in their workflows, and how our tools can help them. So this quote really captures a lot of it for me, which is that we spend a lot of time capturing our assumptions and writing them down and formulating them into hypotheses that can be tested. And then we run a wide array of experiments throughout our whole development process. And we keep on track to see if we're validating or invalidating our own hypotheses that we wrote. And just to help show kind of like how much this is a part of the way we interact and plan and develop and learn, we had more than 10,000 interactions between a DevDiv employee and a customer last year. That's from a blog post from one of our team members, which is amazing. And so what I wanted to do today is walk you through some examples of this hypothesis progression framework and then talk about how we're using it in the SDK team. So there's multiple parts to the way this progression framework works. Really, there is a study of hypotheses that relate to the customers. Are you understanding who the customers are and what they need? What are the problems that those customers are facing? And then from there, you move into the more product-focused phase, where you're looking at concepts. What kind of concepts can you think of or would you put as a hypothesis to solve the problems that the customers are facing? What kind of features help make that concept real and help really solve those problems, and are they effective? And then what's the business outcome that you're driving? So in simple questions to think about for each one of these phases, with customers, it's, do the customers exist? Are our assumptions right about the type of customers we're talking to? What problems do they have? Are we understanding their needs and what's really frustrating them? Is there more work to do to understand, where those friction points are? Concept. We think of a concept. Does this concept really solve the problem? Are the customers finding value in it, in that it solves the problem? And how do we test that? The features. Can you really successfully use this feature? Is the feature really coming through on the promise, and are they satisfied with it? And then the business outcome. Are you getting to the business outcome that you're looking for? And to really make it easy to kind of dive in and apply this hypothesis and really look at how you can go and test these different assumptions, we have some great sort of templates that you can use to build up the hypothesis for each phase. So for the customer phase, you're really looking at, we believe, because it's a hypothesis, it's an assumption, we believe that this type of customer are motivated by this motivation when doing a certain job to be done. And that is really kind of at the core of the formula that we'll look at as we go through the progression and framework. Once you know that the customer exists, then you can start testing the problem. We believe that this type of customer we just talked about are frustrated when they're doing this job because of this specific problem. And here you're really working on narrowing in on what's the problem that the customer faces. And then the concept. This is where you have a concept that may solve some of that pain that the customer is facing, solve some of the problem. And you're writing a hypothesis around, we believe that this concept solves the problem. And then we'll know that that's true when we hit a certain criteria. What are you looking for to see that the concept actually works? Within the concept, there may be lots of different features, many different ways to go about solving the problem. And so you can have hypothesis for certain features. How is the customer using the feature? Are they successful with the feature? What's the criteria for knowing that they're successful? And then the business outcomes can be many things. It can be dollar driven. It can also be things like customer loyalty. It really can be any kind of business objective outcome you're looking for. And again, important to have a criteria that lets you know when you're reaching that and how you validate that hypothesis. So what I would like to do next is look at a very general example. And then we will get progressively down into some specific SDK ones. But I wanted to start with a problem that I think a lot of people can relate to right now. This is a problem I've got at my household. Anybody else? During the pandemic, we're staying in more, we're being super careful, we're ordering a lot more things. And because of that, we have a lot more cardboard boxes stacking up. And so I wanted to take this problem and really work it through those steps and write those hypotheses to look at, how you would apply them to a problem that maybe some other people besides me are also experiencing. So for the customer, remember we're looking for a type of customer, a motivation, and a job to be done. So the way I took this hypothesis is, we believe that people ordering more packages during the pandemic, so that's our target customer, are motivated to quickly break down the boxes while they're processing their cardboard for recycling, right? We're trying to get it into whatever your city requires for recycling, but you have a lot of it to do. So we could test that hypothesis and find out, are people really doing it for recycling, or are they using it for other purposes? Is it really the pandemic that's causing this to happen because it's more packages? What's really going on there? And then we would get into the problem. What's the problem that they face? And my hypothesis for this problem is that the people ordering the packages are frustrated when they're breaking it down because the amount has increased. It's like so much to deal with versus the amount of cardboard that I'm used to dealing with at home. My home process does not scale for the number of boxes that we have showing up each day. So we could go and test that. Is that really the problem, or is there some other problem that is actually at the root of what's causing the issue for people? Then the concept. So a concept that I think could solve this. And then how will we know if the concept is actually solving the problem? So for my hypothesis for my cardboard box problem, I've come up with a concept called the home scale cardboard baler. There's these things for industrial scale that help you bale your cardboard up really neatly and don't take a lot of interaction. But there doesn't seem to be anything that exists for, your household. So my concept is a home scale cardboard baler. This will solve this increased need for cardboard processing. It'll help us do it faster. And we'll know that that's true if we can get to a 50% reduction in the time to process the cardboard. So that's an example of a concept hypothesis. Then the feature. So for the feature, I need to actually think about how I'm going to accomplish this. How am I going to make it faster for them? And then are the customers really being successful in using it? So for my feature, I came up with a feature called Auto Crush. And we believe people ordering packages during the pandemic will be successful in solving their problem using Auto Crush, which is throw your boxes in, push a button, it crushes it, makes a nice little cardboard bale that I can send to my recycling. And we'll know if this is successful when we see people actually being able to use the Auto Crush feature and getting those Auto Crush bales. And then for my business outcome, since this is a early phase of this venture, I decided to focus on customer loyalty. What I really want to see as an outcome is growing a loyal customer base who's going to talk about the home scale baler on social media and hopefully refer other customers to our site. So, real problem, a little bit, tongue in cheek on, I don't think I'm actually going to build a home scale cardboard baler, but I think someone should because I actually need this product. But hopefully it gives you a really great way to think about, you could take it to a problem maybe that you see that's tech or not tech related, and how you could actually kind of phrase those hypotheses. So the other important part about this is that there is a progression throughout all of those stages. You're formulating the hypothesis, you're running lots of experiments to try to invalidate or validate your hypothesis, and then you're doing sense making, which is the bringing back in the data and really making your observations and making sense out of it, and thinking about how that informs the next step in the process. And sometimes you may loop back to earlier steps and then go forward again. This is really similar to the iterative kind of build, measure, learn cycle that a lot of us are probably familiar with. So now I'd like to dive in a little bit to how we use this in the Azure DevTools team. Now that we've got a basis for understanding what these hypotheses look like and how we kind of work through that progression. So just a reminder of the team, we build about 100 different Azure SDK libraries in Python, JavaScript, .NET, Java, and Go. So we work with lots of kinds of developers who have really different needs in terms of what they expect from a library, how they want their documentation to look, how they want their library to act and perform. So it's really critical for us to use this in understanding the needs of each language group. We also work with teams across Azure on API design and developer experience and understanding what makes an API easy to work with, how you use it with all the different services. Some of the services we work with you might recognize like Key Vault, storage, Cosmos DB, and lots more. And then we partner really closely with VS Code. If you've used any of the Azure VS Code extensions, like the extensions for functions or app service or Bicep, which is our infrastructure as code language, we work on those extensions. And so there's a lot of great things we can study there in terms of developer workflow, how people want VS Code to help them use these different Azure features. So some of the things that we have used HPF to really dive into and understand, and where we're always making sure that we're going back to this learning mindset. Some of these are things like error handling. So error handling is really interesting. Lots of different errors that developers can encounter and many different ways that you might want to handle them. This can cover everything from how you want to be messaged about the error, when you want that message, how you understand the message, what kind of errors are being given. So there's a lot of different things to study. Documentation. Documentation is, has many different aspects to it in terms of, do you want more code-centric documentation? How is the getting started part of the documentation? What's documentation needed for each kind of language? So this is a place where HPF can really help you understand the needs. Another area we spend a lot of time thinking about is helping people move to new version of the SDK library. All of Azure and our Azure services are always growing and adding new features, and our libraries evolve along with that. We want to make sure people are learning about those new versions and able to migrate to them in an easy path. That's a great place that HPF can really help. API guidelines and standards. This is a place where you can use the same kind of progression and hypotheses and learning about your customer, but it might be an internal customer, a team that you work with, that you're building something together. That can be really helpful. Versioning and lifecycle, naming everything from API endpoints to package names to actually just the terms that you use in your documentation. There's a lot to be understood there. And then developer workflows. How are people wanting to work? What do they expect? Are you able to fit into the different expectations of each language group? So these are some of the things where we've really dug in and written lots of hypotheses and talked to lots of developers to really understand how we can solve their problems, and then are we solving the problems? Some of the lessons learned that we've, I think that have really stood out to me in this process is by writing down the assumptions as hypothesis and then going and working to validate them or invalidate them, it really provides a lot of focus. Like if you take documentation as a part of developer experience, which is even broader. Documentation covers a lot of different things, and deciding where to focus and how to make clear progress on that. This is where HPF can be very, very helpful. There's lots of ways that you can do the learning part, how you can go and validate the hypotheses. Customer interviews, usability studies, surveys, usage data, many, many more, whatever you brainstorm there. And what's been important to notice there is that the hypothesis tells us what we need to go learn, and then the tools help us achieve that learning. So that's a way that we really view that. And then another observation I've had is that using this process really can help an organization or a bunch of teams or a connected cross-organization team speak the same language. It provides a really good structure for communicating goals and results. And it also gives a great structure for tracking the data that comes back in and doing the analysis and the sense making and the learning. So these are all really important parts that you start with the hypothesis, but you get to all of these as you work through the whole process. Some of the conversations that we have found really useful to have when we are working on the customer hypothesis validation and the problem hypothesis validation, these are a few examples of things that can be helpful, like really trying to understand the type of customer you're talking to and what are they really skilled in? Like, where are their strengths? What are they motivated by? What are they influenced by? Spending a lot of time understanding the jobs to be done, and maybe even like the jobs to be done within the jobs to be done can really be helpful. And then on the problem side, I think the one around understanding what they might be lacking to actually get the job done that they're trying to do is a really useful one. And then do they have current workarounds? That can be really helpful to understand kind of what's causing them frustration, where you might have an opportunity to solve a problem. And then here's an example of how you could use this hypothesis framework for a topic related to SDKs. This really dives into that migrating to a new version. So if you were taking the examples we looked at for our cardboard baler example and moving them to be about SDKs, you could write something like, this specific language, pick your favorite language, developers have written code that uses an older version of an SDK, and they haven't used the latest version. And so they are motivated, we believe they are motivated to minimize and avoid conflict with older versions of the SDK when they are adopting the new version of the SDK. And then you could go and test, is there really that their main motivation? Are they trying to avoid the conflicts with the older versions, or is it something else? The next one is same target group of customers, developers who have used the older version, but haven't used the latest one. Are they motivated to learn about a new SDK, to learn what's, the new capabilities, the new features of a new SDK, what's available, without negatively impacting their existing code? Is that a primary motivation for these customers that they have when they're adopting the latest version? And you could build up, many, many different versions of this, and then you can go test those through the conversations. And in the conversations, you might ask things like, tell me about the last time you were adopting a new version of an SDK. What did you do? What was your motivation? What were you hoping to achieve? And that can really help you dive into the motivation parts of it. So I hope that this was super helpful to you. It's been really fun to share some of our journey, and this is a journey that we're constantly on and always learning about how we can build new things in our Azure DevTools team. There's some great blog posts that have the links to the book, talk about some of the HPF topics I talked about today. And then there's also some great resources for the Azure SDK. We've got our releases, which always has the up-to-date releases, a blog where you can find tips and tricks, and then you can find all the VS Code Azure extensions. We're also hiring in DevDiv. We're hiring across the whole organization in DevDiv, and we're also hiring in Austin. So check out those links if that's interesting to you. You can find me on Twitter at Mandy Whaley. I would love to hear from you. And you can also keep track of what's going on with the Azure SDK on Twitter with @AzureSDK. So thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful DevNet Create. Enjoy, meet, participate in the chat. The community that gets connected through DevNet Create is one of the best things about it. And so happy to be here and great to see you.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Those were some pretty legit sessions. Watching the Tab 9 one was super cool to see, like autocomplete for code, basically. Like I cannot wait to get my hands on that trial and give it a shot. And then Mandy Whaley, it was so good to see her again, and see one of her sessions. The learning, how other organizations look at the creation of APIs, SDKs, and basically focusing on the customer and customer first when it goes to how they interact with those tools, I think is a huge help. So just a quick reminder for everybody while we're here is that you can interact with us live, not just on social. On social, #DevNet, #DevNet Create. You can find us everywhere. It's fantastic. You can also interact on the Q&A. So if you look on the little panel on the right-hand side of your screen in the browser, if you're doing this through our browser, you can see the Q&A panel. Type in your questions, not the answers, as I said earlier. Type in the questions and we will get you answers. That's how that works. And there's a little button at the bottom of the screen you can click to join the live chat, which is pretty rad. All right. Also a reminder, the Secure Code Warrior Challenge is going on all day today and tomorrow. You can jump in. It's called Devi Defends. Eric mentioned it a bit earlier. 2-day challenge. It's designed for all skill levels, and the top 25 winners are going to go on to the next challenge called Devi Secures. And I think Denise has got some more information on it.
Yeah, if you are part of the Secure Code Warrior Challenge, you can win prizes. And the prizes can include hoodies, t-shirts, even a Raspberry Pi computer kit, headphones, and Devi plushes. I know a lot of people have their Devi plushes. Sorry, you cannot get his accessories. I made those for him. So definitely, if you want some gear, but you do not actually want to do the challenge, you can definitely check out some stuff at the Cisco store. So what we have coming up next is Maxim from Microsoft talking about Azure and how it empowers the developers to focus on business logic. Then following, we have Tade from HMC talking about computational thinking for non-developers to start thinking about code. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hello folks, let's talk about Azure for the web front-end developers. Microsoft's global mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. It's absolutely applicable to Azure and web front-end developer individuals and teams. And I will show you this. My name is Maxim Salnikov. I do developer engagement in Microsoft Norway. And by the way, let's stay connected on the Twitter. WebMaxRU is my handle on pretty much every social media. Quickly about myself. I built on web for more than 20 years, since the end of last century. And also, I'm big fan of developer communities and technical events. I organize a few of them myself here in Norway, where I live. And of course, I do lots of technical speaking, blogging, content creation, etc., etc. And also, another part of my personality, I do I produce some beats and do some DJing, of course, on hobby level. Why do I ever talk about this kind of my activities? Well, this is how it all started, all the story about Azure and frontend. As a DJ, I was missing one particular tool, free online real-time counter of BPM, beats per minute. And well, as a web developer, I created the one for myself. And it works in the browser, every browser on every platform, and it's purely web frontend, just set of static applications. And more technical details. It's a progressive web app, so it works offline, and you can even install this as a native application. I even gave a name to this tool. I call this BPM Techno, and everything looks cool while it's on my local host, right? So I have this tool for myself, and this is definitely not the place for this tool to be. So I started to think, what's next? What are my plans for this tool? Definitely, I want to share this with the global community of musicians and DJs so more people can get benefits of using this nice utility. Plus, I want to develop it further. I have some small features in my roadmap, And at the same time, I want to keep my expertise as a web front-end developer. I don't want to know too much about how hosting works, how this deployment works, and how backend works. I just want to code cool stuff in JavaScript. So I started to imagine what could be the dream offering from some cloud provider for me as a web front-end developer. So I put my web front-end developer hat on. The hosting itself, absolutely no question. It should be the fastest and super reliable. Plus, we talk about global community of DJs and musicians, right? And I want this application to be as close as possible to these folks in every country and every continent. Technically, this is single-page application, so it requires some extra routing from the server side. So I definitely want to have it. And of course, since I gave the name to this tool, VPN Techno, I want to register separate host name, separate domain, and definitely I want to serve this as HTTPS, and I don't want to invest into buying my personal SSL certificate. Next, if you talk about deployment, how do I put my code to the servers? I don't want to think about it at all. I just want to write my code, push it into the repo, and I don't want to become DevOps engineer to just set all these things listed in the hosting part myself. Plus, I mentioned about some extra features I want to add, something related to simple API, simple backend, for example, gather some stats, some feedback, and maybe later I want to create a sort of user account where DJs can, for example, get stats on their favorite tempos, on their favorite BPMs they calculated using this tool. And I want to, again, stay in my comfort zone of web front-end developer. I want to just write JavaScript code for this. I don't want to think about all the infrastructure needed for the backend. I don't want to dive too deep into the technicalities of how authentication works. No, I want some nice helpers. And of course, I want to run everything locally just for testing, just for debugging. It might be challenging sometimes to test authentication locally on my machine. Plus, in addition to all these points, after all, this is my hobby project. I don't want to invest too much money. I invest efforts, but not dollars. So I want to get all this cool stuff for free. And you know what, folks? I found the solution. It's called Azure Static Web Apps. Well, I'll be honest. I contribute to this project. I help my colleagues from Azure engineering team to make this product better. Well, I started, I succeeded. Now my project is online and I want to share how I made it so you can do the same. And before the live demo, just a couple of how-tos. How to start. It's that simple, so we will not spend too much time here. So you have two main big options. We corresponding extension for VS Code, super convenient. You just open your front-end project, you click create Azure Static Web App, and you follow wizard steps to create the one. Similar experience you will have with Azure Portal. Again, create static web apps resource, and Wizard will guide you through the rest of the steps. And which will be the steps? First, you just point to particular repo on, let's say, on GitHub, where your code is located. Then, just a couple of questions about your app configuration. Where is folder for this, and where is folder for that? Then you count 3, 2, 1, or depending on the complexity of your application, it might be a bit too longer, and bam, you see your application online. You will receive some development domain, some random words as domain.azurestaticapps.net. As easy as that. From code repo to online, globally distributed in a few moments, couple of clicks from your side. When it comes to deploy a new version, as I explained, I don't want to care about this process at all, as much as possible. So what are the steps here from the next version of your application to make it globally available everywhere? Step number 1, you write your code, you push it to the repo. And your default, there is no step 2. It all happens automatically. So yeah, no further actions from you required. Of course, under the hood, many things are happening. So after you merge your code to the main branch, it ends up in your code repository, right? It starts GitHub Actions workflow, which was created while you created this Azure Static Web App resource. In particular, it runs application build for Vue, and it carefully takes this set of static resources created after this build, your HTML files, JavaScript, CSS, whatever you have in your application, and copies these to the servers. It all happens under the hood. And by the way, on the technical note, you can use corresponding services from Azure ecosystem instead of GitHub ones. The next how-to is how to develop all these things locally. We have also helper here called Azure Static Web Apps Command Line Interface, CLI. Which helps you first to have a live development server which supports all the configuration, which kind of mimics how it happens on Azure servers, and it helps you with two quite non-trivial things to reproduce. It's authentication and proxying your API request. So you develop, test, debug both authentication and API servers right on your local dev machine before pushing this to the cloud. So let's make it. You just install this this library, this package, and then you have a command available globally called SWA start. And you might want to pass a couple of parameters to fine-tune the flow for your particular application. For example, for majority of React applications created by CRA, Create React App, this will look something like this. One command to start full dev environment on your machine. Okay, Maxim, I hear you saying, show us the demo. We are here. Let's do the demo. Yeah, here we go. After some stabilizing, it shows very exact BPM, beats per minute. And now, of course, it measures BPM of my speech. I don't think that it will give us some interesting information out of this. But this application shows all the power of modern JavaScript, all modern browsers and web APIs. It all happens client-side. In the browser, no audio stream goes to the server to process and analyze data to calculate bits per minute. And thanks to API functions we can have as a part of static web apps, we can create a simple backend. And I used this opportunity to organize very simple voting, thumbs up or down. So let me vote that it went correctly. Yeah, and this API was called API feedback. Okay, this is the application. What about technicalities? How it's constructed? Well, this is React application, quite classic one, and of course it has built as a part of script, and basically this is what GitHub Actions does among all other particular actions on creating the environment, installing NPM package, etc., etc. On top of everything, it just does build to create artifacts and to pass it to Azure for copying this, for distributing this globally. So Azure Static Web Apps are geo-distributed servers. Yes, what else I want to show you? How the update process works. You remember that I don't want to do any actions related to deployment. I just want to write my code and I just want to push it to the repo. Let's do this. Let's demonstrate this. So you see, as a part of my previous experiments, I renamed this app from BPM Techno from BPM to BPM Deep. Now it's time to fix this. Let's just do this change and check how we can push it to the servers. I fix the application title. And yeah, now, by the way, you see I run the local development server. I started it using, let me find the command. Yes, the one I have on my slide. So this one command starts pretty much all the echo, all the environment. So it starts, first it builds the application, then starts React live server, then starts functions, echo functions runtime, and emulates routing and authentication. Okay. What next? So I did this change. Now let me stop the dev server. We don't need it for now. Yes. Let's check. Yeah, okay, this is one change. Let's edit. Let's commit and push. Yeah, and that's it. I don't need to do any other actions. What is happening now? Let me demonstrate you. Now we did our job. Now job of GitHub Actions started. So based on my commit, it started workflow to build all the stuff to, as I mentioned earlier, recreate the environment to build application and send it to Azure servers. It will take a few moments. Yeah, it takes some time to spin virtual machine, install node modules, etc., and build application itself. Maybe it's actually the shortest part from of everything. Meanwhile, let me demonstrate another feature. So once I decided to experiment with my application, what if I change background of this app? But before pushing this to production URL, I want to check how it looks and maybe to share the link with a couple of friends to get to gather their feedback. How can Azure Static Web Apps can help me with this? Super simple. As a developer, I create a new branch. I create pull requests based on this, and you see I still keep this open because I'm not sure that I want to merge this. And just on the fact of pull request creation, Azure Static Web App, it actually monitors my repo. It's created separate build for this with a separate address, so you can actually check how the new version of the application is looking like without pushing this stuff to production URL and without any other actions from your side. So pull request is here. If we go to Azure portal, we will find this in a list of environments. So this is here. If I decide to merge this change to production, I just click this button, and again, my job is done. Then GitHub Actions will start build on main branch, and after all, this will move this staging environment to production. As simple as that. Again, super convenient for the developers. Let's check what do we have in Azure Actions. So it's still running. Yeah, and just last feature I wanted to demonstrate is routing, which help you to organize all kinds of redirects, all kinds of smart rewrites, including navigation fallback. After all, my application is SPA, so some extra support needed. Plus, it contains all the tools to create user authentication without too much hassle. It includes some nice tooling about identification using providers like Twitter, like GitHub, and Azure Active Directory. So you as front-end developer could organize user account super easy way. And action is here, so let's refresh our application. Yep, now it's called BPM TechHub. So yeah, I demonstrated how it's simple to update your application. Let's go back to the slides. That was the demo. And the last how to continue learning about Azure Static Web Apps to build great applications. It's also very simple. I will share some links with you. First, on Microsoft Learn. This is our best resource for step-by-step guides on how to solve a challenge from start to the end. Strongly recommended, and it has a nice section about static web apps. Our official documentation on static web apps. All the details about every single piece of functionality. You'll find lots of technical information there. And the demo I've just showed you. Please go to this GitHub repo, explore, fork, clone, break, do anything with this demo just to understand how that works, how to apply all these patterns and best practices for your personal project you want to host on static web apps. And please give me feedback on the session, on the demo. Let's stay connected. How to do this? Just send me an email or contact me on LinkedIn or Twitter. I'll be happy to stay connected with you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Computational Thinking for Creatives, Decoding Barriers to Entry. I'm Todd Hakopian. Let's get started. A little bit about me. I am a design technology manager and developer at HMC Architects. I have a background in architecture, that's buildings, not computer science architecture, with experience in coding and data-related processes for modeling and design workflows. And it's a pleasure to be here today, so let's get started on our topic. All right, a little bit about starting point and the premise of this talk, computational thinking. Effectively, in my company, we need to teach architects, again, the types of buildings, not computer architects, how to code and how to learn how to code, take advantage of new technology for design. But they didn't know how to do any of this stuff. So we're thinking, how can we teach technical coding matter in a way that's comfortable for people who aren't exposed to that? And we didn't want to explain about computational thinking and then coding wouldn't make much of a difference to them. We wanted to make them feel comfortable with the idea of computational thinking for a thought process for any related effort, because it's more than just programming and all that. It's more about how do we teach people to get comfortable with a different way of thinking and working. And we have to also understand our audience for that effect to make them comfortable with this whole process. So what are they comfortable with? What are we trying to teach them that we can explain to them? Have they had exposure to any of this? We have to really learn that first before we did a deep dive in all this. And when it comes to anything with code or programming with text, creative people in this background, architects, that could be just not anybody in any kind of design field, usually feel it's a little too abstract, technical, intimidating, and kind of like, I don't know this stuff, this is crazy. So how do we reduce that anxiety? How do we make them feel comfortable with the idea of computational process and coding and all that? Patterns. That's the easy starting point. There's architecture patterns, like we see on this diagram of floor plans, but also design patterns that a lot of people have exposure to in computer science courses. They actually come from the same well of design patterns. And this is a great kind of common ground of how to use patterns, thinking patterns, anti-patterns to organize your thought process, be a little more modular with how you work. So there's a lot of common ground in how programming and architectural design works in their thought process. And we realized that the core basis here would be computational thinking. And computational thinking refers to the thought process and expressing solutions as steps or algorithms that are carried out by a computer, but can be organized by a human being first. So you clearly define the steps, use abstractions and pattern recognition to represent the problem. You logically organize the data. You break your big problems down to smaller parts. You approach the problem using programmatic thinking techniques like representation and operations. You reformulate the problem into ordered steps. That's algorithms thinking at that point. You identify, analyze, and implement possible solutions for the most efficient outcome. And then you generalize the approach you created for the one problem into a variety of problems, just like design patterns. So that's what we realized needed to be taught first and foremost to all of our designers before they even got into coding, because Otherwise, the kind of established method you code and the way you use code is going to be very hard to come to terms with because it's not going to be very obvious. And the essentials we covered with them to get started on this was understanding relationships with inputs and outputs, data flow, data types, and recursion. These are the fundamentals for data processing and underlying all the computational thinking. So that's how we break things down to these steps. And just for good measure, we had open source help for all of the open source lovers. We had tools like Python, Blender, Dynamo, Grasshopper. These are all open source and completely free. So if anybody else wants to try this, they can. A lot of this is at your disposal. That was great for us because we didn't have to spend any money on using the software. So we established this computational thinking as the basis to get them started on the fundamentals of coding so they can take advantage of it, so they can do something useful, like in this example, a representation of a skyscraper, something architects would be working on, something they can do with computer code that they can't really do by hand because it takes a minute to do this by hand. So everything we want to do is visually based. This example is through Blender, using programmatic concepts in Blender to develop a tower. So what can we do like this? So we thought, okay, we can't go straight to the tower. That might be a little too crazy, and not everybody's going to design a tower. So we came up with these simple concepts of, okay, what's a data flow? Let's start with data flow. Talk about those 4 points data flow. Well, it's input, process, output, and then that's all it is, right? And in this example, we started with the end in mind. The end in mind in this case is the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Well, you need a toast of peanut butter and you need a toast of jelly. And each one of those toasts has to come from a slice of bread. And each one of those ingredients, peanut butter, jelly, have to come from a jar. So we gave these very rudimentary examples to understand, look, even with something as simple as PB&J, there's a process to it. So that's the data flow. Work towards the end in mind. What is each and every step to get there? What would you have to do, for example, to cut the bread? You have to cut it first. You can't just go from bread to slices. These kind of simple steps help them organize their thoughts. And then we put into what we call a visual script low code format to formalize the structure environment. So they go from, okay, I want, in this example, water, coffee in a cup of 12 ounces, and you can work towards that goal to do the same thing. And from left to right, you have coffee in cup, you have the liquid temperature, you organize the coffee cup, you organize the hot water, you put them together, then you have the water in a coffee cup at a certain degree, and you put the amount you want of liquid, say 12 ounces in that slider you see here, into a coffee cup. So very straightforward examples of organizing your thought into data flows and inputs to get you some results. So this has to be the groundwork. It seems like, well, yeah, this is extremely obvious, but for people who aren't comfortable or haven't been exposed to it, this kind of rudimentary thinking, at the same time, this very structured approach is not that obvious. Because then you can go from there into what we have here, and this is towards that modeling software, where you can take the input, process it into an output. In this case, I'm gonna build a tower like this. The steps here went from some basic geometry coordinate points into a lineup of levels that then gave me an entire tower, which is very useful if I'm trying to do 3D modeling. And you can interact with low code and visual text coding, or visual coding, because you can't do that text. So this is the kind of fun stuff people do to learn how to work with geometry, is to give them that process, but also give them the tools. And from there, you just take it more advanced. Again, work with them end in mind, inputs, process, outputs. And this is the structure we have for them. And from there, you can take it more sophisticated, sliders and modifications, something that's easy to approach, but we level them up. You start with a PB&J example, then you give them some basic modeling examples, and then you can get to something more sophisticated like this. And eventually, we can get into text coding as well with the workflow. Like in this example, it's visual code that is derivative of Python code. And of course, we had to train everybody in this effort. So we had to figure out how to do parametric design training, computational design training, generative design training. So that's a little more down the road, but you can't just, show them a couple of examples. You do have to have a full course. And learning styles are important. Sometimes it's visual, audio, text, touch. Designers are a little more touchy visual people than perhaps coders. And our team here at HMC Digital Practice is always trying to lead by example. So this is the group for digital practice. And in this example here, we have a result of that computational thinking using those steps we had. In this case, designing louvers in this library in the Bay Area. that can be responsive to light and heat. And again, this whole chart of visual scripting from left to right shows you what's possible there when you organize your thought into computational steps that rely on data flows, input and output, hierarchy, and recursion. To get things like this, design panel generation on louvers that can control heat. Otherwise, somebody would have to sit down and do this manually for hours and hours to get this awesome real-world example and result from code, which is very rewarding for anybody learning this process. It's something we did here. So to reiterate key concepts, coding and computational design is more important for the average person these days. So that's what we're teaching in the first place. You have to create a compatible teaching style to get people familiar with the concept. Not everybody's just going to take this in coding courses. Computational thinking establishes a baseline of thinking. Use resources that are compatible with people in your group or your organization to train them. Reduce the anxiety. Don't make them feel like they have to, solve a bunch of leak code challenges. That's not going to help. Create a structured course if you want to get them to learn and adapt. Try the skills on real projects and view, upgrade, and continue forever. It's always an ongoing process. And support your maintainers for the open source tools like what I've used. Here's some resources for anybody who wants to try out what we talked about today. And special thanks to all the maintainers again. There's some names. And thanks. Keep in touch, guys. I appreciate the time. I'm always down to talk about computational design, computer architecture, building architecture, anything else.
Wow, I can totally relate to this video. My whole family is actually in the construction business, with my sister being a licensed architect, and therefore, I remember seeing a lot of CAD things on her screen versus her looking at mine, and all she sees is text. And so she never really understood what I do, and neither does anybody in my family. They just, hey, she's a software engineer. So I think computational thinking might actually be a good bridge to tie in the pieces between what my sister does in her job versus what I do. And we can definitely see how, coding can benefit somebody being an architect.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love hearing that's, the session that we just listened to, and then specifically your story, Denise. And I wanted to just kind of share with everybody, we all have these stories. Everyone's got a story like Denise just shared, where some project or something that you either worked on or someone else worked on is a bridge for you. It gets you excited, creates some momentum. And we want you to share that. So go into social, use the hashtags DevNet and DevNet Create to share with the community and talk about what you've been working on and how it inspired you and maybe where it motivated you. And then also remember, while you're in the sessions here in the browser, Q&A panel there on the right, ask your questions, you'll get answers, and click the little button at the bottom to be part of the live chat as it's going on. All right, next session coming up. First lightning talk, I think, of the day, or one of the lightning talks for today. This is hosts Kelly Jones and Jeff Cromer. They're going to be talking about how to use APIs to proactively monitor an environment like a Cisco networking environment or an infrastructure environment. You're not going to want to miss this demo, and we'll catch you back here in just a little bit.
Hi, welcome to DevNet Create. App Dynamics is not just for software anymore. I'm Kelly Jones. I'm a systems architect with Cisco Systems. I work for the U.S. Navy Shipboard team as part of the U.S. Public Sector team.
And I am Jeff Comer, Data Center Technical Solutions Architect, also public sector, working with the Navy and all things data center.
So as we started out with, we said App Dynamics is not just for software anymore. So the typical use case for App Dynamics is to monitor your applications and the response time of different calls within your applications. We had a unique problem in our environment that isn't uncommon in a data center. How do you tell when there's bad or degraded fiber? How do you have that into a dashboard without having to have multiple tools to look at your infrastructure? So what we started doing was looking into the capabilities of App Dynamics to see if we could pull in some of our hardware information with custom metrics, which we'll go into a little bit later. So essentially our problem was that we had failed or degraded fiber and no way of seeing it. So we looked into the App Dynamics custom metrics, and we found that we could create baselines to detect anomalies in fiber optic cables and also our other hardware statuses, and we could keep that trending data for up to 1 year. So we're going to kind of walk you through how we got there and some of the things we've put in place to do that. So we're going to just shift over to our demo right now. So what we're showing here is the end result of our back-end efforts, which we'll go into the code a little bit more in detail. So using App Dynamics, we created calls to our various hardware. What we're looking at here right now is an ACI switch, and these are the individual ports on the ACI switch. And what we're looking at here is the fiber health. So from there, what we can do is step over and look at the individual ports. We can look at the data from the dials, and when something goes red, we can click on it and come over here to the App Dynamics menu, and we can see whether that fiber is degrading or whether it has failed altogether. And this may seem like an insignificant thing, but oftentimes with fiber, it goes bad before, and it causes degradation, it causes packet loss, it causes application failures before it actually goes down. So this is giving us a trending data right within our application monitoring environment, so we can look at hardware in addition to the software environment. So Jeff is going to talk a little bit about the actual code behind this right now.
As Kelly mentioned, we have an interesting and unique use case for monitoring hardware, whereas App Dynamics has typically been about applications. We have remote users, often with little to no training, and need information in the sense of a dashboard of what you've seen so far around the hardware. So we're going to gather some metrics. We're going to dive a little bit into the code, not too terribly deep. So bear with me here for just a moment. So on App Dynamics, we're actually going to utilize machine agents to gather data. So we're looking at a directory here on an App Dynamics metric collector that has a number of different things. So what we're looking at specifically, I think Kelly had already talked a little bit about some DOM, digital optical monitoring, and ACI, but there's also SIMC, there's ISR metrics, NXOS, etc. So we'll just grab a couple of quick examples and walk through them very quickly. For SIMC is probably the quickest and the easiest. This is it's a power tool script, right? So everything in this particular environment that we're working with is actually standalone UCS. It's HyperFlex Edge with a number of standalone UCS servers as well. This can be done via UCS Manager. They're going to use different API calls and different power tool commandlets to do the same thing, but ultimately the same amount of data. So,
and I'll just interject there. So in case there's a question as to why we wouldn't go that route when it's already designed, as we said, what we wanted for our environment, where we have a lot of people who are not trained and you have a small skill set managing multiple different pieces of equipment, we wanted to create a single tool where they could see the visibility of the hardware across platforms. So this isn't just UCS, it isn't just ACI, and it isn't just security. So we wanted to have some way of bringing all of this together under one location, and we found that App Dynamics was our tool. Like I said, we started with a fiber, but it's become a way of monitoring hardware across our Cisco platform, and it can be used for third party.
Absolutely, good point. Thank you. So a quick look at one of the PowerShell scripts for this happens to be for the SIMC stuff on UCS. So one of the first things that we are going to do is obviously we're going to need a config file. So let's just take a quick look at what that is. It is essentially just a bunch of JSON data, right? So here's a list of IP addresses, credentials, which I've changed, and so forth. And then we're going to have things like schemas that we're going to call that are going to basically, I'll show you one so it will make more sense. A schema, it's a JSON object basically of what type of data we can get. So this one happens to be the SIMC chassis schema. So we're going to be getting things like serial numbers, indicator LED, status, whether that's on or off, power state, manufacturer, etc. So that is essentially the front end of what is going to happen. And then we're going to call these schemas in to the PowerShell script itself. And then the meat of what is actually going to happen is down here at the bottom. So we are going to take these schemas, reach out to the SIMC servers, log into them, gather the data, bring that back into App Dynamics, and then Kelly showed you a dashboard, and we'll show that to you again, where all of that data is presented as to power state. How are the power supplies doing? Are the CPUs good? Do we have DIMM failures, etc. So another quick example here, since we've talked a little bit about ACI, we're going to do the same sort of concept. In ACI, we're going to use PowerShell to do the same thing. We're going to read a config JSON file. Here it is. So here's some APIC. Here's an APIC address, username, and a password. The analytics server. We're going to have tokens to log into it, and so forth. So we're going to be able to grab the same sort of data from the APIC itself. I'm not going to go too terribly far into the next piece. It is a little more complex. This is where the DOM, digital optical monitoring, comes in, and this is going to be Python, not PowerShell. We're gonna rely on native API calls to do this. So on the dashboard, you'll see things like get transmit power state. It's a function called in Python. We're basically going to look at an API endpoint and gather data on a per port basis, bring that back into the tool for analysis and app dynamics, and then we can present that via a dashboard and so forth. So you can see here's transmit power stats, receive power stats, etc. So it's going to work its way through all of the ports and all of the statistics for digital optical monitoring. So Kelly?
So this brings us back to where we started. With all the code put in place, we're able to put it into a dashboard where we can monitor multiple devices. So we were looking earlier at the port receive status, but we're also able to look at the current status. We're able to look at the actual power. We're able to look at fan speed. We're able to monitor the entire hardware state of the switch itself, in addition to the fiber, which was our original goal. So here we're looking at ACI switches. We've also been able to do this with hyperflexes. We can look at our hyperflex. This is all through App Dynamics, and we're able to look at the fan speeds. We're able to look at temperatures. We're able to monitor all of this from a single location just by using the custom metrics within App Dynamics. And if you want to learn more about this, you can actually go out to the App Dynamics Exchange. There's some custom metrics already out there, which is what led us there. There was a custom metrics on UCS extensions that we started with, and we evolved from there. This is developed by the App Dynamics community as well as users of App Dynamics, and there's a lot of good stuff you can find out there. You can also go to the App Dynamics website itself and find out more information on building a monitoring extension using scripts. And it steps you through the process of how we did it and how you can create your own custom extensions. In addition, the code that we've written will also be available in local communities as well. And that's it. If you want to learn more, here's some links to find out the information that we talked about, and some links to some of the hubs that are out there for getting the code.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That was such a cool session. I mean, coming off the heels of all the other content we've been watching this morning, I got really excited about this previous one, all about App Dynamics and monitoring for a few reasons. But I mean, first off, the ability to bring multiple data sources together has always been necessary. And there's been this idea in IT ops for a long time of like, the joke has been single glass of pane. Like the idea that there's this unicorn out there of like single pane of glass with everything in it doesn't really exist. It's never really manifested realistically. But through APIs and through data gathering, we can actually build that, pretty well with a lot of different tools that exist out there. And I loved seeing Kelly and Jeff's example of leveraging data input into App Dynamics to do that. It's really cool. And then also, I just wanted to call out that seeing the SE community at Cisco embrace developer concepts and code bases and, the art of what's possible to develop new concepts it's just amazing to me. It's really fantastic.
So speaking of community and building things, we wanted to let you know about the DevNet Create Bright Funds, and it's going to be equally distributed between 4 different causes: the Girls Who Code, Braven, Human Rights Campaign Foundation, and the Southern Poverty Law Center. So we would love to, if everybody can, take the time and take a look at that fund that the DevNet team is joining. Is that my stomach, Jeff?
I'm getting pretty hungry. I got my salsa, I got my chips. I'm ready to get some snacking going.
Yeah, so am I. I've brought over my Oreos. This is by far my favorite snack. I mean, not any of those other flavors. It got to be the original one. Let us know what is your favorite snack by using #DevNet or #DevNet Create. Next up, we have a special edition of Snack Minute where your hosts Matt and Kareem talk to Quinn about meat-driven telemetry. Let's see what they have.
Hey snackers, you may have heard about full stack observability, but have you heard of full snack observability? In this special DevNet Create episode of Snack Minute, developer advocate Quinn Snyder will demonstrate how he has used streaming telemetry concepts and open source tooling, along with some handy APIs, to achieve perfect data-driven outcomes, and delicious meal results.
Hey everyone, Matt DiNapoli here. I'm a manager of developer advocacy with Cisco DevNet.
Hello, Snackers. This is Kareem Iskander. I'm a tech advocate with Cisco Learning and Certification.
And welcome to episode 42 of DevNet Snack Minutes.
DevNet Snack Minute is your weekly 10-minute all things DevNet, giving you a quick, fun way to learn about Cisco APIs, coding, and just some cool stuff that you want to know.
And in this special episode, we're going to be learning about meat-driven telemetry. And if you're wondering what that means, stay tuned because we're going to talk to Quinn Snyder, who's been with us before. So we'll have him introduce himself, though. But Quinn, are you there, Quinn?
Quinn?
Hello?
Hey guys, sorry, you caught me at a really bad time. I'm actually out here getting ready to put some meat on the smoker. And actually, for those of you who don't know, my name is Quinn Snyder. I'm a developer advocate with Cisco DevNet.
Oh, hey Quinn. Looks like I'm kind of jealous. You know, I think Kareem, I think we should come out and go grill with Quinn
I
too.
want to be
What do you
grilling
think?
right now too. Yeah.
What do you think? Yeah,
Let's join him.
Yeah, we'll put on our aprons and join him.
Yeah, these aprons really are killer. A little warm in the Phoenix heat for sure.
Quinn, tell us a little bit about your setup here and kind of give us an introduction to what you called meat-driven telemetry. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, so what I'm doing here is actually I've taken my monitoring of my smoker and my barbecue to kind of the next level. I was dissatisfied with some of the built-in controls and probes on the unit that I have itself, and so I bought a third-party unit that has a cloud API. And just like every good developer, if there's an API out there, I'm going to use it. And really what I've done is I've instrumented this third-party unit in the cloud API to ingest that data into a typical telemetry TIG stack, so Telegraph, InfluxDB, and Grafana. And I'm using that to correlate not only the temperatures of what's going on inside of the smoker and the meat itself, but also gathering external data from like the National Weather Service. Because if you haven't been to Phoenix, it's an experience in the summer. It's very hot and humid. It's not necessarily a dry heat. But in the winter, we have extremely dry weather, and so I've noticed that was changing how long it took me to cook all of these different barbecue meats that I make, and I wanted to be able to prove that out with data telemetry.
Nice way to put the APIs in action to get your meat going, right?
Meat, absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely perfect. Because if you remember, the last snack minute, I was talking about making sure that my barbecue never was bad and that we'd be making snacks for the next snack minute. So this is a kind of the culmination of coming true on my promise there.
Why don't you head inside and actually cool off a little bit, unless there was something you wanted to show us out here before you head back in.
No, let me just get this on the smoker and then I will go ahead and we'll jump back in and get to some of the details and show all the neat dashboards and stuff.
Sweet. That'd be awesome.
Thanks, Quinn.
Perfect. See you guys in a few.
Quinn, that was awesome. Okay, talk to us a little bit about what's happening under the hood. I'm just excited to see just the APIs in action and of what's talking to what.
Yeah, so this is, I mean, it's just like any other normal monitoring stack that we have for any model-driven telemetry. But like I said, I wanted to spice it up a little bit, both figuratively and literally with the and make it focused on barbecue. So like I said, I have this specific third-party temperature probe monitoring unit that has cloud APIs. Luckily, I didn't have to do a ton of heavy lifting here because someone by the name of Scott Anderson at Influx actually created some of the handlers to pull some of that data in. It is just a REST API, but he made a real handy a point and click to make that part of the data collection pretty easy. So I'm ingesting those things in from the cloud into InfluxDB, and I'm also pulling in information from the National Weather Service. Luckily, I live between two airports that are National Weather Service stations about 3 miles on either side of me, so I have fairly accurate data on things that I care about, namely ambient temperature and dew point for humidity in the air. The third piece of it that's kind of denoted by that Raspberry Pi icon is kind of some future work that I want to do to measure the humidity inside of the smoker box itself. The challenge there is the high temperature humidity sensors are few and far between, and so I've got to figure out how I can connect those leads to a Raspberry Pi and then shove that data in Flux as well. So once that data is in Influx into different data buckets, then I can do some things and query it. So down on the bottom below the Influx, I have the Influx database dashboard, which has some handy things that, again, Scott had designed for like determining whether the meat's stalling or things like that. Kind of kitschy. I haven't really played with the settings to customize it for my use case because ironically enough, the Influx version that I'm running doesn't seem to render very well on mobile, and I'm usually either on my phone or on my iPad when I'm around the house checking on these things. So I use the Grafana piece a lot. But I've duplicated a lot of that same data by using Grafana to pull that data from Influx and then visualize it in the Grafana dashboard as well.
Now, have you run into any challenges with the actual structure of the data, like the timestamps or maybe how the temperature settings go? Do you have to do any conversions to make it all look nice and pretty in Grafana?
Yeah, so it's funny that you say that. And let me jump over here to the actual terminal window here. So this is using the Telegraph inputs. We can see that I'm just testing the input for the Fireboard itself, which is the third-party unit, and we can see we're getting stuff in Fahrenheit, which is very easy to kind of visualize and put together for those of us who live in the United States. Everywhere else, probably looks at us like, why are we using this system still? But it is what it is. The problem that I ran into is the National Weather Service. And so you can see I've got three different buckets here. I've got one from an airport on one side of me, KCHD, and I have another one that's to the so that was to the west of me. This one's to the east of me is KIWA. Both of those happen to have their values in Celsius. So you can see here, this temperature value is 31 degrees. Well, that's obviously Celsius. So I have to do some conversion there. So being able to take and normalize all these data pieces and figure out what the key values are, what are the things that I care about, and then normalize them inside of the data was kind of the hardest part, as well as like, how do I use the National Weather Service API, which is something that I've honestly never had to deal with in my life. Ironically enough, for the humidity sensors that I'm looking at, they also measure temperature and humidity in Celsius as well. So rather than having to convert that on the fly inside of the dashboard, which I think slows down the rendering just a touch, there's actually Python libraries that I can use to convert things like relative humidity into dew point and being able to convert temperatures from Celsius into Fahrenheit right on the Raspberry Pi. So that's something I'm going to incorporate in kind of phase 2 of this whole piece.
How long do you refresh your data from your temperature sensor?
So the third-party unit itself actually is a pretty robust API, and I can convert that. It refreshes, I think the maximum is like 600 times an hour. So it's refreshing about every 10, 15 seconds or so. So I get fairly granular values here. You can see as these values start clicking along, these data points here, for the meat that I just put on, we're looking at 954.10, 954.20. So it's refreshing about every 10 seconds, which is really granular, almost too granular when it comes down to it. The National Weather Service stuff, they have a hard limit. They look at your IP address and say if you're querying it more than, I think it's about 200 times an hour, they'll cut you off or you have to pay for it. So I'm refreshing that about once every 5 minutes, I believe, is the refresh time. The values don't change that drastically from minute to minute, but I'm really looking to show temperature values and change over the duration of the cook more so than like individual points in time.
But the interesting part about this is that you have to take into consideration differing values in their measurements, how often you have to worry about the API calls occurring, which is something that we still even have to worry about in the traditional sense that we talk about network management, network monitoring, application monitoring, all that stuff. Even though we're talking about meat-driven telemetry, those same concepts still come into play in dealing with our application and network infrastructure. So it's a cool lesson to learn in an interesting space here.
Well, two things I wanted to ask you, Quinn. One, where can I get my hands? Is this project available anywhere for me to just implement on my side? And two, how much coding did you have to do in order to get all of that connected, or was a lot of it pointing and clicking and setting up webhooks?
So the code itself, I need to package up the dashboards and things like that. I've really been focused on trying to put this all together. I really want to make this kind of a project, kind of a fun thing to go along, so that people can follow along at home. So that I plan on putting some of this together and documenting in some way, shape, or form so that people can download the dashboards and kind of see the work that I was doing with it. In terms of the code itself, if you've played with Telegraph, it's fairly I don't want to call it no code, but it's very low code. You just have to understand TOML files and how to the different pieces that I need to organize, like for the especially for the NWS API calls, being able to organize and say what's my refresh timer, what are the values that I'm pulling out, what are some keys that I'm looking at. Because both of these APIs, both of the third-party unit as well as with the National Weather Service, are very well defined and designed. So good API design is really what enabled me to do this. The timestamps and everything was all in Zulu time or UTC, so it was very easy to gather that out and put that all together into the dashboard. So really it was the TOML files and then understanding data normalization and how do we put these different parts together and what are the keys that we're looking at. Probably the toughest part, and I can kind of show an example here, is InfluxDB 2.0, there is a requirement to learn what they call influx or FluxQL. So this query to get the information out of the buckets of data inside of Influx was probably the hardest part, especially when it comes to like making sure I want to have the right output value in this chart here. Instead of it being some long string, I wanted it to display the certain value that I wanted to see that. That was probably the hardest part. The nice piece of it is that Influx actually has in their data builder, if I go to the buckets here, and I'll just pick on one of my weather stations here. If we pick out and say we want to look at dew point value here, which is something that I'm concerned about, we can point and click and build all this together, and then I can open up the script editor that will show me a rough cut of that code. So it's not 100% complete because this is visualizing instead of Influx, and Grafana has some other parameters that need to be normalized, but that got me probably 85% of the way there to the visualizations that I wanted. So it wasn't a huge barrier to entry, but it was really frustrating, especially considering the documentation is mostly for old Influx and not new Influx. Finding that the documentation around FluxQL was a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, and for me, I've had that similar challenge, Quinn, and coming from a relational database or NoSQL background, thinking about time series databases is kind of challenging as well. So that is a lesson that is much appreciated by, I'm sure, the entire community.
Yeah, and I think the other thing for me here is, and I think Matt touched on this, is it's not about, we're connecting a meat sensor to this, right? But if you look at your automation journey and you're looking at how to read the CPU temperature from your switches, or you're looking at telemetry from your network, the same basic logic applies where you can see you can utilize these tools for your advantage to build a nice dashboard that you can just look at and see what's happening within your infrastructure, right? So it's not just about the meat. The meat is cool and fun, and the barbecue is cool and fun, but there's also tools that you can leverage here.
Yeah, and I think that's the other important part of all this is, I started off with the built-in sensors in the smoker and then found out that those weren't adequate, and then bought a third-party tool and was using that for several cooks that I had, and it worked fine. It's just there was other pieces of data that I wasn't able to get from that I thought was important and hope to prove out when it cools off and dries out here in the winter. And that's kind of a lesson for that to your point, the automation journey. It doesn't have to be everything all at once. We get wrapped around the axle of, I've got to have all of these different parts and pieces. Be an iterative journey, and it can be a mix of something that we buy off the shelf. We pay some vendor to supply this tool that gives us a lot of data that we can visualize using that, but also is open enough where we can extract that same data via APIs and put it into some other dashboard that also contains other relevant information that we found as we've monitored our infrastructure or applications at a tighter level. So it's an ongoing process. I mean, you saw that I'm looking to incorporate a Raspberry Pi there. That's going to be something that's completely bespoke. with the code, but it's a journey. As you start visualizing more and more of your infrastructure or more and more of your meat, you find out that there's these little blind spots, and that's where you spend your time and iterate on to fix that, more so than I have to do all of this stuff all at once.
I love how we tied grilling, barbecuing to automation journeys and coding. Snackers, enjoy the rest of DevNet Create. Quinn, I'm hoping we get to see the end result of what we just put together here. And thank you so much for all your efforts and the work you've done here.
Oh, and before we let you go, Snackers, you might have noticed we have some special edition Snack Minute gear. You can go and check that out and pick it up at developer.cisco.com/devnetcreate and look for the special offers on that page. And you can be sporting some cool aprons and other DevNet Snack Minute gear just like us.
Thank you, Snackers.
Okay, so our barbecue has finally hit temperature, so I'm going to go ahead and remove it. I love the smell of data-driven outcomes. Happy cooking, Snackers.
Wow, those Oreos hit the spot. I was definitely snacking throughout the whole thing, but that meat that Quinn made looked so good, and I think it's actually making me hungry again. I guess APIs are the key to getting perfectly smoked meat, but who would have thought that you can use APIs in anything other than like a technical application, and monitoring is the key to everything apparently. But did you guys see that apron that they were wearing? If you want one of those, head over to the Cisco store because we're selling that as well as the cooler that you could see behind Kareem. In addition, there are t-shirts and hoodies and, lots of cool swag. So Jeff, I'm going to hand it over to you. What are the channels that we have here at Create?
Oh yeah, thanks Denise. Yeah, and I'm super starving at this point. So we've got 4 channels today. You're on the main channel right now, just as a reminder. Creators, APIs in action, and start now. That's all today. And we got 3 channels tomorrow, which is fantastic. So definitely look for those. Reminder at the Q&A panel, submit your questions. Click on the link for the button at the below for WebEx, and you can join the live chat. Now, up next, we have 2 sessions coming up. First one is all about GitOps with Dewan. That'll be awesome. Using tools like Argo CD. And that's followed by Jay Riggins and Jason Schaffner talking about DevSecOps with GitLab and AppDynamics. Those are going to be fantastic. Take a look at those. You'll enjoy them. We'll be back right afterwards. See y'all here in just a little bit.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. Deploy N applications to N clusters using Argo CD application set. My name is Dewan Ahmed, and I'm a developer advocate at Red Hat. I'm based in Moncton in the beautiful New Brunswick, which is in the eastern part of Canada. I love everything cloud native with a focus on DevOps and GitOps tools. Besides work, I love to play pool, ping pong, and I'm also a freelance career coach. In terms of agenda, we have a packed one today. So we'll go over the idea of GitOps, and we'll talk about Argo CD, how Argo CD can be used as a GitOps tool on Kubernetes. But more importantly, we're going to talk about a sub-project of Argo CD application set and how we can use application set to deploy N applications to N cluster. Both of the talk will be followed by a demo. And at the end, we'll have some time for Q&A. At the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a link to a GitHub repository. That repository has the entire demo for vanilla Kubernetes cluster and using open source Argo CD. For my demo, I'll be using OpenShift, but for your case, you can choose open source Argo CD and vanilla Kubernetes. If you're watching from a mobile device, you can also scan the QR code, and that will also take you to that GitHub repository. So this is GitOps in one slide by Luis Vasira. And it says we use Git as the single source of truth for a system. not our Kubernetes cluster, not some virtual machines. And we also use Git as a place where you operate. That means you create, manage, and delete your resources via Git, and that change gets reflected on the cluster. And finally, any change that you or your team are making will also be observable and verifiable. Now, to do GitOps on Kubernetes, we of course need the Git repo to begin with, where you'll have your application manifest. You'll need your Kubernetes cluster or clusters if you're deploying to multiple Kubernetes cluster. You might need a manifest generation tool like Customize for your pre-prod, prod, and let's say dev environments. You need a CI tool because CI is not equals to CD. In that GitHub repository that I showed earlier, under resources section, there is an excellent blog that tells why CI ops is an anti-pattern and why your CI tool should not do direct deployment. And finally, you need your Kubernetes YAMLs, the service and deployment YAMLs. Now, what is Argo CD? So Argo CD is a GitOps continuous delivery tool for Kubernetes. From this picture, you can see that Argo CD, the idea is very simple. It watches over your Git repository and reacts to any change on the Kubernetes cluster where your application is deployed to. It's an open source project, and a lot of companies and individual contributors has contributed to this awesome project. Now, why use Argo CD? Now, the first 3 points are pretty self-explanatory from the previous slides, where we use Git as the single source of truth. It's developer-centric. That means your developers are using Git push rather than using kubectl commands, which can be pretty tricky to understand and master. It's declarative. That means rather than running shell scripts, which doesn't guarantee anything, it's declarative. That means you define the state, and Kubernetes ensures that the state reflects on the cluster. In terms of authentication, Argo CD offers SSO, and in terms of authorization, Argo CD offers multi-tenancy and RBAC. And in terms of auditing, you can see your application logs and API calls as well. Argo CD trivializes rollback because rolling back is just a matter of a Git commit. So you can roll back to any previous point in history wherever there is a Git commit. Argo CD app diff, that command would show your desired state versus the active live state of the cluster. You can also see that on the UI, which we'll see more in the demo. And finally, considering all these points, your engineering team will have a much higher velocity to do their application delivery on Kubernetes. Now, how Argo CD works. So the blue rectangle right here, where I hover my mouse, is the Argo CD API server. And Argo CD is implemented as a Kubernetes controller. The repository service over here maintains a local cache of the Git repository, and the API server is a gRPC and REST server, which exposes the API to the Argo CD UI, Argo CD CLI, or various CI/CD system. Right on the left, we can see our developer persona. When they do a PR merge, Argo CD reacts via the webhook event and deploys the application to various clusters, which you can see at the bottom part of the screen. Now, if your deployment needs are a bit complex, you can take advantage of sync hooks, which can run scripts before, during, or after the sync operation. And by sync, I mean if your application's actual state is different from the target state, your application will be out of sync, and you need to do a sync action to get the application synced. All right, so enough talk, enough slides. Let's dive into a demo for Argo CD. So in this demo, what we'll be seeing is how we can deploy a single application from a single repository to a single Kubernetes cluster. So what you see, I have an application. It's a pretty simple application. I have my deployment file. I have my service file. I have a customization file. I'm adding a prefix here. And this is the Argo CD UI, where you can create an application. In order to create an application, I'm specifying the link to the application. And because this is not a private application, I didn't have to connect to this repository already. The project is Argo CD project, which is different from OpenShift project or Kubernetes namespace. and checked Kubernetes. I checked on the source, revision head, and specific branch information if you need. So I specified the path where my YAML files are, which is the deployment file, the service file, and the customization file. I already have this namespace created already where I'd like my application to deploy. Since I already have namespace defined, you can overwrite that prefix on this UI as well. So once I have all that, I can click create, and you can do the same thing via the command line as well. So once I do that, my application, Argo City application is created. I had a single replica defined in my deployment file, and you can see that the application is deployed with the prefix XYZ dash. Now that's all good and nice, but what if you want to deploy to multiple Kubernetes clusters at once? What if you'd like to deploy multiple Argo City applications from a single mono repo? You wouldn't be able to do that using a single CRD using just Argo CD. So that's why I'm introducing Argo City application set, which is a sub-project of Argo CD. So Argo CD application set, you can think of it as an application factory, which takes in an application set, which you can see on line number 2 right here, a new CRD, custom resource definition, as an input, and it outputs one or more Argo CD applications. And it does that with dynamic injection. So fields like cluster URL, these values are dynamically injected. And targeting new cluster is just a matter of adding elements. Now, what I'm showing you on screen is just one example, one generators of Argo City application set, and you can use multiple different types of generators based on your need. Now, how does application set controller work? Now, application set controller by itself, it does not create or manage any Kubernetes resources. It lets Argo CD does the heavy lifting. So the only resource it creates are the Argo City applications. It also does not connect to your Kubernetes cluster. If you'd like to deploy to Kubernetes cluster, those have to be already in Argo CD with Argo CD cluster add command. So Argo City application set does not connect to clusters on your behalf. And finally, Argo City application set is only limited to the Argo City namespace where Argo City is installed. So in short, Argo City application set only creates and manages the Argo City applications, and it lets Argo CD to do all the heavy lifting. And here are the different types of generators. And if you go to that Git repository, which I showed in the beginning of the talk, you can go to the read the docs for Argo City application set. And there I have linked to all the different types of generators. And I have the demo for list generator, cluster generator, Git generator directory, and matrix generator over there. Now, again, enough talk, and let's get into a demo for Argo City application set. Now, I'm showing you OpenShift console right here, but you can follow the demo I have on the GitHub repository to do the same thing on vanilla Kubernetes cluster. This is the application repository where I have the custom resource definition from application set. So the first example I have is for list generator, and the second one is for Git generator directory. So let's look at the YAML for list example. So as you can see, the kind on line number 2 is application set, and I have the second cluster, which is engineering prod, commented out because I'll be adding the specific URL in a bit. Line number 19, which is the repository URL. This is where my application manifest files reside, and the path shows the exact path where those resources are. If you see the cluster in curly braces, these values will be dynamically injected. That means my engineering dev and engineering prod are folders within that specific path. Similarly, the value for URL will be dynamically injected as well. And at the very end, I have a specific option, sync options, create namespace equals to true. That means if the namespace does not exist already, Argo CD will create the namespace if it has sufficient privilege to do so. So The specific operator we're using here is Red Hat OpenShift GitOps on OpenShift. So this operator is a cluster level operator, which gets installed in all clusters. And I'll access the Argo CD UI from here. Out of the box, this operator gives you an Argo CD instance. So I copied the password for the default Argo CD admin password under workloads, secrets, and under OpenShift GitOps namespace. The specific password is OpenShift GitOps cluster. Now, this is out of the box, the default admin password. You can definitely change the password. So once I'm here, I can go into cluster and I can see I have only one cluster. Now, this is the cluster where Argo CD is already installed. But as you can see from that list example YAML, we'd like to deploy to 2 clusters. So I need to add that remote cluster. Now, in order to add that remote cluster, I have to first log in to the Argo CD API server via command line, because you can't add clusters as of now from the UI. Argo CD CLI is pretty picky on how you format the URL for the API server. So just similarly, we use the default admin password. We use the same default admin password to connect to the Argo CD API server from the CLI. So once we do that, we have the context of the remote server, where hopefully you're already logged in. And this is the remote cluster for me. I'm using a handy tool called kubectx that lets me switch between multiple Kubernetes clusters. If you haven't checked it out, check out kubectx. It's a pretty awesome tool. So since I'm already logged into that remote cluster, all I have to do is Argo CD cluster add command, which you can see at the bottom of your screen, and then the context for the cluster. What it does is it creates a service account, a cluster role, and a cluster role binding. So once I have that, I can go back to my Argo CD UI and refresh, and hopefully we'll be able to see the cluster being added. And I'll also update this specific YAML to update the URL for the remote cluster. So engineering prod in this case is a remote cluster, and engineering dev is the cluster where Argo CD was installed. So you can create an application set resource using just a kubectl apply or OC apply. In this case, I'm using the OpenShift console to create the application set custom resource. I'll switch to the YAML view and paste the YAML I just copied. I'll have to update the engineering prod cluster, and I'll update the namespace, which right now is guestbook-ns. So this namespace is not there right now. So if the application is created, it's going to complain that the namespace is not there. I'm using a specific flag called managed by OpenShift GitOps, so that OpenShift GitOps controller, which is the same as Argo CD controller, has access to that namespace to create and manage Kubernetes resources. So now that I'm in Argo CD UI, I can see that the remote cluster shows up. And I'm adding the URL for that remote cluster here. So once I create the application, I'll switch back, and you can see that using a single custom resource definition, I have 2 Argo CD applications. And one application is in my local cluster, or the cluster where Argo CD was installed. The other cluster was in a remote cluster. And this could be n number of clusters. Now, similar to previous example where we created one Argo CD application, you could delete that Argo CD application. But since these 2 applications were created using application set, if you wanted to delete one of the applications, application set will recreate the application for you. So this is a pretty solid example. If someone malicious wanted to mess up with a cluster and try to delete our Argo CD application, that action will be prevented. So now we can see our both applications were created and they're synced. Now, next, we'll go over the Git generator directory example. While the first example was for a single application from a single repository deployed to 2 clusters, this example is more like a monorepo. So we have one repository, but under different folders, we have multiple applications to be deployed to a single cluster. So all of these applications are virtually the same. I'm using the same image, but I'm mimicking the behavior of a monorepo. So we have 3 applications, a Helm application, a customized application, and a JSON application. And these are the applications I'll be creating. So again, using the same formula, we can create this application. We can do an OC apply of the YAML, or we can use the console if you're using OpenShift. And the path.base name are different applications for different folders. So examples, Git generator directory / guestbook example apps /star, those are the 3 folders we have on our Git repository. So as soon as I create, I can see that 3 applications were created from a monorepo, and I didn't specify auto sync, so I have to manually sync the applications. So this is another feature. You can either have manual sync or you can have automatic sync. So once I do that, JSON, it takes a bit of time. All 3 applications will be synced and healthy. Okay, so that was the demo for Argo CD application set and how you can deploy n number of applications to n number of clusters. Hopefully you found value in this session. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me on either Twitter or LinkedIn, or feel free to ask questions on the Argo CD public Slack channel as well. Thank you so much for your time today.
Hey, DevNet, this is Jason Schaffner. I'm a solutions architect with Sirius Federal. Spent some time working with the military, the IC, and private environments. Here to present some automated solutions for your GitLab and AppDynamics customers.
Hi, this is Jay Riggins. I'm a technical consultant for Sirius Federal. I've been a system engineer for over 20 years working with federal and DoD agencies, giving me a unique perspective into the environments and the challenges that DoD faces, and has led me to believe that automation is the key for moving them forward.
In this presentation, we're going to identify the problem, demonstrate the solution, and provide an overview of it, present the value of this solution, and the next steps you need to take to move forward. So what's the problem? Poorly or insufficiently tested code puts the mission at risk. Development schedules are incredibly tight, coupled with the lack of performance testing automation in the current development toolset. Performance and security testing of the code, if it's done at all, is typically done at the end of the development cycle. This code is then moved to production with the plan that it'll be fixed during the next release. This is a result of not having the proper tool sets. The tools we're going to demonstrate are GitLab as a code repository and Cisco AppDynamics filling the role of the application performance management tool. So how do we improve this? To address this, we have developed automated performance testing that begins with a code commit from GitLab that triggers a targeted build and deployment. Application automated performance testing is run against the target, and the metrics are collected by Cisco AppDynamics and then pulled and formatted as a report using Python to then be moved back into GitLab for review. When a health rule is triggered in Cisco AppDynamics, a notification can be sent through WebEx Teams. This entire process is automated and typically completes in just minutes. Additionally, your developers do not have to leave their GitLab environment or task switch to get detailed performance metrics on the code they just committed. They receive a notification of the results and can make improvements right there before the product ever leaves their desk. Instead of simply talking about how we can improve your process, let's do a demonstration. Jay, over to you.
All right. Thanks, Jason. So I'm here in my local development system. As you can see, I am in my repository. I have already cloned down this repository from my remote, which in this case is GitLab. I've made a modification to a file. I have made a commit to that file, and now I'm going to push up my changes up to my remote. So for that, I'll just do git push. And the origin is going to be our master branch. And we'll send that away. All right, looks like everything worked correctly. So now let's jump over to our GitLab environment. And I'll just refresh my screen here to make sure I have the latest and greatest. And we can see that we do have an active pipeline running. So if we take a look in there, we can see our full pipeline. So we have our build stage with our build job. This is building up our application. We have a script stage that executes our automated scripts. We have a test stage with our performance testing and just some standardized unit testing. And we also have a deploy stage because we're going to deploy this application to a staging environment. All right. So it does take a little bit of time for that process to run. We are putting some load on that application, and we're going to have AppDynamics collect some performance metrics. So in the meantime, I'm going to jump back into the slide deck. So this is the architecture of our solution. Again, it all starts with a developer committing code to GitLab. So GitLab is a complete DevOps platform. Developers are very busy. They want to have all their information that they require in a single place. So with GitLab, you get that complete CI/CD in a single application. You have one interface, one conversation. We created this automation to add performance testing into that single platform. This way, developers can stay in their flow, manage their projects, rather than worrying about a group of disparate tools. So that commit that I just did triggered the continuous integration pipeline. The build job then calls JMeter, which we're using to create load for the application. Without that, AppDynamics wouldn't have any metrics to gather. From there, AppDynamics collects metric information about how the application is performing. If you're not familiar, AppDynamics is an application performance monitoring solution. It uses machine learning to provide real-time visibility and insight into the application environments. So the AppDynamics performance data is then used to generate performance graphs, and those are injected back into GitLab using GitLab Pages, which is GitLab's built-in feature that allows you to publish websites directly from a repository in GitLab. This allows developers to remain in the GitLab platform while getting the added value of AppDynamics real-time application visibility. And at the same time, AppDynamics is also communicating using WebEx Teams to update information of the pipelines that are running and the performance testing and where you can find the results of those tests as well. Okay, so let's take a look at that continuous integration pipeline that we saw a little bit earlier within GitLab. So we have our build job. So that's kicked off with the commit of code into GitLab, right? It pulls the new code and deploys it for us. The performance test job, that runs the performance testing, and it pulls Cisco AppDynamics metrics and reformats that data so it can generate interactive graphs that are injected back into GitLab. Our unit tests, again, we're just running some standard unit tests. The deploy job deploys our application to a staging server, and then the pages job publishes the new metrics data from AppDynamics. Back to you, Jason.
Thank you, Jay. So you're going to ask, why GitLab? As the most widely used code repository tool in the market, it's likely that your team's already using it. The collaborative nature of GitLab, from planning to coding to deployment, automates the entire DevSecOps lifecycle, bringing your developers, your security team, and your operation teams together in a single application. Next is why Cisco AppDynamics. As one of the leading application performance monitoring platforms and the most comprehensive and advanced, it pairs well with GitLab. AppDynamics sets itself apart by being built from the ground up to monitor production environments. Using business transactions, which represent the end-to-end action that a user executes within your application and are unique to Cisco AppDynamics, this gives you a comprehensive view into your business, how your systems are performing, and how your customer experience is in real time. There are many tools within AppDynamics. only a few of which we'll touch on during this presentation. The first one is root cause analysis, which uses business transactions to determine what normal performance is for your system. And when it detects a deviation from that, it will alert and determine a root cause, providing your team with a drill down into the suspected cause. Another tool is end-use monitoring that should be mentioned, allowing your team to see your systems from the point of view of your users, which gives you unparalleled information into their experience. And with all of that, why does this matter? It's well known that task switching is destructive to productivity. Code developers are technically focused and tightly time-bound, and even a 5-minute task switch or interruption can require an hour to recover from. That's what drives so much of this automation adoption, allowing the developers to develop cleanly and securely, all while remaining in their development environment. And Jay, we'll go back to you.
Great, thanks. So these charts are for the developer, right? This shows the metrics and the information that the developer is interested in as they're building up this application. So it'll display response time, load, any errors, even disk usage, and provide links back to the business transaction within AppDynamics. So AppDynamics performance tooling is focused on the end user success and working with the application. Measures and monitoring are automatically focused on the metrics and monitoring that matters for the mission. So the same is true of root cause analysis. If a critical mission function is failing, we're able to diagnose why very quickly. There are many other ways AppDynamics improves operational performance. However, for this presentation, we're going to stay focused on adding value to our DevOps teams and automating the cycle. Okay, so let's go and see how our performance test is going. So we can see here, this is a chart that generates the performance test data that gets passed back over to GitLab pages. You can see up here, we are still in our DayTrader application. So we have average response times. We also have a graph for calls per minute and also errors per minute. Some additional functionality in this chart is that we can compare it with a previous run. So if we select one from a few days ago, we can get a comparison on the chart that was run at that time and what we just ran a few minutes ago. All right, but we want to take a little closer look at one of these business transactions. So we can see here that the sell transaction is taking way too long to complete. We also have another one here, portfolio, that isn't performing too well either, but let's focus on sell in this case. So in order to find out more information about this, I can just navigate over to my key on the right-hand side. I see the key for that sell transaction. When I click on that, I'm going to be taken directly into AppDynamics. It's going to take me to the location of the snapshot, so the point-in-time view of that application, so we can see a little bit more about what's going wrong. Right, and we can see that when it loads, I'm here with my snapshot. I'm also in my sell transaction, and I am in it for the time frame that the graph was created. All right, so I just need to open that a little more, and I can drill down into the analytics of the application, and we can see here that we have one thread that is taking 98% of that time, and that is a sleep thread. So someone put a sleep thread into our application, and it is slowing down performance. So also, while we were waiting, AppDynamics also communicated with WebEx Teams, right? So we can see here that it sent us some notifications, links to our pipeline directly in GitLab, and also links to our performance charts that are generated in GitLab pages. By committing to automation, you are improving mission operations by automating performance testing and shrinking development time by shifting performance testing left in the development cycle. And don't forget, the solution is not just for DevSecOps. You can apply automated performance testing to your staging environments to gather metrics in a deployment that more closely monitors or mirrors your production infrastructure. On behalf of Jason Schaffner, myself, and Sirius Federal, we want to thank you for your time today and remind you to commit to automation.
Hey everybody, it's good to see you again. I feel like sometimes we get lost and we don't get to connect as much when we have these two sessions between, but that's okay. You all watching all this really good content. It's amazing, and especially coming off this last session about testing automation and performance automation. I think it's really important that we focus in on those things because as we're talking about automation in general throughout this entire event, in various forms, testing both like the actual like quality as well as the performance of an application is really important to do, and it's even more important to automate things like that because you don't want to have to think about it. You don't want to have to inject human elements where you might make a mistake. Automate as much as you can so you can put your brain power to the things that are really important. So seeing tools like GitLab and CI together with APM things like AppDynamics, I think is super important. And what's I think most interesting about all of those is you need a platform to test with. You need a place to actually go execute this stuff, and you don't always have the compute or the own resources to do it at home in your home lab or at work. And it's kind of cool because I think we actually have something that can help you with that. What do you think, Denise?
Yeah, DevNet actually has sandboxes available for you to test your code or even just play around with the APIs. You don't necessarily even have to test. They're available 24/7 and you have free access to them. You just have to make a reservation and there you go. An environment is going to get spun up for you and you can do your testing, play around with these really expensive equipment without actually having to make that purchase yourself. But speaking of testing, at what point do we test security in the development life cycle? I know a lot of times it's near the end, but Ariel and Tomer is going to discuss the benefits of shift left security and what developers can do. Then following that, Stephen and Nick is going to show us how SecureX Orchestrator can have a wingman. So let's learn about these security topics and then we'll be right back.
Hello, DevNet. Welcome to our session, Shift Left Security. Tomer and myself want to talk to you about why we think developers need to assume security responsibility of the application, and not just why we think it's important, but also how to do it. But before we jump into the details, let's first introduce ourselves. So my name is Ariel. As I said, I'm a product manager at Cisco Emerging Technologies Innovation Team. Joined Cisco following the acquisition of Portshift, where I was the VP Product Management and Business Development. Before that, I was leading the serverless security activities in Aqua Security. I was a product management lead in Checkpoint and some other points in my career. Tomer, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Ariel. So hello, everyone. My name is Tomer Dvir. I'm a software engineer here at Cisco at PPNI. I'm a backend engineer focusing on Kubernetes security. I joined Cisco about a year ago as part of the Portshift acquisition.
So shifting security left, I hope nobody feels uncomfortable from this title, means that we want to introduce security checks and security work during the development and deployment phases. Why is it left? Because if you look at like the timelines of an application lifecycle, you design it, you develop it, then you deploy it and you run it. And we want to shift security, which was traditionally on the right-hand side with the runtime part, moving it all the way to the left to the development and to the deployment phases. Now, why do we want to do that? Because early detection of security risk, while developers are still coding and writing their application, are still designing and planning the deployment configurations, is much more efficient. It's easier to detect, it's easier to fix, it's easier to replace. So it accelerates the process of taking corrective steps. It reduces the time to fix, and altogether you get a higher security value in a much more efficient way and shorter time perspective. Now, when we say shift left, what do we mean by that? So here we divide it to like 3 different phases. The first phase, which I think is pretty much the classical approach. This is where most of the development team are doing today, is we integrate the security scans, whether it's code scanning or dependency scanning, into our IDEs or into our continuous integration pipeline tools. So whether we're using Jenkins or GitLab or using any other new modern, continuous integration, it's very easy and pretty much straightforward to add code scanner or dependency scanner into this pipeline. A more advanced approach is by also taking these scans one step further, under the assumption that there are also deployment files. And even today, when everything is as a code, and we have infrastructure as a code, and everything is pretty much codified, we also want to extend this code scan also to the deployment files. Why is it important? Because this is where we can find, overly permissive permissions. We can find secrets which are kept in clear text. We can find runtime configurations which are not meant to be there, and many other elements that worth noting before deployment happens. But a real shift left approach, and this is the main focus of our session today, is talk about taking it one step further and really, giving the developers full responsibility on their application, even the runtime security. And this is where we think, the most important part and where all the efforts in. And this is where we're going to invest the big portion of this session. But before we start, let's first jump into just a quickly, illustration of what do we mean by the classical approach. So as I described, CI phase, we want to edit, just when we build an image, okay, if it's, container image or like a Docker, if it's, any other application image. In the build process, we want to add some code scanning step. So it will allow to discover if there's any security vulnerabilities in the codes, like known CVEs or high CVEs or just newly discovered CVEs. It will also help us to find and identify what are the fixed versions of those CVEs that can eliminate them. And also we can find some security best practices, like if you build something with the wrong Docker file, wrong settings, or anything which can prevent you from potential security pitfalls. So Tomer, please show us a demo how does it look like in real life.
Great, thank you, Ariel. So let's head up to our first demo. So in SecurityCN, we build a CLI util for scanning a Docker image for vulnerabilities and for misconfigured Docker files. So in our example, we'll build application, and the first thing that we want to do is to have a database. So so in this case, we're using Postgres, and we just pick an older version of Docker 9.4, and this command will scan this image for vulnerabilities and for Docker misconfiguration. So the command line will scan the image for vulnerabilities and print the vulnerabilities to the screen. In addition to that, the results will be sent to the SecurityCN console, and then you can view it there for better graphic interface. So as we can see, the image was scanned, and we see some critical vulnerabilities. So it is highly recommended that the image that is used in production would not have critical vulnerabilities. So let's head up to the SecurityCN console and see how this looks like in there. So in the SecurityCN, let's refresh the page, and we can see that a new entry is here. So here we can see our Postgres, and we can see that the version is 9.4, and we can see that there are 3 critical vulnerabilities. So if we'll click on the image, we can see the list of vulnerabilities. We can see that we have 3 critical vulnerabilities, and we can drill down and can see more details about the vulnerability. We can see the CVSS explanation about the vulnerability, and we can see that there is a fix available. So what we want to do, we want to upgrade to the latest and greatest Postgres. So let's jump back to the command line, and instead of Postgres 9.4, we use the latest and greatest. We use 13. So now the image is scanned for vulnerabilities and Docker misconfigurations. And again, the results will be printed to the screen and will be sent to the SecurityCN for a deeper inspection. So while the image is being, so you see that the image is scanned, and now we can see that there are few, so we have medium vulnerabilities, we have a high, but in this version, we don't have critical. So it's highly recommended to use the latest and greatest in terms of image vulnerabilities. So we're also scanning the Docker file, and the results will be sent to the secure CM. So if we refresh the page, we see a new entry. So we have, first we had the 9.4, now we have the 13, and we can see that there are no critical vulnerabilities, and the amount of high vulnerabilities is also very low. And we can also go to the image itself, and we can go to the CIS benchmark, and which is inspecting the Docker image. And we can see that except for one warning, the image and the Docker file is pretty well formed.
Thank you, Tomer. And let's talk about how we shifting left even in the CD. So the continuous deployment that you can see on the left side of my screen is how do we deploy our artifacts into the production environment or into like a real environment. And here, just we have in Helm the ability to do a dry run. In Terraform, we have the ability to see the plan. This is something that if you add the security checks into these stages, it allows you to get good visibility and potential pitfalls, which are not related to the code, but related to the metadata that container or any artifact generate with it. So if it relates to like permissions in the cloud account that you plan to deploy with this deployment, or privileges that are related to what container assumed from the host, or volumes which it mount, or if there's any access key or secret key or token which is left plain in plain text and not hidden in the relevant area. Issues like any other security context which are to the runtime, all of it can be discovered in this phase. And again, adding a right scan at this stage allow us to detect early in the deployment lifecycle where the challenges are, what the problems are, and decide whether we must allow it or we can do fixes and minimize it before we realize it when it's already too late. So just like before, Tomer, please show us a demo. How's it look like in real life?
Thank you, Riel. So let's see a demo. So let me explain about the setup. So we have Argo CD as our deployment tool, and we have two applications here. The first one is Nginx, and the second one we'll talk about in a second. So we have an Nginx deployment if we want to deploy to our cluster. So we can sync the deployment, and when we sync it, Argo CD will install Nginx deployment to our cluster. But right before installing to the cluster, it will send the deployment file to secure CM for inspection. And if the deployment is safe, it will deploy to the cluster. So we can see that the Nginx was deployed. So let's jump to the secure CM console, and we can see how the inspection looks like. So under the CI/CD on the CD page, let's click refresh, and we see two deployments. We see the Nginx deployment, and we see the mem page. So let's jump to the secure CM, the Nginx deployment, and we can see a couple of things. So the deployment is so we are scanning three components of the deployment. We're scanning the security context, we're scanning secrets, and we're scanning for permissions. So let's look on the security context. So in this case, we found that the risk of the security context is high because it is configured to allow privilege escalation on the container, which is not recommended. And for the secret, we see that there are no secrets configured in the deployment, and there are no permissions configured. And we can see that the deployment was successful.
Thank you, Tomer. And now let's focus on what real shifting security left mean, in our opinion. And shifting security left all the way mean that even the runtime, even the area which was traditionally handled and managed by security team is being moved to the developers. And the reason, again, come from the same principle that we discussed before. Developers are the one who know best, if the application requires certain privileges, which service they want their application to be exposed to, and which service they want to expose to their service or to their application, whether they want an external exposure or only internal. In the internal, what microservices need to speak with each other. Now, there's no way that a security team can follow up with the rapid way of new deployment and continuous deployment and changes and updates, and so many developers pushing code to production. But in order to do that, and I hope you all agree with me, we need to have the right tools. We need to have the right set of tools in order to do that, to allow developers to define them. Because otherwise, of course, it's a nice idea, but cannot be implemented. And the concept that we want to show over here is to move into policy as a code, just like we move from configuration files to what we call today infrastructure as a code. Today we codify everything around the application. We also want to codify the policy. So we want to create a policy in the way that developers can do, and where developers are accustomed to do, something would allow them to create with the deployment files of their applications, also the policies, the security policy of the application, something that will allow it to simultaneously get into action and take place. And once again, going back to you, Tomer, to show us how we can create policy as a code and give developers the ability to assume the responsibility for the runtime part.
Thank you, Ariel. So let's see policy as a code. Okay, so back to our Argo CD deployer. So here we deployed the Nginx, and now for the second part, we want to deploy a policy on the Nginx. So we defined another application, another Argo CD application called Nginx policy, in which will configure and control the Nginx deployment policy. So this policy file is basically a Kubernetes object, a CLD object, which defines the rules, the network rules, that controlling the communication of the deployment. So let's see how this object looks like. So here we have our application, our automated policy object. So we have the deployment name. In our case, it's Nginx. And we can see who this deployment can talk to and who can talk to this deployment. So we can see, so for this, for example, Nginx can communicate with our database and cannot communicate to external services, but it can receive a connection from external services, but cannot receive connection from internal services. So once we deploy our application, the network policy, the connection policy in SecureCN will update it accordingly. So let's click on sync and synchronize this app to our environment. And now we can see that this app was synced, so it was synced. So we can jump back to the SecureCN console and we head to the policy, then connection rules, and click refresh. So in the policies and the connection rules, we can see that 2 new rules were created. So the first one is a connection from external environment can communicate with Nginx, and Nginx can communicate with the database. And we can easily differentiate between this rule, this automatically created rule, and the user created rule by hovering over the connection rule and see the icon. And in addition to that, on any change that we would make to the Git repository, any update or any delete will automatically affect and update the connection rules here in SecureCN.
Thank you, Tomer, for this great demo. And I think it really, now we can wrap it up and summarize everything. And the idea here in this session, what we want to talk about is the importance of shifting security left. We can get, a higher level of security, shorter remediation time, much higher efficiency, and of course, doing it before the trouble happens or before the risk exists. Now, adding security checks to development and automation cycles, whether it's in the CI or the CD pipeline, is the good approach and the right approach forward. But to really shift left, need also to consider the runtime, where the critical elements happen or where the critical risks occur. In order to do that, we showed here our suggestion for policy as a code is the approach that we can get the policy just like any other code. Let developers write it, let developers craft it, update, modify it, and automatically apply it or see these changes when they happen. And this is the demo we try to show. We show you. We hope you enjoy the session today. Thank you very much, and looking forward to see you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching our DevNet Create presentation, SecureX Orchestrator has a wingman, hybrid cloud workflows using a sidecar pattern. I have a question for you. Have you ever wanted to build a tool that could be used and augmented by people on different teams? What if one group likes Bash scripts, another group uses Ansible, maybe you have some Python programmers, and you also have some folks that don't know how to program at all? Hi, I'm Stephen McNutt, and I'm a systems architect for Cisco Systems. I've been in the information technology industry since 1995, and I've held various roles ranging from individual contributor to owner. I'm also a DevNet professional. I'm very excited to speak with you today about our project.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nick Russo. Like Steve, I've been in IT for quite some time, done a lot of advanced network engineering, and more recently, a lot of network automation. I'm currently a technical leader within CX, and I'm excited today to share with you a solution that we built that we think is going to be flexible and extensible that you can use in your environment.
Now, about that question I asked you. Today, we're going to talk about SecureX Orchestrator. We're going to talk about his trusty helper, Sidecar. And so let's just go ahead and jump into it. So first, what's SecureX Orchestrator? Well, it's a component of SecureX, which is a product that comes free with all qualifying Cisco security products. It's a SaaS application, which means it lives in the cloud. You don't have to install it. You don't have to patch it. It's just always there. You can use it whenever you want it. It uses drag and drop logic. It's technology agnostic, and it will talk to pretty much anything. So why would you want to use SXO? Well, first, it's really easy to wire up inputs and outputs using a variety of protocols. So it can talk to just about anything you can think of. And it has a lot of built-in modules, and you can also make your own if that doesn't have one that already does what you need. It also comes with a standard set of programmatic constructs that you would see in any typical programming language, such as loops, conditions, variables, and things like that. And finally, because it uses a graphical drag and drop user interface, you don't need to learn a programming language in order to start using it. You can just log in, grab your mouse, and start making things. Now, the next component we're going to look at is something called Remote Connector. And all Remote Connector is for is to allow us to reach into remote infrastructure and make calls to devices there. Finally, let's look at the sidecar. A sidecar is a helper virtual machine, and it's going to live on the same networks as your targets. So this is something that you're going to place close to the things that you want to do work on. And this is where your IO intensive, input output intensive data processing is going to live. If you have any sort of kind of complex processing logic or anything like that, this is going to be a really good place to put it. So let's connect the dots here. So how does this work? Well, the general pattern is SXO is going to send a call out to Sidecar saying, hey, do a thing. Sidecar is going to go out and do a thing, and then it's going to return that result to SecureX Orchestrator, such as, success, failed, gosh, lol, I don't know, but something will happen and we're going to get a result back. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Nick, and he's going to describe our specific use case.
As Steve discussed, we've developed a generic pattern to solve a specific problem. So next, we're going to talk through what that problem is. And specifically, our problem was, how do we connect a branch site? And this is just your classic, remote site, like a store selling a product, a bank, anything like that. And what we wanted to do was we wanted to provide a centralized internet backhaul to rapidly ensure that these sites could be connected back to a data center or a corporate headquarters. So within that, there are some benefits to that approach. We can leverage powerful security services at that head end, whatever's there. And of course, there are some drawbacks as well. But the biggest and most difficult thing to solve for us was how can we do this at scale? So coming up next, let's talk about what that solution looks like at a high level. We decided to use Cisco's umbrella SIG, which is Secure Internet Gateway. If you're not familiar with this offering, it is a SaaS solution that effectively allows Umbrella to host a IPsec head-end virtual instance where you can create tunnels on the head end, and then clients like routers and firewalls can form VPNs towards that head end to backhaul all their traffic. This is useful if you have hundreds or thousands of branch sites that need to be stood up rapidly. Think something like disaster response, where you have all these remote sites that need centralized access, and you can provide it in a snap using this solution. And it not only scales really well, but we want to be able to provision it quickly to provide those services. So coming up next, let's talk a little bit more about how that solution works. And we'll see on the next slide what the high-level architecture looks like. Now, I'm not going to detail too much here. We're not going to review any code. We're not going to dig into the Python because it's probably 200 or 300 lines of code if memory serves. First thing we have to do is have SXO load in our devices. This is the concept of an inventory, if you're familiar with Nornir or Ansible, with a know what devices we're communicating with. And for every site that we have, there's going to be an associated sidecar on that local network. The sidecar is registered back to SXO, almost like a proxy device that can take commands from SXO and run them, running scripts or whatever else on the local devices. So we configure our remote device to connect to Umbrella using NetMiko over SSH that provides support for legacy devices. And we also use the REST API, specifically the Umbrella Management API, to create the SIG tunnels at the head end. Once the tunnels are configured, we wait on the client device to make sure that the tunnels come up. We send some traffic, and we also ensure that the tunnel reports up on the Umbrella side. This guarantees that the entire system is working, and you'll see in the demo, Steve will talk you through exactly how that works. So coming up next, Steve is going to talk through the software level architecture on how did we have to build this sidecar, because this is something custom we had to build to support our specific use case, but it has broad applicability beyond just Umbrella SIG. So Steve's going to talk about that.
Thank you, Nick. So let's take a closer look at this sidecar. So this is really a very common microservices type of pattern that we're looking at here. So SXO sends a post out to a configure endpoint on a server, which is just Flask, right? And then the Flask application acts as our web front end. It takes all of the parameters that SXO sends, it drops it into a Redis acting as a message broker. Now, in a lot of designs, you'll see RabbitMQ used here, but for the sake of simplicity, Redis can act as both a key value store and as a broker, so that's what we decided to do here. So finally, after that, Celery picks up the messages from the broker, and then it sends all the tasks out to workers. So these individual workers take a copy of Nick's script, buildsig.py, and it runs them. And so each copy of buildsig logs into its assigned branch router, configures it, and then also makes the API calls up to Umbrella to build the tunnel on the back end. What's really nice about this design is the actual code that's running against the devices that's doing the work doesn't need to know anything about concurrency or queuing or anything like that. That's all handled by Celery and Redis. That's really the beauty of this design. So you can take any kind of script and just drop it into this design and start using it. So that's basically how this works. So now that you've heard the descriptions and all of that kind of stuff, let's actually run a demo. Okay, so this is the network tunnels page on Umbrella, and here we're just verifying that we don't have any tunnels configured yet. Next, we're going to take a look at our SXO workflow. We begin with a sidecar liveness check, just to make sure our sidecar's up. Next, we're going to load our devices in from the database. And then for each device, we're going to loop through and send out a provisioning request to our sidecar. When that happens, we're going to get back a task identifier from Celery. We're then going to take that task identifier and we're going to store it in a tracking table for later. In the next phase of our workflow, we're going to use those task IDs to basically sit in a polling loop and wait for all the tasks to complete. Once all the tasks are complete, the workflow is done. So let's go over now and take a look at the database. As you can see, it's just one table with some columns that just has all of the parameters that we're going to need, and we're going to use these as input into our workflow. So now we're going to take a look at the router, or one of the routers that we're going to configure, just to verify that it's currently in an unconfigured state. So right now it has tunnel 20, which is the existing tunnel back to the data center. So we're going to add a tunnel as part of this workflow. So let's take a look at the routing table. We can see we have a default route that points to that tunnel that goes back to the data center. So now that we verified that our router is in an unconfigured state, we're going to go ahead and bring up our Docker Compose app that runs on the sidecar. And that's going to fire up our 3 containers. So we have our Redis, and we have our worker, Celery worker, and we have XSO sidecar, which is our front end. Okay, so our app is up and running now and ready to get going. So what we're going to do now is we're going to pivot back into SecureX Orchestrator, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to kick off the workflow and then quickly switch back to watch what's happening on the worker. All right, so now you can see all of the configuration requests have already been fired out, and all the workers have logged into all of the routers. So now the routers are being configured by all of their individual worker scripts, and they're also logging into Umbrella on the back end and sending out the API calls to configure the tunnel. And we're done. It only took about 20 seconds. So what's happening now is we're just probing and waiting for the Umbrella backend to configure the tunnels. We're going to speed this section up a little. All right, so now we have tunnels up, and what we're doing is we're probing and waiting for routing to converge. And momentarily we should have routing. Okay, so we now have routing. So now we're passing traffic through Umbrella SIG. And if you look below, you can see that tunnel 100, which is the SIG tunnel, is now up. And that's going to be our default route. All the traffic is now going to flow over tunnel 100 towards SIG instead of tunnel 20 towards the data center. Here we can see all of the values being returned from our scripts. They're being stored in Celery, and then SXO is getting that status information back. So now we've completed the run. The workflow's done. So we're just going to take a quick look inside of Flower, which is just a way to inspect what's happening inside of Celery. So we can see we processed 10 requests. They all succeeded. So this is the task ID that gets returned back to Orchestrator. This is the second column is the parameters that were actually sent from Orchestrator to Celery. And then finally, this last set of values is what's returned from the script that configures the router back into Celery, and then Celery sends us back to SXO. Let's verify our tunnels in Umbrella. And as you can see, we now have 10 active tunnels, and everything's up and running.
All right, everyone, with the demo now complete, you've seen how our solution solves a real-life problem using a generic design pattern with a specific instance of an implementation of that design, I should say, to solve a specific problem using Umbrella SIG. So coming up next, I want to summarize a few key points. So we used SecureX Orchestrator, or SXO, to build all the high-level logic, the inventory management, the database management, managing the worker and tasks, handling the control flow, and orchestrating the whole solution. That was all done with SXO, all that logic. Now, the actual configuration of the devices and the configuration of Umbrella was done using just a basic Python script that stands by itself. There was no concurrency and nothing special about it. That's the kind of basic network automation that a lot of engineers who are new to this business already know how to do. So with the skills that many of you already know, you can add the concurrency and the fanciness of SXO to solve problems at scale. And that was really the big take home today. Also keep in mind that the sidecar was an important component of the solution, which lives on site with the customer devices, the routers and the firewalls being managed. This ensures that SXO doesn't have to reach into the network, because that's oftentimes a security risk that a lot of businesses are not willing to tolerate. So all those components, as you've seen in the presentation, we've had the diagrams for it. We tried to explain how all that works, and then the demo hopefully tied all that together for you. So coming up next, the last thing I want to say is thanks for attending our talk. We hope you enjoyed it, and enjoy the rest of your time here at DevNet Create.
Wow, what an awesome demo from Stephen and Nick. As you can see, security is a hot topic today so far. Jeff, I remember there being a security challenge. Can you tell me the details about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've talked about it a little bit earlier today, but we've got the Secure Code Warrior Challenge going on right now, which is fantastic. It's happening today and tomorrow. We're calling it Devi Defends because, Devi. 2-day challenge designed for skill levels, all types of skill levels. Top 25 winners go into the next challenge, which is Devi Secures. There's also all kinds of fun prizes from this: t-shirts, headphones, Raspberry Pis, all kinds of goodness. So next up, we've got 2 sessions. First one is from Matthias Madhu from Secure Code Warrior, dives into why security developers need champions and coaches and things like that. It's going to be a really interesting session to listen to. And then followed by Rob Richardson from Cypress, or for Cyril, I think, talking about gaining confidence through testing with Cypress. Hope you enjoy. We'll see you back here in just a minute.
Welcome to DevNet Create. My name is Matthias Madhu, and for the next 20 minutes, I would like to talk about how can we play to win with security champions and coaches. Let's be honest, we need really good people to push the security train forward into our organizations, and we definitely need champions and coaches. And I think it's especially necessary in terms of development. If we talk to development teams and we have to get the developers on board with security, well, then we need really good champions and coaches. My name is Matthias Madhu, and I'm the co-founder and CTO of Secure Code Warrior. Over here, you can see my business partner, Peter Danieux. We started roughly 5-6 years ago with Secure Code Warrior, and I actually have a history of static analysis. I used to work at a static analysis vendor, but one day I realized it is all too easy to find problems in code if you never ever tell the developer how to write secure code in the first place. But that's all about tooling. As I said in the introduction, well, we also really need to make sure that the people are engaged. You will not solve the problem with tools only. Tools will point out problems. Tools can help you, but ultimately it's the people that need to fix code, and the people need to write code securely from the start. So the agenda for today, I would like to talk a little bit about the application security's secret weapon. Would like to briefly touch on the champions and the coaches. I would like to talk about how to inspire developers and to share the responsibility of security. Ultimately, you can say, well, you know what, there's a security department in our organization, so these people are responsible for security. Well, the actual truth is maybe a little bit different. I would like to touch on DevSecOps. For people who did not see my presentation last year, I extensively talked about DevSecOps last year, and I would like to wrap it up. Leaders, coaches, champions, it all starts with the people. So what is the secret weapon in an organization, and especially when it comes down to security? Let's dig a little bit into the numbers. If we look at security, well, on average, there's 1 security person per 10 operations people per 100 developers, which means that 1 security person ultimately in this new world with DevOps, well, they have to help roughly 110 operations and developer people to get code securely into production. And even that is strange, because as an application security person, you can point out problems, but guess where those problems are and where they need to be fixed? Well, they all need to be fixed in code, right? And quite often, application security people do not have access to code in a sense that they can update the code. Maybe they do not even have the knowledge how to do that properly and the way the developers are doing it. So we really need to engage with the developers if we want to fix this security problem at the core. Ultimately, we can say, well, it all starts with code. We're building code on top of code. Yes, the application security people can build a couple walls around that code in a sense of firewalls and other solutions. But ultimately, that's, again, bits building on top of bits to protect bits. So I would argue that we have to look at the core of the problem and not smack the developers, but actually help them and make sure they can do their job better. We help them do their job better. right? So what is the secret weapon for application security people? Well, I think the secret weapon for application security people is to be able to engage with developers, make sure they understand why this is important, and we all fight the same battle, which is trying to get code into production in a secure way. Last but not least, why do we think that this can be successful? Well, I'm genuinely convinced that developers want to do the right thing. They are problem-solving people, and quite often they like some gamification. So I do think with the right tools, with the right training, we're able to engage with those developers and make sure they get a passion for security and they want to do the right thing and they can produce secure code. So champions, coaches, what's the difference? So let's have a look at where this all comes from. And I was actually fortunate to be part of the BSIM, Building Security In, which is a maturity model. By the way, this, you can also look at OpenSAM or Axway. Axway, I was able to interview Brian Levine from Axway on the Software Security Gurus webcast, and he talked about the maturity model they had within Axway. So no matter how you do it, make sure you have a maturity model, make sure it fits your organization, it fits your processes. I was lucky enough to be part of the BSIM, where we ran around in Europe and we interviewed 10 people in charge of application security or security in general in fairly large organizations like SAP and Nokia, Visa. That was 10 years ago. One thing that we saw at that time was successful organizations had one thing in common, and unsuccessful organizations also had one thing in common. Successful organizations all had something called a satellite. They bridged out of their central group and they were able to engage with the teams, with one specific person in each team, coach that person, help that person, and make sure security was on top of mind of those people in those teams. That was, in general, the success of successful programs in these organizations. And of course, unsuccessful companies, people that really struggled with getting application off the ground, they did not have that. These days, we're talking more about champions. We must have champions and so on and so forth. So in the next couple slides, I would like to talk a little bit on how to identify these people, how can you work with them, and essentially how can you make that program successful. But first, let's have a quick look at what other people say that security champions are, because quite often there's a little bit of confusion what security champions are. But quite often they generally agree that a security champion has to provide guidance and assistance to the developers. They should encourage security best practices, and they should advocate for the team, essentially help them upwards and also downwards. One thing that there's a little bit of confusion, and not everybody is on the same page over here, is most people say it doesn't stop with the security person. The security person helps the developers, but also want to make sure that these developers become security savvy and the knowledge is spread in the team. Others are saying, no, it actually stops with the security champion. That is the person that holds the key to the kingdom. Well, ultimately, that person is security aware and it is his responsibility. He holds the knowledge. It shouldn't really be broadened out to the team, but that person has to make sure they deliver secure code. Of course, I strongly disagree with that last point. I think in general, a security champion has to be somebody that broadens out the knowledge into the team so that everybody can do the right thing. So that is what's out there in the market. How do I look at it myself? Well, for me, a security champion is really somebody that has an active connection with the application security team, just like what I saw 10 years ago with BSIM and the satellite. It is a person that has a strong connection to the application security team, but still sits with the developers. That person can advocate for the developer. That person needs to listen to the developers, but also needs to listen to the application security team and actually needs to bridge between those two teams. They should be able to communicate in their language, because security and developers, they talk a different language. They should be able to translate security requirements into developer speak, and they should be able to translate developer speak to the security team. What are coaches? Well, that can be the same person, but it does not necessarily have to be the same person. But the coach over here is really somebody that makes sure that we also deliver on the outcomes, that we do not derail from original goal. We have to make sure that the coach makes sure that the team really delivers functionality, everything, but with security in mind. The coach is able to strategize around the technology as well. So yes, security is important, but there's always a fine balance between security and performance, for example. So the coach really has to understand and has to have deep understanding of the security frameworks, the possibilities of that security framework. It has to be able to make decisions or work with the security champion to come up with a good solution. And last but not least, well, the coach should be able, again, to manage upwards and downwards and make sure that we meet our goals, but we meet our goals in a secure manner. So where are we today? Well, a lot of organizations have something called a Security Champions Program, but not everybody is there. Again, first time that we saw that was 10 years ago. We saw being a satellite being built out into organizations. It's actually curious to me that only 10% in 2017 had a Security Champions Program. But as you can see, Gartner projects that by 2021, which is right now, 35% of the enterprises should have a Security Champions Program or will have a Security Champions Program. The only thing I can say is I agree. In the market, we see more and more organizations willing to build out a Security Champions Program. How can we inspire developers and how can we share the responsibility of security? Well, first of all, we have to ask ourselves, is it working? And if it is working, we do not have to change anything. Unfortunately, well, if you look at a couple lists, for example, the OWASP Top 10, and by the way, the OWASP 2021 came out, and yeah, a couple things moved, a couple categories moved up and down, but ultimately it was roughly the same top 10. So over the last, 14 years now, we always have roughly the same top 10 of vulnerabilities. How is that possible? Well, I have my own theory. I think 10, 15 years ago, let's say 15 years ago, we started with pen testing. And we said, well, you know what? We find these individual problems. Can we find more of these things? And then we moved on to static analysis, because static analysis could find whole heaps of the same problem. And then we found whole heaps of the same problem and realized, oh my God, how are we going to fix that? So we didn't really fix it, but we started to baseline our applications, meaning, well, we said, well, you know what? We have a certain number of problems. Let's keep it at the same level. Not a good idea, right? The idea of like, well, we know it's broken, but we're not going to touch it, but it still works. So ultimately, my advice over here is make your own top 10, maybe make your own top 3, maybe top 1, and do it really, really good. Make sure you kill that category of problems in your entire organization, learn from that experience, and replicate that. And the first example I would like to give is really show why we're still in that endless loop, why the number one problem is still the same number one problem, or it tickles down a little bit up and down in that OWASP top 10 list, but it's not changing. Here is a real example. Let's say your static analysis or your dynamic analysis or your pen testers or your EAST finds a particular problem. Well, that problem is going to be filed in the bug tracking system. A developer will do some research, figure out, well, what is the problem? Okay, that is the problem. How do I fix that problem? Okay, I'm going to fix that problem. And ultimately, that developer is going to check in some code that resolves the problem. At that moment in time, something magical is happening. You know what is happening? The code is fixed, but the knowledge disappears into a black hole. because nobody else knows about that particular solution. We close the bug and it's never ever looked at again. That is very unfortunate. And if tomorrow a new person comes on board, that person does not know about the particular fix, right? So it's easy, even almost natural, to introduce similar problems because they were not taught in school how to develop code properly. And because nobody told that developer on how to write code properly, and nobody told that developer about previous fixes, well, guess what? It's going to reappear. So we're in this endless cycle. Okay, so how can we break out of that endless cycle? Well, I think we have to align all our objectives, the company objectives. We need to align that with the department objectives. We need to align that with the personal objectives, and also for security. Because right now I see all too often the objective of security: find as many problems as possible. Well, that is unfortunately not an objective that can be aligned with the company objective, because the company objective should be to make reliable software that your customers have trust in your applications and have trust in what you're doing. And they should say, well, I'm happy to use their app, I'm happy to use their website, I'm happy to use their software, and I'm confident that I will not break down. That is ultimately the objective of the organization with software. If that trickles down to the departments, well, in terms of developers, yes, the functionality have to be okay, but that's a natural one. But you know, the department goal should also be like, if it has to be reliable, we need to take security into consideration. And that has to align with the personal goal of a developer, which is, hey, the only good code in an organization that can be written is security savvy code, you know, is code free of problems, because that is how I'm going to help the end goal of that organization, which is shipping reliable code. So who is your security champion? So he is key to scaling your security program. It has to be a positive person. It has to be more than just a technical strong person. The person has to have communication skills. The person has to have this interpersonal relationships with the developers on the team, and should be able to explain something, help people. So the person, you know, does not have to only be passionate about security, but the person really has to be able to explain something to other developers. So the security champion does not have to be the most skilled person. That is a very important one. We are not looking for the most senior person on the team and make that the security champion. Quite often, it is a person that is not too junior, not too senior, who has a strong interest in security that will become your champion. So how do you find your champion? Well, a good way to find your champion is to organize something security related, but which is a little bit fun. For example, you can run a tournament. And I know there's a tournament running right now. So if you have an interest in security, you can join such a tournament. And it's a good way to get yourself familiar with writing secure code. You learn something. You also can reflect on yourself. What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What do I know today? What do I not know today? And ultimately, you can win some prizes in a tournament. So that's a good way for a security team to already identify people that have an interest in security. Just people joining have an interest in security. Okay, now it comes down to identify the people that also have empathy towards other developers and can really help your security program be pushed forward. So how can we engage with developers? Well, we have to make sure, we then as vendors, we have to make sure that our solutions appeal to developers. Security is quite often perceived as boring, not all too fun. So we have to make sure we package that and we make sure it is interesting. It helps the developer. At the same time, the developer doesn't get a free ride. The developer should make sure that he or she understands that, you know, a secure developer is normally highly sought after, has more opportunities in life. And a security savvy developer quite often is the same as a senior developer, somebody that understands code, somebody that reached the end of the development learning process and said, oh my God, people are misusing my code. That is quite interesting. How did they do that? Last but not least, some tips and tricks for effective developer upskilling. How do you do that? Well, the honest truth is you have to do that in the language and the framework that you're using on a day-to-day basis. It does not make sense to learn something in Java if you're using .NET on a day-to-day basis. You have to make sure that if you want to upskill yourself and you're using real code and you're using real vulnerabilities and you're also using real patterns on how to fix problems, well, you have to make sure that the level is accurate as well. If you're a junior developer, well, you have to make sure that these modules appeal to junior developers, equally for senior developers. So there's a lot on here where you say, hey, these are tips and tricks for effective developer upskilling. Last but not least, I said, hey, you know what? Embracing DevSecOps for developers. I did give a talk last year, which I'm quickly going through, on how you can embed security in DevOps, and I use the framework called COMS. And please check it out. My recording is there from last year on how to embed security in DevOps. The bottom line is you have to make sure that you work on the culture, the automation, the measurement, and the sharing. That's how you embed security into the DevOps cycle and essentially make it DevSecOps. To wrap it up, what do we need? Well, we need people. We need good people. We do not only need tools. Without the people, this is not going to work. It's all about the people. It's all about the culture in an organization. And clearly, Cisco is on the right track here. Given that I'm up on stage talking about security for developers means that we care about security and that we care about the end solution here, which is shipping reliable code. Do you want to improve your secure coding skills? Well, right now we're actually running a global tournament with big prizes. You can pick your favorite language and framework, and you can jump in and you can actually win some prizes. With that, I would like to thank you very much. And if there are questions, well, there are various ways to reach me. Thank you very much.
Hi, welcome to DevNet Create. We're going to talk about level up your DevOps with GitHub Actions and Kubernetes. I'm Rob Richardson. Let's dive in. Here's the part where I tell you I'm definitely going to post the slides on my site tonight. But in this talk, there are no slides. The code is online right now. Let's head off to GitHub and take a look at it. Here's the code up on GitHub. Well, actually, this GitHub repository is empty. So let's go build the code. You can get to this GitHub repository by going to robrich.org, click on presentations. Here it is up at the top, level up your DevOps. The GitHub repository is right there. While you're here on robrich.org, click on About Me, and you can see some of the things that I've done recently. I'm a Cyril developer advocate, a Microsoft MVP, a Docker captain, and a friend of Redgate. AZ GiveCamp is really cool. AZ GiveCamp brings volunteer developers together with charities to build free software. We start Friday after work. Sunday afternoon, we deliver the completed software to the charities. Sleep is optional, caffeine provided. If you're in Phoenix, come join us for the next AZ GiveCamp. Or if you'd like a GiveCamp near you, hit me up on email or on Twitter, and let's get a GiveCamp in your neighborhood too. Some of the other things that I've done, I do a lot of Docker and Kubernetes training and consulting. And I replied to a .NET Rocks podcast episode. They read my comment on the air, and they sent me a mug. Woohoo! So there's my claim to fame, my coveted .NET Rocks mug. So let's dig in. We need to build a website, we need to containerize it, and host it in Kubernetes. Let's do that. First step, let's do a .NET New. Now, .NET New allows us to scaffold out a website in a really elegant way. So let's say .NET New MVC. I'm going to give it a name of Level Up DevOps, and I will do the output folder right here. Now, if I didn't use the name, it would put it in, it would use my folder as the name. And if I didn't specify the output, it would create a subfolder for that. So now we have our content here inside this directory. And if we open this up in VS Code, we can see we now have a website. We have a home controller, we have some views. So here's the home view. And let's say instead of just welcome, welcome DevNet Create. And now we've got a website. Okay, we want to get this into Git, so let's create a new file, a .gitignore. Now this is all the content that we don't want in our Git repository. So all the built content like bin and obj, and all the user-specific content like star.user and star.suo and the .vs folder. Thanks, VS Code. Yes, I would like to include this new folder. Here's this .vs code folder. And yeah, that's user-specific details about how I might choose to debug my app. But in this case, I'll commit that. Now you may choose to exclude that, and that's fine too. Okay, so we've got our website. We've got our .gitignore file. Let's talk about how we get it into containers. Our first stop is to create a .dockerignore file. New file, .dockerignore. And here in a dockerignore file, we'll specify all the things that we don't want to end up in our container. Now it's the exact same syntax as our gitignore file, so let's put that content into place. And we'll also exclude the content that is development-centric, like app settings.development.json, and here in properties, the launch settings.json. Now that is all of the details that we need to launch our website in debugging, and we don't want that in a production container. Now the cool part is if we don't have a .dockerignore, but we do have a .gitignore, Docker will use that instead. Next up, let's create a new file, and this is a Docker file. Now if you accidentally named it dockerfile.txt, easy enough, we can rename it and pull off the .txt. In this case, I have the Docker plugin inside of VS Code, and so I can see the icon change to a whale. Perfect. Now, inside of a Docker file, we will have from, copy, run, and cmd. And these are the main commands in our Docker file. We will have more, but if you understand how these 4 commands work, you can probably read most Docker files. First off, from. Now we want to stand on the shoulders of giants, so let's head off to Docker Hub. We will search for .NET, and we will land here in this repository that is the .NET repository up on Docker Hub. Now this is a meta repository and lists all kinds of other repositories. If you want to see a bunch of Docker files, samples can be really great. Runtime deps is what we need to be able to install .NET. Runtime allows us to run console apps. On top of that is ASP.NET, which allows us to host websites, and SDKs on top of that has our build tools. Now we want to build inside of our container, so let's pop this one open, and let's grab this label right here. Now scrolling down a little bit, we can see that by default 5.0 is built on top of Debian, but there also is an Alpine version, so let's use 5.0-Alpine. Back here in our Docker file, from this -alpine. Okay, now we need to copy all of our content from the current directory where we'll run our Docker build command to the current directory inside of our container. Where is that directory? workdir/src. Now I could have named it anything, but src works in this case. So we've copied all of our content from this directory into our image that we're building, and now we need to run some commands. Now, if we're building a build script, we would say .NET restore to restore all of our NuGet packages, all of our libraries. .NET build will build in release mode. .NET test to run all of our unit tests. Let's also do this in release mode so that we don't accidentally get a release and a debug build. And .NET publish will build in release mode here, and we'll send this content out to the dist folder. Now, this is not that unlike right-click publish from Visual Studio, but we're doing it here inside of a build file so that we know we'll get consistent results every time. Now, these are the commands that we'll need to run from the console, and so we need to run them as Docker commands. So let's run this one, run this one, run this one, run this one. We could run other commands as well, but that'll get our content from source code into a website that is running here in the dist folder. So let's run it. .NET and level up devops.dll, and it is in the dist folder. Now we do need a few environment variables. Let's go grab those that will just set the rest of the content in place. We're telling it to run in production mode and to run on port 80. Now this Docker file would work great. We could run this right now, but there are some things that we can tidy up. Right now we have our build tools and our source code inside of our production container. Let's do it a little bit differently. Let's say from, and we can come back to Docker Hub to find the new container, but in this case I know it is ASP.NET, and we'll now create a second image with only the content that we want in it. Now let's move to the app folder, and we want to copy our content from the dist folder into this current folder. Right now it's going to copy it from the root over here. We want to copy from equals build. Well, where is the build stage? Let's call this one as build. We've now created a multi-stage build. Here is our build server container, and here is our production runtime server container. Now I put this in air quotes because they aren't servers, they're images that we're building, but we've now split our build in half. We've used a multi-stage build. Now this is great. Each of these Docker layers is able to create a new layer, and so we couldn't just say run rm -rf/src. That wouldn't make our image smaller. Instead, by creating a multi-stage build, we now have the ability to separate those two pieces. This will only include built assets. The other thing is each of these Docker layers can be cached. So right now I'm restoring my NuGet packages, but I'm copying in all the files beforehand. So what if I change a small JavaScript file or a CSS file? It's going to invalidate this layer and then restore all of my NuGet packages. Really, I want to run this first and then copy in all my content. Now I still need to tell it what the manifest is. So let's copy level up devops.csproj into the current folder. And now I know the libraries I need to restore. I will restore them, and then I will copy everything else in and build it. Now, if I change a JavaScript file, I'll invalidate this layer, so I won't need to restore my NuGet packages. Perfect. So now we have a Docker file that will work great in getting our source code into our container. Next step, let's create a Kubernetes YAML file. Now, of course, the Kubernetes YAML file gets confusing, so let's just copy the content that we used last time and put it in place here. Yep, all the content from where I did it last time will work perfectly here. Let's just change last time to level up DevOps, and we've got our content in place. Now this includes a deployment that has one replica. Here's our pod definition. It includes a service that will load balance across all of the one instances, and an ingress that will resolve DNS and point it at the service. Now we do have some variables here. Here's our image label, here's our registry URL, and we'll use the build to be able to replace these in place so that we don't need to commit our secrets into source control. But now we're ready. Let's start committing it. Oh, let's create one more file, a readme.md, and let's put some readme content into place. Here's the readme content, and now we've got our stuff in place. So let's commit all of this content. I will stage all of these changes, double checking that I didn't include anything that I built. I can open up each one and see what changed. In this case, all of the files are new, so everything changed. Initial commit. We'll commit this. And now let's push this up to GitHub. Git push origin main. Now we started out with an empty GitHub repository, and now that we just pushed, we have some content here inside GitHub. Now, it was mostly an empty repository. I did do a few things beforehand here. I went into secrets, and I created some secrets that we can use in our build. ACR password, ACR URL, username, the things that we'll need to log into our container registry, and our AKS URL and kubeconfig, the things that we'll need to log into Kubernetes. Now that's perfect. Next up, let's go in and look at some build actions. Now, it's suggested that a simple workflow might be a good choice, but we can also look for other things, Terraform, Ruby, Python, and we can grab a whole lot of things based on our needs. Now, in this case, I'm building a Python thing. So not a Python, a Docker container. So let's look for a Docker one. There it is. Set up this workflow. We could also start from a blank one as well. So I'm going to say, change this to Docker Kubernetes.yaml. And let's build up this build process. So let's say Docker build and push Kubernetes apply. Now we want to do this on the main branch, but let's come back to pull requests. We'll do that separately. Now, what are the steps? Well, we'll check out our thing, and then we want to do a Docker build and push kubectl apply. In this case, we're going to run a multi-stage command. So let's Docker build. We know what that build file is. And let's put the dot at the end. And let's name this, instead of my image name, level up DevOps. Okay. Now we want to be able to use our secrets. For example, we want to be able to label this to match our registry. How do we use these secrets? Well, we've created our secrets correctly here. And so now we can use them with this $curly curly to be able to get at that content. Okay, so I want to say $curly curly secrets.acr URL level up DevOps. And I'm also going to replace this with the github.sha, which is the git hash for this commit. Now that we've tagged it with this URL or with this image name, then we can say Docker push that image and it'll go up to our registry. Well, kind of. We need to log into our registry first. So let's come here and we can search for Docker login. And here's a good one. We can take a look at the full marketplace listing that will give us all the particulars of how this action works. We can probably get from here to the GitHub registry. But in this case, the content that we're after is this YAML. And we will set that in place right here. Let's indent it correctly. There we go. Now, with this Docker login, we need to pass it a registry. So good thing we have a secrets for that, secrets.acr URL. And we also need a username. Good thing we have a secret for that. Let's go set this to our ACR username. We need a password. Good thing we have a secret for that. Let's go set in ACR password and log out. Now, if we're running on shared hosting, logging out might be important because we don't want our secrets to leak into the next build. In this case, GitHub is going to destroy our build agent the moment that we finish, but setting this to log out true is not a bad thing. Let's leave that in place. Cool. Now that we're logged into Docker, we can push our container up to the registry. The next thing we need to do is kubectl apply-f k8s.yaml, and that will be able to push our content into Kubernetes. Well, which Kubernetes? Let's come back here into the marketplace, and let's look for a kubectl or Kubernetes set context. Okay, Kubernetes set context. Is that one going to get us the one we want? Yep. Let's go grab the YAML here, set that in place. We will need to fix the indenting there. And now that will set our context. Now we have various methods of how to be able to log in. In this case, yes, let's use the kubeconfig method. That sounds perfect. And so now we need to pass in our kubeconfig. Well, nope. We have a secret for that, secrets.kubeconfig. And because we've used the kubeconfig, we don't need to set the rest of these. Okay, now we're logged into Kubernetes. So now when we do a kubectl apply, it will work just fine. Now there are a bunch of secrets that we need to set in place. And so let's go grab a sed command that will be able to get this, these secrets in place. Now I'm doing this sed command into the k8s.yaml file, and I'm not creating a backup. I'm replacing ACR URL with the secret, AKS URL with the secret, and the image label with the GitHub SHA. Now, I'm very specifically doing this after I push this to the registry. If, for example, I did this up here, and if, for example, we came here to our our Docker ignore file and we forgot to include kds.yaml in there, then these secrets would end up inside of our container. We definitely don't want that. So I'm going to very specifically put this after I've pushed this to my registry to ensure that those secrets don't end up inside the container. Okay, so we've got this Kubernetes build file in actions build file, create build file, and let's commit it. Now, the cool part here is that this is just one of the files in our project. It's in a .github/workflows folder. But if we want to get back to that editor, we can come in here and we can click edit, and it will do the things to be able to get at our file. But in this case, because it's just a file, we can come in here and we can say git pull, and we can also interact with this just from our VS Code instance. That's perfect. Now, because we have a file inside .github/workflows, then it also kicked off a build. So let's come back here and we can see the dot showing us our build is running. Let's go into the details, and that will do all of the steps. It will log into Docker, it will log into Kubernetes, and then it'll launch into our Docker file to do all of the restore our NuGet, run our build, run our unit tests, publish that content, copy that content into a new container, and then publish that container to our Docker registry. From there, it will start that content inside of Kubernetes, and we can see that it looks like our build is green. Very nice. Now, it will take a while for the DNS to propagate, so let's use Kubernetes port forwarding to be able to get at this content right away. We could port forward into a particular pod or into a deployment. In this case, let's port forward into a service. So kubectl port forward service /level up DevOps, port 80 on my local machine to port 80 inside the service. But if I have something else running on port 80 on my local machine, let's forward port 8080 instead. kubectl port forward. Did I spell that incorrectly? Let me double check. Ooh, kubectl get all. Let's see, did I name it incorrectly? There we go. I named it level up DevOps instead of DevOps. kubectl port forward that to 8080 to port 80. Oh, well, yep, it's got an error image pull. Let's go fix that. It is not level up DevOps, but rather level up DevOps. And let's commit this change. Now, we do have two changes. We have the change here, and we also have the change in our .docker ignore file, adding this Kubernetes YAML file. So let's get that staged as well. Save. Oh, helps if I find and replace correctly. There we go. Fix typo. Git push origin main, and that will kick off our new build correctly. Now, the cool part is that we can watch this build do each of those steps, and that is really fun. For the sake of time, we'll fast forward past this part, but it's really cool to be able to watch it do each of the steps in our build file. So let's come back to pull requests. Well, one of the things that we wanted to do was create a pull request build. Now, this is just a file in my repository. So let's copy this and we'll paste it. And let's call this one Docker PR. Now, in this case, Docker build for PRs, we want to be able to run it on Well, not main, but we also want to run on pull request. So branches, let's do it on all branches. Now, what are the steps that we need to do? Well, we probably don't want to send it to our production Kubernetes cluster. Let's delete that step. Because we're not sending it to our Kubernetes cluster, we don't need to set the secrets in place. We also don't need to log into our Kubernetes cluster. We probably don't want to push this to our container registry even. We don't want to accidentally run this pull request, which means we don't need to log into our Docker registry. To that end, let's not even tag it with our Docker registry. Let's just call it -pr. Now we're still going to do all of the steps inside of our Docker file. We just won't do all of the subsequent steps of deploying it. Okay, so let's come here into our thing and we can stage that change. But wouldn't it also be nice to have a status bar here in our README? Let's come back into actions and we'll pick our particular build and we'll come in here and we'll say create status badge. Copy this markdown. Let's set that in place in our README file. And let's say right there. And let's also stage this change. So let's add status badge and PR workflow. We'll commit that and we will push it, git push origin main. And we have created a change inside of our main branch so we can watch that build go. It'll be really cool. Now, last time we went in based on clicking this dot. This time, let's go in through actions. We can see our various builds ready to go. And if we filter by a build, we can see that here's the builds going here, and there have been no PRs so far. So let's open up this build and see what tasks it's doing. It's doing all of those tasks. So we did the Docker login, the Kubernetes set context, and it looks like we just finished doing our .NET restore. So all of our packages are now in place. Let's do the build. Oh, yep, our build succeeded. That's great. Let's run all of our tests. No failing tests. Let's publish that content into the dist folder, copy that dist folder into the new container. This is working great. Push that container up to our Docker registry. The Docker registry looks like it got populated. And let's apply this new version then into our Kubernetes cluster. Ooh, that worked great. Let's do that port forward again. kubectl port forward, level up DevOps. And now let's come to localhost 8080 and we'll view our website. We started with nothing and we got to a running website inside of a container using GitHub Actions and containers. That was really fun. So if you want to grab this code, it's available up on GitHub right now. You can also grab this code by going to robrich.org, click on presentations at the top, and jump into Level Up DevOps with GitHub Actions and Kubernetes. If you want to hit me up on Twitter for questions or thoughts, hit me up at rob_rich, and I'll also join you in that spot where the conference is designated for Q&A. Thanks for joining us for Level Up DevOps.
Hey, everybody. Pretty amazing couple sessions there. I mean, it's been just a day full of great content, but these last couple sessions really chimed in for me, specifically because we all use Git. Using Git in general is just tantamount to the work that you do as a developer. And then with GitHub, it's just such a familiar tool. A lot of us use it, amongst other things. But seeing what Rob presented on, the combination of using GitHub and the built-in actions that are already there to just automatically set up a workflow for yourself. I mean, that's what this is all about. It's all about automation, finding simple tools to automate the things that you need to get done. So amazing stuff. And I think, and speaking of learning Git and using Git, Denise, I think we've got some information for them on how to kind of learn more about these things.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have a lot of sessions and learning abilities for especially the exam. If you've heard, we get 30% off of the DevNet Associate and Professional instruction-led courses, and that's a pretty good discount, as well as 20% off of the guided group study for the DevNet Associate certification. And I know that topic is in the exam itself. So next up, what we have is API authorization. There are many forms of authorization, but a very popular one is OAuth. And a lot of people are scared to use it, but it's not that bad. Next, we're going to hear Taylor teach us about OAuth authorization, and hopefully it's going to make OAuth way more welcoming. So take it away, Taylor.
Hi, my name is Taylor Hansen, and I'm a technical solutions specialist at Cisco. Today, I'm going to talk about how to use OAuth, and specifically OAuth through the authorization code flow. I know copying links from a video is hard, so before I go any further, I'd like to draw attention to the 2 links I've posted here and give a second to take a screenshot. Both links refer to Python code samples that you can use to get a clearer picture of how this OAuth authorization code flow works. I also want to mention that both of these repos exist under the WXSD-sales organization on github.com. First, what is OAuth? It's simply a way for users to sign into your app. I'm a fan of Dungeons & Dragons, so I've posted a screenshot of what the D&D Beyond sign-in page looks like. In that screenshot are 3 OAuth flows, one for each account type. We see these all the time when apps give us the option to sign in with Facebook, Google, or Apple. I'll refer to these as OAuth services or providers going forward. A couple of reasons we'd want to use OAuth are because, first, it gives us a unique token to associate with a user without us ever having to know the user's password or other credentials. This is because the user enters their password into the service provider that they selected, and that provider gives us a token in return to identify the user. And second, because that token can optionally be used to access certain features of the service provider. What I mean by certain features of the service provider are generally referred to as scopes. For example, that part in a mobile app that says the app wants to access your camera, microphone, or location are all scopes. When you, the user, hit accept, the service provider is then giving the app a token that is able to access those scopes on your behalf. So we've covered what OAuth is and why it's useful. But how do we as developers implement it? It can be fairly confusing before we get the hang of it, so let's dive in and clear it up. First, we need to know through which service provider we want our users to sign in. Microsoft, Google, WebEx. The choice here is often obvious depending on what our application does. For example, if the app joins WebEx meetings, then we have our answer. Then we register our app with that service. These screenshots are what the developer platform for various services can look like when you're setting up your application. This can be done before any code for your app is even written. When we do this, we will get a client ID and secret we'll need to use later. I want to note that there are different types of OAuth flow that operate differently. Implicit flow, for example, is considered to be outdated and insecure. Client credentials is a bit simpler than what we are talking about today, which is the authorization code flow. This is a common OAuth flow. It's secure and requires more than one step from your application, so it can be easy to feel lost, which is why this flow will be our focus. We can think of the authorization code OAuth flow as having a few steps. First, a user clicks a link or a button that will send them to the OAuth service provider with a /authorize URL. The user enters their account credentials, including their password, with that service provider. Second, only after the user successfully signs in will the service provider give our application a code. Third, our application exchanges that code for an access token. This is done through a POST request and keeps our application's secret hidden from the user. More simply, we're looking at 2 steps. 1, send the user to the /authorize URL, and 2, exchange the code for an access token. So let's start with step 1. Building the authorized URL where we'll send the user can look quite overwhelming. But if we look closely, there are usually only 3 or 4 parameters highlighted in yellow. Most of these parameter values are given to us by the service when we register our application, and the values in this step can be the same for every user that wants to use our app. It's important to note that all of the parameter values in this step must be URL encoded, highlighted in red. For example, HTTPS %3a instead of HTTPS:. So let's take a step back and look at the URL parameters. The base URL will be the URL specified by the OAuth service documentation. For example, webexapis.com/v1/authorize. The client ID is given to us after we create or register the application with the service provider. The response type should always be the string code, CODE in this case, as it refers to the OAuth flow type we're using. Redirect URI is where our application code lives. In other words, this is the URL the service provider will use to send a user back to our app with a unique code after that user signs into the service. This step is tricky because we often don't have a hosted location for our app while we're developing, and we need to know it when we register our app with the provider. Most providers will allow you to set localhost as your redirect URI while building, or a third-party application like ngrok or ngrok can be used to get a public URL that tunnels to your development machine. Scopes are the features of the service your application wants to access and are sometimes not required in this step depending on the provider. Once we've built our authorize URL, we can simply send the user there. This can be triggered by a sign in with button a user clicks or happen automatically if your app knows the user is not signed in. So that's it for the first step. And the good news is that, like starting many new things, the most difficult part is behind us. The user has been redirected and is now signing into the service. And this part doesn't even involve your app, so it's not your problem. That is until the user successfully signs into the service. After the user signs in, they're redirected to the redirect URI that you specified in the first step. I know, it's another ugly URL. But the only thing we need is the code parameters value, so your app simply needs to be able to read the URL parameters. If you are testing this manually with something like localhost, then you can simply copy the code out of the address bar in your browser. With that, we're on our way to the last step. We just need to exchange that code for an access token, and then we're done. To do that, we need to make an HTTPS post request to the /access token endpoint specified by the service provider's documentation. This post will need to be sent as form URL encoded. There are 5 form fields sent with this post request, and by now we know what all of their values should be. Grant type should be the string authorization_code. Client ID and secret were given to us when we registered our app with the provider. Code is the value we just copied from the last step. And redirect URI is the same URL we sent in step 1, but this time it is not encoded. And here's what those values might look like with test data. Note that a code usually expires within minutes of receiving it and can only be used to generate a token once, often even if your request to exchange it for a token fails for some reason. Here is what this last step might look like if you did it manually in Postman. I'm showing this to illustrate that you can generate an OAuth token manually, even if you don't have a web application set up to handle the flow automatically. You can see at the bottom the response gave us our access token and a refresh token. That's it. We're finally done. We've received our token and can now make API requests to the service provider, assuming we enabled the correct scopes we need either through the app registration or somewhere in the OAuth flow itself, which is specified by the provider's documentation. The only major thing we didn't get to talk about today was how to refresh a token. Access tokens expire, but when that happens depends on the provider used. So it may be the case that we want to refresh our token automatically. The good news is that refreshing the token is an HTTPS post request that looks almost identical to the request I showed in Postman, but instead of the code, you send the refresh token and change the grant type to be the string refresh_token. Thank you so much for your time. Before we go, let's take a look at one of those sample applications I linked at the very beginning, which I've pasted again here at the bottom. With this app, we can demonstrate the OAuth process as it might exist in a real application. First, I want to show you what the production integration for our app on developer.webex.com looks like. This exact integration is already registered with WebEx and is what our live demo uses. You, as the developer, will also need to register your app with the service through which you want your users to authenticate. You can see we have an OAuth authorization URL here, fully formed, which is nicely provided to us by WebEx. You may have to assemble this URL on your own for some other services. If we were to copy and paste this URL into our address bar, we would effectively be kicking off the same process I'm about to demonstrate. You can see that the URL includes the redirect URI, which I entered when this integration was registered prior to this video. This redirect URI is something I chose when building this app. I knew the production app's hosted location would be integration-samples.wbx.ninja, and I used /webex-oauth as the handler in my application code. This is where WebEx will send the code we need for the user after the user logs into the WebEx service. Here is the repo for the demo I want to show today. When we click the link View Demo, we'll be able to use a live version of this app. The demo uses cookies to keep the user signed in for about 1 day, so we'll open a new private browser window to ensure we're starting fresh. You can see in the browser's address bar, I've already been redirected to idbroker.webex.com. This is because our demo app saw that there was no saved cookie for this browser session and assembled our /authorize URL we needed to build in step 1. The app sent me to that /authorize URL immediately, and WebEx took care of sending me here. Our app isn't even aware of idbroker.webex.com. Now I'll sign in as one of my test users. Now that I've finished signing in, I'm redirected back to the initial demo page. What happened just there was WebEx redirected us back to the demo page with a code, specifically to the /webex-oauth handler that is registered as the redirect URI for this integration. Our app took the code out of the URL and exchanged it for an access token, saved a cookie, and then it redirected us back to the main page of our app. As the user, we didn't even see the part with the code in the address bar, because all that happened automatically with the corresponding redirects that took place. I want to show this same process again, but this time I will sign in with my Cisco account. I've been sent to idbroker.webex.com again, so we know the /authorize URL for step 1 is done. This time, I get redirected to Cisco's single sign-on flow. This is another great thing about OAuth. The user's organization rules can still be followed, like the fact that Cisco uses SSO with WebEx, and our app can remain blissfully unaware of all of it. Duo authentication? No big deal. Our app doesn't know about it. As soon as I approve the sign-in from my mobile device, step 2 of the OAuth flow will be triggered. Our app will get a code to use on my behalf and exchange it for an access token, all fairly quickly. Done. Now we can sign into an integration with a different service, like Microsoft Azure in this case. Clicking Sign In redirects us. Done with step 1. Once we sign in, we're redirected back to our app. It received a code and exchanged it for an access token and stored it temporarily as a cookie. So if we refresh this page, we're still signed in to both devices. That's it for me today. I hope I was able to make the OAuth authorization code flow a little bit clearer. And thank you once again for your time. Once again, my name is Taylor Hansen, and I work with the Center of Excellence in Cisco's Worldwide Sales Organization, and I'd be happy to hear from you. Thank you.
Man, doesn't Taylor make that look really easy? Well, hopefully he helped you understand the OAuth process a little bit better. But when it's time for you to actually try on your own, definitely come back and check out his recording so that you can refresh your memory. So remember, all sessions are being recorded and it's going to be available on the site on October 26th on the DevNet Create page. So Jeff, what should our audience do if they want to hear more from DevNet?
Oh, yeah, this is great. So you can find us all over social, #DevNet, #DevNet Create. Follow us at Cisco DevNet as well. There's a lot of great content, lots of really good conversations happening too. People are sharing left and right. It's super fun. And remember the Q&A. Check out the Q&A as always here in the window. Also, next up, we got coming up Wayne Cuervo. He's the Director of Global Innovation at Cisco, and he leads the global community of innovation labs here at Cisco, which is awesome. It's this global set of labs literally all over the world, and he's primarily based in Canada. They do all kinds of innovative work with customers and partners, building solutions. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. So stay tuned right here, and we'll be back after that session to talk a bit more about how the rest of the afternoon is going to wrap up for day one. See you soon.
Hi, my name is Wayne Cuervo, and I lead our global community of innovation labs. In the next few minutes, you will get a round-the-world tour of our innovation labs, our team, what we do, and how we bring it all together with our Innovation Labs engineering team. At Cisco, we're all about co-innovation, and we want to do some amazing things with you in the future. In all of our Cisco Innovation Labs, we work hand in hand with our customers to help solve pressing and important problems in a fundamentally novel, agile, and entrepreneurial way. We do this by drawing on our Cisco incubation engine and all of the emerging technology and ventures our team works on. From all our locations around the world, we work with customers like you to foster innovation and develop proof of concepts. We also work with startups, strategic alliances, governments, and universities to fuel the flames of innovation. We aim to deliver solutions to Cisco's strategic customers and inspire people like you to think about new ways of solving business problems with the latest technologies.
Now, let's talk about our 3 core pillars of innovation. Our team focuses on 3 core pillars. First, ubiquitous technology access. That's providing real-time lab and sandbox environments for you to test out the latest innovations. Second, fueling the next big thing. That means we take bold bets and do ideation, often aligning to industry challenges or digital transformation initiatives. Third, outside innovation. That's selecting the best innovation partners and being proactive and intentional about our customer engagements. We do all these things with a focus on technical expertise. That means AI, software development, cloud native, security, and of course, networking. Now, back to you, Wayne, to take us on a global tour.
Around the world, we have deployed projects and solutions that have delivered real-world impacts to customers and communities. Let's take a look at some of them.
Here in the US, we have projects underway that simplify software development with microservices architectures. We are rolling out new tools to address API security, all towards helping the platform developers and operations folks deliver quickly, all without worrying about the tedious underpinnings.
In Canada, we showcase our successes with machine learning and artificial intelligence across a number of unique use cases, like leveraging computer vision capabilities to provide better customer crowd management and retail shelf analytics.
At the Innovation Labs in Brazil, we engage with the local innovation ecosystems to inspire, foster, and scale innovations. We work with internal Cisco groups to develop a number of solutions related to verticals around agriculture, mining, education, healthcare, and others. And most importantly, we are a venue for our customers to be design partners with our projects.
Here in Australia, we are working with university-based innovation centres and research chairs to connect with the future needs of business, education and government. We are experimenting with the use of AI 2.0 in combination with video analytics for autonomous learning with real-world safety benefits.
In Singapore, we are fast becoming a nexus for international, local companies and startups looking for opportunities and innovation within the ASEAN region. The Smart Nations Initiative that incorporates work in AI/ML, IoT, 5G, and the explosion in fintech are examples of how applications of technology are deeply ingrained in our culture and how we are working with customers to deploy the latest technologies.
Here in Japan, we are uniquely positioned to play a pioneering role towards Society 5.0 and how we can help build intelligently connected and digitized future societies. We are working with robotics, AI, IoT, Excel, big data analytics, and other advanced technologies, all to deliver on for Society 5.0.
Here in Barcelona, our innovation lab is a reference center for mobility innovation in Spain. Incredible ideas become reality in collaboration with our rich ecosystem. Mobile World Capital, European Institute of Innovation and Technology for Urban Mobility are some of our folks we work with. At the Innovation Labs Barcelona, we have the capability to test and deploy urban city technologies for improved city outcomes.
Here, in Paris, France, everyone is getting ready for the Olympics in 2024. Our Paris Innovation Lab is working on innovation projects, including security in emergency, ubiquitous infra and open roaming, WebEx for athletes, as well as autonomous vehicle ecosystem, live digital twin, immersive audiovisual experience, and frictionless fan experience. We are even working with carbon neutral and waste management.
Shalom. Here in Israel, there is a rich environment for innovation and a vast community of startups to engage with. We are working actively across some key areas, including the cyberspace, the full stack observability space, and of course, all things cloud native. We are all
in the world and incubate it on a global scale in a way only Cisco can.
What comes next? Get in touch with any of our locations across the globe, and we can explore how to address and solve your customer problems and challenges with us. Let's talk about the art of the possible here at Cisco Innovation Labs.
Hey everybody, welcome back. That was such a cool tour. Like I've actually, I've been at Cisco for about 6 years now, and I've heard of the Innovation Labs, but I've never seen them before. So getting a chance to view all these different groups across the globe working on these topics, it's really awesome. All the way from autonomous learning in Australia to France, helping waste management for France in the 2024 Olympics. It's just really cool to see all this stuff.
Well, next, we're going to talk about the DevNet Specialization Program, which launched in Cisco Live 2020. It recognizes the Cisco partners who have the skills for developing apps and automation on top of Cisco platforms. So up next, we're going to have Chuck talk to Alejandro from ESAT, who was our first DevNet specialized partner in Mexico, about the benefits of being a DevNet specialization partner. So let's check out what the next session is, and we'll be right back.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome back to DevNet Create. We have an amazing session here lined up for you that I think you're going to find very engaging and very insightful. My name is Chuck Stickney. I'm responsible for our DevNet partner engagement programs, which means I'm out there finding partners and helping bring them into our DevNet ecosystem to help deliver capabilities and services to our customer. In this session, I'm very excited that we're bringing a special guest in here from our partner, ESAT. Our special guest is Alejandro. Alejandro, please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about ESAT and why you're excited to be here today.
Hi, Chuck. Hi to everyone. I am really excited to be in DevNet Create. It's my first time. I joined last year, but we were not a DevNet partner yet, a specialist. So I am really glad to be here and show my experience with the certification and everything.
That's fantastic, and we're glad to have you in here, and welcome to your first active participation in DevNet Create. With ESAT, I know that you're a partner that has been involved with Cisco for quite some time. Can you give the audience a little bit of an understanding of what it is ESAT's been doing over the last however many years, and why you looked to engage with DevNet.
Okay, well, ISAT has been with Cisco since the 1990s, and in 2001, we start to make a development group, and this group was in charge of the uh, integration with the contact center, especially with the contact center. We joined the ATP program with the UCC, and we have to make a team that really start to doing this integration with our customers. So we start to doing this with Cisco, and that's how we started. We have a small group of developers, and we start, doing all the CVPs, the contact center integration with the customers and all that.
That's great. So when you say ATP, just to kind of catch our partner or catch our audience up with that, what that is that's a program that Cisco has done that we call our advanced technology partner. And that was really looking for partners to bring them in and apply advanced technologies to Cisco kit and to Cisco services. And with you starting in a contact center business, that was obviously a big push for you to really have a lot of direct customer and line of business type of engagements. Can you talk about that direct business experience you've had and how you're able to leverage your software development skills to help address those customer challenges?
Sure. Well, at the time there was no DevNet, so we really start from all the documentation, and I start to develop some kind of skills with the development team, no? And well, on that time, we have a really direct contact with the customer, because the need really is for the user and the user. So we have to take in context everything from our user and from the user or the client. So we really engage with the business part of the Cisco environment with the contact center. And we develop from there to now some kind of knowledge about how to interact with the operational part of our customers. Really was hard. At the beginning, we were lost. we kind of go day by day and start to doing this along with Cisco. Cisco helped us a lot on that time. Like I said, it was not DevNet on that time, and it was kind of hard. Right now is very, very different than on that time.
I'm glad to hear you say that we've made it easier for partners like yourselves and developers like yourself to really find information and really understand how to work within the capabilities of the tools, what API documentations, what the features and functionalities are. With that software practice that you've had there, can you talk about what you've used DevNet resources for and how that's helped you build the new products and services that you're trying to deliver to your customers?
Sure. Well, we have to change. Last year we started to look for DevNet. Really, we kind of introduced a little bit on the previous year, but not really engage with DevNet. Since last year, we just start to really be involved with. And why is that? Well, we thought on that time that really there was not really a structure with the DevNet program. And since we start to get involved, we see that changed a lot. And the DevNet really help us to really empower us to really make a difference, a value added to our customers. And since then, well, we really changed even the way we approach to our customers, how we can, not only with the contact center, but with the other technologies, the data center, the networking, the security, and we kind of start to talk in different way. The conversation is more value center, not only develop, but the whole idea of how to for our customers to give them more value with the offer that Cisco make with their products. So really, that's what help us a lot in this since we joined DevNet to now.
That's great. And I know part of your process for joining DevNet was individuals, the technologists in your team, going through the DevNet certifications to really, demonstrate and to prove the technical capabilities that you have. Can you talk about how that process helped you understand a bit more about Cisco and show you ways that there are possibilities for you to take your software expertise and apply them to areas that you weren't familiar with prior to that process?
Sure. Well, first of all, in our team, we said we have to start from something. And what we did was everyone in our team was have to get the associate certificate, just to start to talk the same language. From there, we start to pick up the individuals that more fit the different specialization that we needed. What I mean that for IoT, for security, for all the specialists that we needed. Of course, the most experienced got the professional certified, and from that we can establish a baseline of the way we communicate and the way we interact with our customers, and in that way we kind of empower of what we're going to do. But we start with that. Everyone in our team is at least associate. So I think that really helped us to establish this, a very good baseline.
That's fantastic. And I know you said you started in the collaboration and contact center space, and as you started to learn through those certifications, so you mentioned IoT, and I know you've talked about enterprise networking. How did that process help you understand or help you identify if there was additional places where you could leverage your skills and talents and continue applying your software development practice craft onto the Cisco platforms?
Okay, well, it really opened our view of all this Cisco offering. We were very focused on contact center, and we were very good at it. We are really good at it. But now with the networking, it opened us, the automatization, the configuration as code, something that we never thought even exist. So it also helped us, even with our problems that we have on the contact center, the way we troubleshoot issues, it also helped us because the view of also the network really helped us. Even with security, the IoT really helped us to get even a new way of customers, the manufacturing. Even right now, we are starting to talk with customers that are really interesting of, the edge computing, the programmability on the devices and all that really help us to start a new conversation with the customers, and with the new customers from the point of view of development. We already have these customers, but just only for the point of view of the Cisco product. Right now, we are start talking about add value to the Cisco products with this programmability on the edge, and really that open new opportunities for ESAT.
I love that opportunity for you to be able to identify some of those new opportunities and find ways to deliver more value, and for your opportunity for your personnel to be able to become even more business relevant to your end customers. Mm-hmm. Can you tell our audience a little bit about the types of new opportunities that you're finding? Maybe an example in IoT that you might be able to talk through.
Sure. We've been working with an edge computing for react to some kind of issues on the manufacturing area, like the Colbert, the one that that goes to different part of the process. If there's some issue with this part, we can image processing what is happening, and with that we can make actions right on the plant, not go to the cloud and do all this. And that's with the Cisco products. And we don't need another server. We do it right on the routers. And that's also something that is really, really work for the customer and for us. Right now, we start this kind of conversation with them. And they are really happy that ESAT can offer these value-added solutions that can help them, to take more of what they have, really.
That warms my heart, honestly, hearing you talk about that story. I have a history with IoT, and hearing that you're able to be successful in leveraging some of those edge compute type of use cases, and really both integrate that with both the edge as well as tying that into perhaps cloud operations or remote presence data center operations. Can you talk about how your software skills may be used to not only help solve the business challenge that's there? We're coming here from Cisco. We've spent almost no time talking about how you as a software player could interact with the infrastructure. Are you finding ways to leverage your talents to also interface with the infrastructure for deployments and maintenance and operations beyond the business value that's there as well?
Well, really, the view that all these, tools that we have, what I mean by tools is all the knowledge that we got with the certification really help us, look more wide vision of what are the issues of the maintenance, the support, and also give us more insightful of what the problems of the system that we have. Like I said, the troubleshooting, really knowing more about the network really help us a lot to do better troubleshooting, even with the contact center. Right now, we help our customers when we have a network issue to really detect without all the information that we get. We will be able to say, we have an issue here, and without this knowledge, we couldn't do it. And right now, it really help us with that.
Fantastic. Can you talk about any resourcing that you're finding in DevNet today that's helping you beyond the certifications, that is helping you advance your knowledge and capabilities for doing things like network troubleshooting, and how that's helping you get deeper into that space?
Sure. Well, the sandbox was really, really good at the beginning, and for testing our knowledge, and even for a try testing of some of the issues that we have. The code exchange also help us to know what is there, to see what is in what is doing in the community with DevNet. Really, all the information that is on the page is really valuable, for knowledge, for conversation with other DevNet people, etc. So really is a very good platform, to really interact, to start to get knowledge about, all the Cisco products and what you can do and what has been done with that. And that's really great. Really, the platform is from my point of view, is one of the best that I know.
Alejandro, I might quote that and maybe get it printed on a couple T-shirts that we might hand out at some point. So thank you very much for that. I think I'm joking, but we'll figure that out at the next time that we see each other in person. With the sandboxes and the resources that you're using, have you found those to be tools that you can use to not only learn, but are you leveraging those resources to help you develop products and solutions that you're trying to deliver to your customers today?
Yes, sure. It is one of the things that I really like about the platform, because you have the resources to do your your testing, your proof of concept, your everything that you need without all this investment that you have to do just for a proof of concept. So I really encourage the community to start using the sandboxes. Um, it's really a good place to start, even to develop your own skills, not only for proof of concept, but I want to know how to to use Ansible or whatever you want to is there. You get your hands dirty, not just learning with the with the with the all the theory, but you just do it, and that's great, really great.
Brilliant. I love that advice that you're giving to our audience and to the DevNet community of how you are finding value in these resources and how you're using them to add to your capabilities and further your business. As we're wrapping this session up, is there anything else, Alejandro, that you would like to, any other additional wisdom or advice that you would like to give to our audience today?
Sure. One thing that is starting to work with us is to really get involved with the customer. What I mean by that is listen to them, trying to know what are the issues that they have. Try to even be empathic about what they really need. One of the things that we start to doing is we have customers that have how you call it is management, inside management. People from ISAT work with the customer, and really help us, with our own people to know what are the everyday issues, what are the repetitive tasks, and that thing that the developers, we don't know that, so we have to ask, we have to listen. And in this way is really a good practice, to, if you have an inside people, your own people working with the customer, it's more open conversation with them and see what are their issues, what they do, and all that, and really start from there. Because for the developer, we don't really know what is the day-by-day operation, and I think that's one of the best advice that I can give them, to everyone.
I think that's brilliant advice, and I think the approach that you bring of coming from a software background and really talking about focusing on the customer needs and the customer outcomes is a great testament to how ESAT is coming to market and the value that you're bringing to your customers. And I love the story of where you've leveraged DevNet to learn about new mechanisms or new ways to apply your craft to Cisco. So I think that's a great story for many of our audiences that they can replicate and kind of follow the lead that you're setting in this regard. So with that, Alejandro, I very appreciate your presence here. I think this is a great conversation. I think our audience is smiling and nodding along as we're talking through this conversation. And I think the insight that you've imparted to the audience is a fantastic example of the DevNet community giving back to the DevNet community. So again, warm thank yous for your time and your participation in this event. To our audience, thank you for attending this session here. You can reach out to us through the feedback mechanism for this session, and give us any questions or comments. And myself, I'll follow up with you. I'll engage with Alejandro if we have specific questions for him and for ESAT. And thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of DevNet Create.
Wow, it's always great to hear when partners tell us that our resources and site is very useful. So where actually can you find this information? Well, go to developer.cisco.com. That's our DevNet site. And I know Alejandro had mentioned our sandboxes. Remember, our sandboxes are completely free, and they give you access to the Cisco environments. And it's great for testing, checking out APIs, just playing around without actually having to make any purchases yourself. Also, another thing that Alejandro mentioned was code exchange. This allows you to go and jumpstart onto using Cisco APIs and SDKs by you building upon what others have already created for you. So it's less stuff for you to do. So Jeff, what do we have next?
Oh, it's going to be one of my favorite parts of the day. And to your point, like everything you can do in these sandboxes is what contributes to the good that everyone's doing. So we're leading into the Tech for Good section. So Shweta Palande is going to be talking about to a couple different folks about tech for good and the projects they're doing. Can't talk today. And if you have any stories as you're going through this and you have things in your mind that you've worked on or you want to submit, you can email those to devnetcreateforgood@cisco.com. So next up we have Shweta is going to be talking with Mark Colella about supporting adults with disabilities and contributing to that community, and also to Annie and Jennifer with their AI for Good project. We'll see you back here in just a little bit.
Hello, all, and welcome to DevNet Create. In this segment, we would like to bring forward stories of people from all around the globe who have used tech for good. I'm Shweta, developer advocate at Cisco DevNet, and today joining me is Mark Colella. Hi, Mark. Thank you so much for being with us today. Mark is working on an interesting project which is about autonomous living program, which is a health and support care system for the elderly. So, Mark, why don't you walk us through what exactly this project is all about?
Absolutely. Thank you. Love to be here. It's a cause that's near and dear to my heart specifically. So the actual project came from a transformation of services coming from one of our key ministries that supports adults with disabilities. And the whole goal and rally purposes was to provide more individualized funding and support for those individuals. And as we all know, COVID has actually enhanced some of the issues as we handle those individuals today. Congregate group settings, group homes are no longer conducive. And so what we began on a journey with was, how do we use technology as a safeguard to better augment support to provide more individualized support and outcomes for those that are being supported. And so for us, and a great example of that, people is predominantly 80% of the funding to support these individuals. So a great example would be if there's 4 individuals that are being supported by an agency, 2 want to go bowling, 2 want to stay at home. The existing methodology to handle that is that either all 4 needs to go bowling or all 4 needs to stay home. And so we're trying to use technology to provide much more individualized support to drive the outcome and more inclusive outcome for these individuals. So with technology is, how do we enable them to maybe provide or scale the support, let's say from a 1 to 2 or 1 to 4 setting, to maybe allowing those 2 to go bowling, but we have technology through sensory data, whether that's through sensors on the stove, door, the ability to detect, to sense, and also the ability to interact and using technology to enable that. And so that's kind of really a very simple use case, but very, very important, because all future funding within the province of Ontario is moving through individualized. And so we're trying to help to deliver better services for the agencies delivering it, but more importantly, getting the families to also help to support those individuals that are requiring support.
Wow, this is an amazing initiative. And you mentioned there are sensors which help in getting the alerts in, and then it's part of the whole workflow. So what kind of sensors or collaboration devices and tools are you using in this entire workflow?
Yeah, so great question. And so there's really 2 components to kind of how we're using technology to address this problem. One is we needed a very interactive application, and thankfully, being at Cisco, we have the power of WebEx. So how do we use WebEx and things like WebEx AI and the WebEx Assistant to be the baseline to communicate both from a family member or individual to caregiver? How do we have both internal kind of communication, both let's say from a messaging in Teams to a outbound for 911, etc. So that's one component. The second component is using the power of a Meraki platform to create a connected health situation. So we are using sensory data for things like water on and off. Has the participant had the ability to waken up to take a shower? We can provide proactive notifications because now we have visibility into if the water is running. Similarly to that, we also know that if they've left the water on, how do we potentially avoid a flood? other things like sensory on stoves. We then start knowing whether the stove was open or closed. Other types of things is we can use sensory data to see kind of when they're sleeping at night or they're taking a nap, heartbeats as an example. And then, if a heartbeat threshold exceeds that is normal for that individual, we can trigger a notification alert to the personal support worker or family members saying that maybe Jimmy got up. Do we want to prompt the notification, or maybe do we want to just maybe check in to make sure Jimmy's okay? Those are just some very basic use cases, but that's what we're looking to accomplish using technology as a safeguard to augment support, but also giving these individuals an opportunity to live like you and I. We take a lot of things for granted. As an example, our morning routine. We know that we have to get up, brush our teeth, wash our face. We know that we need to clean behind our ears and in the time to do it. Well, these individuals need support, and so using WebEx, that is very customized to a central app that can work on any device, we can prompt these notifications and routines to the point where we can even put previous videos to help accelerate those routines to ensure that technology can maybe help drive some of those routines and behavior for more inclusive outcome. So that's just a kind of great example that I think that we're using technology to drive the outcome, but more importantly, providing some individualized support at the same time.
Wow, and I'm sure there are a lot of building blocks. It's not a straightforward solution. Obviously, you've been dealing with a lot of components. So, what were the difficulties or the challenges which you faced since inception and as project is ongoing here?
Yeah, that's again another fantastic question. We all know with technology, when we start dealing with the art of the possible, anything's possible. Our technologies are very robust. Our technologies are capable. In this situation, it's how do we address multiple individuals' needs? As an example, how do we make sure that we can address nonverbal individuals using this platform? How do we work to address non-visual individuals? It's more of how do we customize the technology to address a specific need, while at the same time making it fairly consistent and open. So I think that has been kind of one of our key challenges. But thankfully, through the Innovation Labs team, we've conducted some pretty good design sprints where we've taken the technology out of the equation. We're really focused on what is the problem we're looking to achieve. And we've actually had all the different stakeholders, whether it's participants and individuals using this particular platform, the family members, the personal support workers, the agencies themselves, as well as government that are looking to fund this as well. And so with that, it's made our job a little easier. And then building this technology, we're using a very dynamic, I think the term is waterfall. I'm a salesperson, but so forgive me if I'm wrong, but where we can actually have inputs and adjust the workflows based on the feedback. So that's been very helpful as well. But at the same time, a lot of individuals requiring this technology of support has very broad and different types of requirements. And so thankfully, we have great technology and we have great people running it, but that kind of, I would say, would be the number one challenge in allowing us to be successful. But I think we've been overcoming this in our every 3-week design sprints. We're continually mapping out, we're continually having the right individuals participate, test it, and we're quickly adapting.
So, how can people who have such technological background and they really want to volunteer or support such kind of causes, how can they get started with?
That is, we would love all the support. So first off, my name is Mark Colella. Happy to reach out to myself. If not, I definitely would recommend finding an agency. We have 3 agencies that are leading this: Meta, Class, and RENA, which is the lead sponsor. We have some day program and creating alternatives as well that are helping us. So getting involved in any one of those 4 agencies I'd referenced. Or anything like that to that matter. But we're always welcoming to expanding our team, so don't hesitate to reach out. And more importantly, I do think that this technology, as much as we're trying to address specifically adults with disability, the same use cases and platform can help elderly, people with dementia, other types of connected healthcare use cases, and other types of similar type of outcomes. So don't hesitate to reach out. I'm happy to connect, and we're always happy to expand the team.
Mark, thank you so much for sharing it with us today.
Thank you for having me.
So, we have more stories like this for you in this segment. So, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome to DevNet Create. I'm joined with Annie and Jennifer, who are going to share with us their project AI for Good. Hello, Annie and Jennifer. Thank you so much for joining us today. Can you share us a bit about what AI for Good is and what your team has done so far?
Absolutely. Thank you for having us, Shweta. So AI for Good is a program that I started a number of years ago that would enable people who have technical skills and non-technical skills to be able to give back pro bono. So for example, I don't know about you, but I am terrible at building houses. So I feel like every time I volunteer with somewhere like Habitat for Humanity, it's like they're volunteering to me, not the other way around. But with AI for Good, people can use their engineering skills or project management skills, especially their data science, AI, and ML skills, to be able to make a difference for nonprofits who really can't afford to buy those type of skills or don't have the expertise to understand how they could use these types of innovative technologies to be able to further their mission. And Annie and I started working on AI for suicide prevention almost 2 years ago at this point. She had been incredibly active in AI for Good in Vancouver. I had started Cisco's program, and we really put our two heads together, which was now really just one big brain, and thought about where can we really make a difference, right? We felt that if we got a really passionate team together and we just picked one thing to work on, that we could move the ball forward pretty significantly. And almost 2 years later, we chose to work on suicide prevention because, number one, it's an area that really doesn't have a lot of AI and ML and data science resources applied to it. It's obviously very, very qualitative, not as quantitative as it could be, even though there's a lot of research out there. And secondly, it's a cause that's very important to me personally. So we really took the time to firstly, scour the range of suicide prevention, to read a lot of research and to understand where there were quantitative opportunities that could be, good vectors of approach for us. And we chose one, and here we are today.
Wow, that's fantastic. So, what role does AI and ML play in this project of suicide prevention?
Yeah, before I talk about AI and ML, I want to provide some additional context. So the kind of research that Jen and the group have looked through together with a mental health expert is that it turns out that how a suicide is reported can play a really big factor leading to another suicide. So there's been research that's shown that after highly publicized suicide in the media, there's a 13% increase in the national suicide rate in the U.S. So it really shows that the way journalists report on suicide can, produce harm. So our work in suicide prevention, hone in on that. To help journalists reduce the harm in articles suicide can have by using data science, machine learning to build a detector for harmful language in media reports. It's kind of like how Grammarly checks the grammar mistakes in your text. That's the technology we built. Answering your question, how AI and ML play here, basically the AI and ML is the backbone of this checker. I also wanted to highlight how important it is that the machine learning needs the training data to power this model, and this data was provided by over 100 Cisco volunteers that Jen helped gather together, and with their help marking up harmful sentences in thousands of articles, we were able to train this machine learning model.
That is fantastic. So, any thoughts on how people who have a data science background or interest in AI and ML, how can they volunteer to such causes, or where can they get started with?
Yeah, I can talk about for me. So I have been organizing Data Science for Social Good meetup group here locally in Vancouver. So that's looking out for meetup groups. I know it may be a little bit just harder during the pandemic, but I think there's still really good groups out there. Here in Canada, there's also something called Data Farms, Data for Good. They run what they call data farms, kind of like hackathons where they have like one special data set per event. And then for the weekend, data scientists, we get together, analyze the data set, and have some findings for charitable organizations. For me, partnering with Jen, she has a lot of passion into the suicide prevention. That to me is really the best thing I can get out from volunteering. I have the data science skill set. I partner with someone with the knowledge and the passion and cause. I really think that it's really like putting two heads into one.
Thank you, Annie. And to add on to that, within Cisco, I'm very happy to say that the overarching AI for Good program is in place. It's run by a woman named Aria Taylor. That anyone listening to this can't find her, you can always reach out to me. And suicide prevention is a program that we've been, proud to lead for the past couple of years, as Annie said, with a number of incredibly talented team members and volunteers. But there are also a number of other programs. Our goal in creating the program was to allow people to volunteer in the way that matters to them most. So whatever your passion is, you can either be someone who's maybe rallying the troops, or working with the nonprofits, or you can volunteer on the data science side. But it really does take, everyone says data science is a team sport, and it's very true. As Andy said, you need people of all types to be able to create an effective team to make a real difference in the world. And we've been proud to see just how many other causes have been championed by this program. And then before we leave, I do want to share one thing that the viewers can do to help prevent suicide. One of the big things you can do is not use the term commit suicide. The mental health research that we reviewed shared that because people use the term commit, which is associated only with sins and crimes, not with illnesses, it helps to stigmatize, unfortunately, mental illness. So if you say that somebody died by suicide, somebody had suicidal ideation but never committed suicide. Another thing is to never talk about someone's method of suicide, because what we've seen in the research is the copycat suicides are typically in the same method as the original. And to always be an advocate for mental health. Don't be afraid to ask people how their mental health is doing. Don't be afraid to share how your mental health is. It's incredibly stigmatized, but it's just as important as physical health. And I think if we can all get to the point where we can talk about it just like we do physical health, we can save a lot of lives, and not even that, but just improve the quality of our own lives.
Thank you so much, Jennifer and Annie, for sharing this information with us, and also to giving an insight into how AI and data science can actually benefit these areas as well.
Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you so much.
Debbie's been having a good day. I don't know about all of y'all, but Debbie's been having fun hanging out here with me and with all of us. I've been having a fantastic day. These sessions today have been just amazing. I wanted to say thanks to everybody. This has been super cool. We just came out from the Tech for Good sessions, as we talked about before. Hearing from Mark, Jennifer, and Annie was, it's inspiring to me. Like knowing that all the work that goes into these coding projects that are done in general, and then in specific from these three individuals, seeing them give back to communities, helping those communities do something, whatever that is meaningful for them, that's amazing. Like that's really what all of this about that we do at DevNet Create is bringing people together to do good for other people in whatever capacity makes sense to you. So I just want to say thanks to all of them. And something that I really love, it's the core of what I really loved about doing this event every single year. Denise, I don't know, how about you? What stood out really for you today?
I had a wonderful day too, and my own Debbie probably did as well. He might be wanting to go home and take his mask off, but the day's almost over. So yeah, a lot of stuff stood out to me, but I especially love to watch all the sessions and see the passion that people have for APIs and automation. I mean, that's what DevNet loves, and it's great to see how strong everybody feels about that. As we conclude at the end of the day, we want to remind everybody about the different offers we have. We have 50% off for the DevNet exams and 45% off press books, as well as many other offers. Remember, it is limited time for the Create attendees. And, one other thing is the Secure Code Warrior Challenge. We're at the end of the day of the 2-day challenge. You still have tomorrow. So make sure to go log on to that and check that out. That's at cs.co/create21 challenge. You can win cool prizes. And if you want your very own Devi, you can definitely win that there. So let's conclude the day, Jeff.
Oh, you got it. This has been so much fun, Denise. I've had a blast with you, and we're going to see each other tomorrow. We'll be back here all day tomorrow together. Eric's actually going to join us again for the day, which will be fun, pretty rad. Okay, so just a quick wrap up for everybody. Today we had 4 channels. This is the main channel, as we said a couple of times. We had the 3 others: creators, APIs in action, and Start Now. So tomorrow, a little bit different. Start Now is going to roll into a couple of the others. So we just have the 3 here on the main channel: the creators and APIs in action. So just a reminder, but definitely crowd surf across those channels, find content that's interesting for you. You can join us on social, as you've done today, #DevNet and #DevNet Create. And also don't forget, when you get here in the morning, we're going to start right away with the keynote. And then you always have the option of the Q&A panel, get your questions answered, click the button at the bottom to be part of the persistent chat throughout the entire event. Alrighty, this has been fantastic. Also remember, all of the sessions are going to be available on the 26th. We will see you back here tomorrow morning. I cannot wait for day 2. Hope you have a wonderful afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you're at. We'll see you soon.
Difficult time for me and my family, but we came together. We realized we wanted to give back. I think what makes me want to take action is a big part of my upbringing. I think a lot of that comes from being a first responder family, and when others are running out to safety, my family was always running in. In 2011, St. Baldrick's found me. The St. Baldrick's Foundation started with a bunch of first responders, and it kind of became a challenge between them, and it was, if you raise X amount, you'll shave your head and you'll go bald. And now they're the 2nd largest private funder of children's cancer research in the United States. It pulls at your heartstrings and it gives us purpose. I would love Cisco employees to join me. I would love to have more bald heads on campus and on our WebEx calls. My sister, I think she's proud. I think she's